This exciting story will tell us about pandemonium, the invasion of demons. A portal suddenly opened in the country, from which countless demons poured out, and humanity found itself on the brink of destruction. People were unable to resist these creatures and were forced to flee. One young man ran with all his might, trying to escape the impending threat, but the demons soon managed to catch up with him. The young man fell to the ground in horror. Realizing that there was no point in running anymore, he desperately screamed for help, hoping that someone would hear him. At that moment, a man suddenly appeared and managed to kick the demon away. This man was one of the few who could resist demons. Having come to his senses after the shock, the young man asked his savior if he was really awakened. However, the savior did not have time to explain, so he only told him to run away immediately before the demon came to his senses. This savior turned out to be an awakened D-rank named Daniel. When the protagonist was distracted for a moment, the demon woke up again and rushed at him. However, Daniel managed to block his mouth with his hand. Seeing the demon's fangs sink into his arm, Daniel wondered if his blow was too weak to stun the creature. He began to doubt whether he, as a D-rank, would ever be able to defeat anyone. The demon, trying to break through, began to swing his claws, but the hero held back the enemy with his hand, and at the same time reached for the dagger. Then Daniel suddenly plunged the dagger into the demon's head. After defeating the creature, Daniel fell to the ground, trying to catch his breath. The young man nearby, who had almost died, ran away in fear, realizing that he had barely escaped death. Daniel, although he had defeated the demon, knew that he could barely cope with one monster. Moreover, his wound was too deep, rendering him practically helpless. Rank D was one of the lowest among the awakened, and with such strength he could only watch the people running, begging for salvation. Daniel wondered if this was all he could do and felt pathetic. Suddenly the sounds of battle were heard nearby. An awakened blonde man with a sword appeared nearby, his weapons surrounded by lightning. The huge worm monster released a sonic attack, but the blonde instantly jumped up and quickly attacked the demon, destroying him with one blow. Daniel was amazed. This man had dealt with a creature he himself would never have gotten close to in just a few seconds. It turned out that it was Dragon Sword, a close friend of the hero and the heir to the martial arts of his clan. The main character felt envy towards him. If he was also the heir of such a clan, he would not have fallen after fighting just one demon. In 2031, long before Pandemonium, Awoken began to suddenly appear in the world. They possessed powers that humanity could not even dream of. Their descendants inherited not only strength, but also the ability to control it. However, Daniel awakened at rank F with no inheritance. No matter how much he tried to achieve more, the maximum he could achieve remained at level D. Daniel sighed, thinking about what could have been. If he was born into an awakened clan, he could have grown beyond D rank. Then perhaps his life would have turned out differently. However, he realized that at that moment he could only regret the past. The hero understood that this was his end. But suddenly Daniel heard a system notification. It talked about a new attribute called the Path of the Warrior. He didn't understand what this meant, but he chuckled, reasoning that the system didn't care about his fate. He has almost no luck, and this attribute will not help him at all when his life hangs by a thread. Daniel's last thought before he died was how much he hated this system. Daniel died soon after, and before he died he saw a strange pattern. However, he suddenly woke up in bed. The guy was amazed that he remained alive. Looking around, he noticed that he was in a room. He hadn't been there since his school years, and couldn't understand how this was possible. After all, he was mortally wounded while trying to save a person, after which he died. Trying to make sense of what had happened, Daniel opened the system window. The date indicated January 2nd, 2025. He couldn't believe his eyes and screamed, not understanding how he found himself in the past again. Daniel tried to comprehend what had happened. Was it possible that he had simply dreamed about his future? But he quickly dismissed this idea as impossible, and decided to test the situation further. Approaching the window, he saw the school building. He also saw a sports ground. The training of the awakened ones is about to begin there. Everything looked the same every day, almost sickeningly the same. Daniel wondered again if he had really gone back 7 years. He sat down on his bed, trying to comprehend what had happened. He died from a wound in his side which he had recently felt, but now the pain is gone and there are no traces of injury left. He wondered if this meant that his death was the starting point for a return to the past. The hero suspected that something unique, characteristic only of Manhwas, had happened. The most important thing was that he didn't know what to do now. After all, in 7 years a new great war will break out. Meanwhile, he will not be able to change anything in the past. Since Daniel returned to the body from 7 years ago, he decided to check his current characteristics. His title was Loser, potential was out of rank, skills were meditation, 3 basic sword techniques and leg techniques, and the attribute was Way of the Warrior. The hero smiled when he saw his characteristics, as they remained the same as before his death. Daniel touched the system's interface, and it again asked him to make a choice. The chosen path could not be changed. The names of powerful martial arts flashed through Daniel's mind. All of these directions were martial arts, and now he only had to choose one. In his past life, he had achieved nothing and died a dishonorable death. Remembering this, Daniel resolutely made his choice. The world had changed. Korea and the entire eastern region resembled a fantasy world of martial arts. This was made possible by the first generation of awakened people who at one time faced a choice. Europe and America adopted the magical path of Grantos, while Asia chose Murim. This world was the one Daniel returned to, and there were only strong martial artists around him. He thought about those who did not fit into any of the systems, and decided that he needed to eliminate the fighters from the three spheres first. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. Next to the martial arts he was already familiar with, there were several more. Among them, the art of the divine source stood out in particular. As far as Daniel could remember, it didn't belong to any particular branch of martial arts. Deciding to take advantage of this, he chose it. But the divine art turned out to be far from what he expected. It was Sss-Rank, which was almost unthinkable. Along with acquiring the new art, he lost all the skills related to the 3 basic skills he had previously used. After some time leaving the hostel, Daniel found a secluded place and began to meditate. Earlier, as a young man, he often came here to train away from the ridicule of others. Lost in his thoughts, he realized that he couldn't get stuck in the past, because now it was important to focus on the present. Taking a deep breath, he continued to meditate, feeling the energy gradually flow through his body. The new technology gave him completely new sensations. Opening his eyes, he noticed that his gaze was filled with flames and his blood seemed to boil. He realized that the feeling of training at SSS rank was incomparable to the previous F rank skills. Suddenly, an interface appeared in front of Daniel. The system reported that he had obtained the first star of a martial art created by a master who had achieved enlightenment. The art of the divine source allowed one to fully master the concentration of chi energy. Already after the first minutes of meditation, he felt how different it was from the previous 3 pillars technique. By meditating on this art alone, one could reach unprecedented heights. The system has designated the first main task, introductory training of the divine source path of complexity D. Despite the apparent complexity of the task, he was confident that he could cope with the current data. Daniel meditated until nightfall, continuing to build up energy to reach the 2nd level. However, the training went too far, and suddenly he heard a displeased voice condemning him for overdoing it. The old man ordered Daniel to stop meditating and open his eyes. Suddenly, Daniel came out of his meditation with a start. Then he fell on the grass, clutched his heart, and began to cough. After such a shock, he was surprised that he remained alive and tried to comprehend what was happening. No matter how hard he tried, it was impossible to stop the meditation. If he continued, he would surely die on the spot. An unknown voice explained what was happening to him as Daniel looked around. He did not understand whose voice it was, and tried to find out the stranger's name. Suddenly, a quiet laugh was heard behind me. When the hero turned around, he realized that an old man in white robes had appeared behind him. Daniel thought it was a ghost at first, but the old man, it seems, did not expect such behavior from the boy. However, Daniel was still curious about who the stranger was. He stated that the venerable old man the boy sees is the strongest man in history. According to the old man, he was a martial arts master. Daniel was amazed to find that the person in front of him was a true master. He thought the name sounded familiar. Then he remembered the information about the master. He was the one who created the art of divine source. Daniel wondered if this old man was really the master who started this art. The old man admitted that Daniel, despite all his apparent stupidity, was not a completely stupid child. He then asked if it was difficult to recognize him even in spirit form. Daniel, stunned by what he heard, was struck by the thought that there was actually a person who created this martial art. He could not comprehend that such a thing was possible, and it seemed even more incredible to him that this man was now addressing him. The old man confessed that due to the hero's impenetrable stupidity, his divine source art was sealed. The divine origin martial art is the most powerful in human history, and its loss would be a disaster. Daniel understood the meaning of these words, although it was difficult for him to fully comprehend the greatness of art. The old man, seeing that the student only superficially understood the explanation, lightly hit him on the head with his fan. He recalled that thousands of young people dreamed of at least hearing about a master of such level, and that this opportunity is rare. Daniel, despite the noise and shouting of the old man, tried to explain that he was ready to continue the practice of meditation on his own. The old man suggested that he try to meditate for at least 100 days. However, the elder warned him about the possibility of ki contamination. Daniel, who had been terrified by the thought of possible energy damage, suddenly realized the seriousness of it. But the old man said that there was nothing surprising about this. It was just a fact. If he trains on his own, he will never reach the 2-star level. Then the hero complained to the old master that such words do not motivate, but rather frighten. The thing is, he really wants to get stronger. The old man admitted that he did not have a ready-made program for the hero. He immediately agreed to this and decided to develop a plan on his own, relying on his own desire to achieve the goal. The old man noted his determination and tenacity, so he agreed to be at least a little generous after his death. A little later, Daniel went to a cafe to rest. This whole situation really took a toll on him. He had hardly sighed when suddenly a spirit appeared and asked him why he was sighing so heavily, since luck was clearly on his side. Daniel, terrified, asked not to appear suddenly again, otherwise he might be scared to death. Daniel then looked at his phone as he received a text message. Soon his card was registered and 40 billion units of currency were written off from his account. The old man explained with a smile that this was the only way to make the hero stronger, although he himself could hardly agree with such methods, because wearing chains weighing 50 kilograms on his feet was extremely difficult. Daniel sat down at the table and, expressing dissatisfaction, noted the strangeness of such conditions. He suggested that the teacher try on the chains himself. However, a moment later, a waitress appeared in front of him instead. The hero's behavior made those around him think that something was wrong with him. Feeling uncomfortable, Daniel stopped talking and turned to the interface. He realized that leveling up would not be as easy as he had previously thought. But after learning the Divine Source skill, the QE ceiling increased to 620. This immediately demonstrated the power of art. The old man emphasized that this was the pinnacle of his martial arts and the main means of developing his potential. Daniel agreed with the instruction, but thanks to the old man's help, he was able to reach the level of 2 stars by choosing a relatively easy path. He then closed the interface and stood up, preparing for new challenges. The hero stated that the shackles were already ready. As Daniel left the cafe, he was immediately called out by familiar faces. Then the hero calmly looked back. He saw 3 of his old classmates. They mockingly noted that they had met a familiar loser. They reminded him of his habit of sitting in the dorm and rarely going outside. All 3 of them were E-ranked, and although it was below their potential strength, compared to the F-ranked hero, they looked significantly stronger. Then the hero suggested that they leave him alone and go about their business. However, one of them did not agree and pushed Daniel, trying to provoke him. Then the 3 remembered Chris's warning not to touch the hero until class began, and the bully mockingly apologized. After that, they invited Daniel to join them so that they could go to divine power classes together. Not wanting to continue communicating with these unpleasant people, Daniel ordered them to be silent. But one of them, without relenting, reminded that due to his origin and status, the master would certainly use the hero for training. The bully didn't even notice the fist approaching his face. Daniel quickly ran up to his attacker and delivered a strong punch to his face. His body was engulfed in flames as he watched his classmate fly back from the impact. At this point, Daniel reminded them that he had already asked them to shut up. Unwilling to tolerate this insolent behavior, the remaining 2 attacked the hero. He closed his eyes and concentrated on his chi. After that, a blue flame flashed in his eyes. Now the movements of opponents have become completely predictable for the hero. He dodged the first attack, then grabbed the blonde's arm, and with a slight movement threw him off balance. After this, Daniel released his opponent. He fell to his knees, screaming in pain. The other attacker became enraged by what happened, and tried to attack the hero from behind while he was distracted. However, Daniel suddenly turned around and simply grabbed his fist. Then he began to squeeze the attacker's hand. Realizing that something was wrong, the young man asked the hero to stop, but he continued to squeeze his hand, and the man collapsed to the ground in pain. In less than a minute, Daniel had neutralized all 3 of his attackers. He realized that even without these people he felt like a nobody, as if the blood in his veins had not yet awakened. He remembered how his mother, overcome with anger, broke a flower pot and screamed. She claimed that this couldn't be true, that he wasn't her son at all, and that he was the reason her life had gone down the drain. She added that if that were the case, she could kill him right now. Frightened, Daniel hurried out of the house. His father was already waiting for him at the threshold. Through tears, he told him that his mother was threatening to kill him and asked his father to save him. However, he ignored the request and turned away. The main character was in despair and begged his father not to leave him and to listen, but it was too late. His mother caught up with him, grabbed him by the hair and dragged him away. He felt that no one needed him. In his past life, Daniel did everything he could to be accepted by his family, but now he decided to act differently. Clenching his fists, he told himself that he would no longer waste his newfound life on empty aspirations. He intended to strengthen his own power. He wanted to look down on everyone, not allowing anyone to humiliate him. At night, the hero went to a place not far from the school. There, the master told Daniel that the art of the divine source was created using the forces of chaos. It manifests itself most clearly when the body is tested to its limits. As Daniel struggled to balance the huge boulder on his back, he wondered if things were really supposed to be this way. The master shook his head in displeasure and said that the student must have too much strength left if he was still able to speak. A little later, Daniel slowly moved around the boulder and finally reached the very top. Seeing that Daniel was resting, the master twisted his fan and began to hit the student with it, demanding that he rest standing up. Daniel wondered if the master wanted him dead, but he didn't continue the argument because he didn't have the strength to do so. The system notified the hero that he had reached the 2nd level of the divine source and completed the first main task. As a reward, he received the Ring of Origin, which immediately appeared in his hand. The master explained that the ring was a unique artifact of his combat school and advised to put it on as soon as possible. Daniel immediately put the ring on his finger, after which the system recognized it as a Class S ring. After reading the information about the ring, Daniel looked at it again and could hardly believe his eyes. Unable to resist, he asked if he really deserved to wear such an artifact. The old man thought that this was a stupid question, because this ring was the treasure of the Origin School. Moving on to the next reward, Daniel revealed information about new paths. Seeing the endless path of earthly sorrows, He assumed that it was somehow connected with the master. But when he turned to him, he discovered that the teacher had already disappeared. This made the hero think, since the choice of path required care. He decided that this was a choice he needed to think carefully about. Later, returning home, the hero reflected on what had happened. He chose the path of endless earthly sorrows, which was the path of an unknown class. The old man, noticing the student's choice, wondered why he had chosen this particular path, since others seemed better. Daniel explained that this path seemed most suitable to him, and he was also impressed by the direction of absorbing heaven and earth. The old man hoped that Daniel would not regret his choice. But be that as it may, the hero could not choose any other path than the one followed by the teacher. At that moment, the old man remembered recent events. When Daniel met his offenders, they said that they were going to classes at the Divine Power Sect. At the end, the master asked the hero about what kind of Divine Power Sect the young people he had recently defeated were talking about. Daniel reported that this sect taught martial arts to the Huangfu family. The teacher asked if this was really so. He then asked the student if this meant that he still had not mastered the martial arts of the Huangfu school. Daniel explained that he had not mastered them because he had not inherited the ability. Children of awakened ones have a 95% chance of inheriting their parents' abilities. Such children are born with the mastery of meditation. The remaining 5% are born with strength superior to their parents. Such a child was the Dragon Sword of the Iron Blood School, whose family had passed down the martial art of the Namgung sect for generations. Society perceived this family as unusually gifted geniuses. The old man was unhappy with what he heard, considering it sheer madness. In his time, martial arts were not hereditary. Having realized the situation, the master concluded that the hero's father abandoned him precisely because of the lack of inherited abilities. Daniel, not wanting to hide the truth, admitted it directly. But the master immediately objected that such thinking was complete nonsense. He stated that such a man had no right to be called a father. After these words, the old man praised the hero, patting him on the shoulder, and calmed him down. He stated that he would now be his teacher, which meant that he would pass on all his knowledge of martial arts. The hero's father once told his son that he would never be able to have friends. He himself can never be a friend to anyone. With a grim expression, he demanded that Daniel remember this, claiming that he was no good for anything. Now Daniel, touched by the master's words, smiled and expressed hope for him. After that, he wanted to know about the teacher's past and asked why everyone was only talking about him. The old man, covering himself with a fan, said with embarrassment that he had committed many sins and therefore was forced to go into solitude. Daniel assumed he was a villain, but hoped the teacher didn't lead some kind of occult cult. The master became furious at such accusations and began to beat the hero, demanding that he never call him a villain again. During further training, the old man noted that modern awakened were significantly weaker than most warriors of his time. They only improved their skills without understanding the essence of martial arts. Daniel took a deep breath, pivoted on his foot, and pushed off the ground, performing the exercise. The master promised that his student would achieve enlightenment through martial arts. Then he will become the second strongest man in history. Daniel struck the training doll hard, leaving a deep dent. However, a moment later, the doll split into two parts. Hearing the teacher's words, Daniel asked to stop and asked why he would only be second. The master proudly replied that he was the first, and Daniel did not argue. The old man folded his fan and suggested moving on to the next stage of training, the most difficult test on the brink of life and death. Daniel wondered where this situation would come from, but soon an alarming premonition arose in his mind. He tried to discuss this with the teacher, but he only asked if he knew of a place where the strongest masters gathered. After some time, they found themselves in the main building of the school. The master asked where Daniel was going, and he explained that it was the Green Zone. The entrance is located in the basement and is forbidden to awakened below C-Rank due to the danger. The Marima school is monitoring this, and rumor has it that the principal himself has closed the entrance. As Daniel walked down the stairs, he pointed to the door with the seals. As he had expected, the further path was sealed. But the master was not surprised, and said that the fifth seal was easily overcome. If you follow his instructions, it can be easily removed. With a little effort, Daniel actually broke the seal and walked through the door. Looking back, he could not hide his surprise at his success. Suddenly, Daniel noticed something strange and immediately turned around. A huge portal appeared in front of them. He felt alarmed and began to remove the shackles, to which the old man sternly asked what he was doing. Daniel explained that he would like to leave them there, but the teacher forbade him to even think about it. He had to put the heavy shackles back on, knowing that it would be difficult to get by in this place without them. On the other side of the portal stretched an endless desert. The master reassured the student, noting that they were alone here. Now it's time to pass on your skills to Daniel. At first, the hero did not understand what was happening to him, but soon the system explained everything to him. He immediately mastered the B-rank Heavenly King step technique. The hero was incredibly happy about this. The old man warned that the enemies had arrived almost on time. He advised them to prepare for battle, as the flame foxes had joined them. The master explained that this was the Heavenly King's foot technique, developed by the masters of the Huangbo clan, based on pure physical strength. The technique is not complicated, but requires strong legs. He asked the hero to demonstrate the acquired skills. 3 flame foxes rushed at the hero at the same time, but thanks to his skills, he managed to dodge all the attacks. However, the beast's strikes were so fast that he barely had time to react. The teacher instructed him to use the Heavenly King's step technique. Take 2 steps to the right, and then bend backwards as much as possible. Daniel immediately took 2 quick steps to the right, and one of the foxes rushed at him. Immediately after that, he bent back as far as he could, and the fox flew right over him. Realizing that this was a great opportunity, Daniel delivered a full blow to the fox, instantly taking it out of the fight. He himself could hardly believe his success. He had just killed the green zone monster with his own hands. The old man, hiding behind his fan, called the hero a braggart. At that moment he felt that something was wrong, and a new shadow appeared in front of him. The teacher warned that this was not the end, and turning around, Daniel saw the huge mouth of a fox. In his pride at defeating the first fox, he forgot that there were 3 more left. He was so hasty in dodging that he got hit. He realized that he had been too self-confident and had celebrated his victory prematurely. A little more, and Daniel would have met an inglorious end. Seeing the fox attack at the last moment, he tried to dodge, but did not have time. Again, it turned out that danger was nearby. One of the foxes attacked the hero from behind, but he jumped back, dodging the blow. But at that moment, he felt a threat from the other side. He had to dodge the fox in midair, trying to figure out when the enemy had appeared from behind. The hero had barely dodged one fox when another took advantage of the moment and lay in wait from behind. The teacher, of course, told him when to dodge, but dodging alone was not enough to win. Before his death, Daniel achieved D rank and continued to train diligently. At that time, he thought he was strong enough to fight, but now the situation was critical again. As Daniel became lost in these thoughts and felt hopeless, the teacher shouted at him to concentrate. After this, the master put his hand on the student's shoulder and said that he would definitely succeed. He needed to stop despairing and continue practicing the Heavenly King step technique, waiting for the right moment to attack. Daniel agreed with the teacher's instructions, then tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and bandaged the wound. He knew he had to put all his stupid thoughts aside. The 3 fiery foxes rushed at him again, and he tried to calm down. Daniel then lunged at one of the foxes and struck. He understood that now he would have to use both the Divine Origin technique and the Heavenly King's step in battle. After a while, Daniel wondered how many hours he had been fighting. By his calculations, about 6 hours had passed, and during that time he had completely exhausted himself. However, the 3 foxes were also exhausted. Now they were more on the defensive than on the attack. If he had any strength left, he would use the leg technique to restore the Divine Origin ability. At the moment, he was barely moving, using only willpower, but he was not going to give up, and he was not going to die here. The teacher said that the right moment had come. Now was the time to strike at the exhausted enemies. Standing on his last strength, Daniel asked his mentor for a second to catch his breath. The teacher merely asked a rhetorical question about who would be the first to regain strength, he or the enemy. He called for trust in the restorative power of the divine source. It was also a great opportunity to increase my endurance and strength. Although Daniel was reluctant, he agreed with his mentor. As he was about to attack the foxes, energy flowed through his body again and his eyes flashed with fire. Everything was going perfectly. The teacher praised him for his wise decision and promised to give him a new technique after his victory, which Daniel desperately needed. As soon as he approached the foxes, one of them jumped first. With a slight movement of his body, Daniel knocked her out with one uppercut. After that, he smiled, thinking that the teacher would really keep his promise. Suddenly, he sensed danger, and at the last moment, he ducked his head, dodging the fireball that slightly singed his hair. During the last attack, one fox snuck up from behind and released a stream of fire, preparing for a second attack. It seemed that the second fiery breath would reach its target. But at the last moment, Daniel disappeared. The fox was confused and began to look for him, and at that moment Daniel himself appeared right above her. Gathering his strength, he landed on the fox and struck with his fist. Once Daniel finished off the fox, his Divine Origin skill reached 3 stars. Immediately after this, all energy reserves were replenished. The stamina that was less than 10% was fully restored. As a reward for his incredible growth, Daniel received an additional 25,000 martial arts tree points. In addition, his Divine Origin technique has gained a passive skill. It was fear that made monsters fear him. The old man laughed and praised his student's talent. He admitted that no one expected Daniel to be able to reach the 3-star level in just 2 months, comparing him to the first disciple. Daniel asked the master about the first student. He found out that it was his older brother. At first, the hero reacted calmly, but then he immediately realized that something was wrong. Daniel asked if there were any other students before him and how many there were. The old man became slightly angry at the sudden cry and replied that there were 4 of them. He then said that the foxes were running away and that Daniel should catch up with them. But the hero asked his mentor not to be distracted. Meanwhile, while they were talking, the fiery foxes had already managed to disappear. The old man, noticing this, explained that he had said that the foxes could run far away and that Daniel needed to catch up with them while he had the chance. Then Daniel cautiously asked if the teacher had forgotten his promise. The old man snorted in displeasure and asked if the student thought his memory was that bad. The teacher said that the technique in question is called the Fist of Domination, and is one of the basic ones. Daniel asked if it would be similar to the Heavenly King's Step, or if it was a technique from the Huang Fu clan school. The master confirmed the student's guess, after which Daniel said that he wanted to learn the technique. The old man handed him the B-class technique Fist of Domination, but Daniel didn't look satisfied. He was curious what others would say if a person with no heritage became the master of any clan and surpassed the others. After some time, Daniel continued his journey under the scorching desert sun. He tried to notice any movements around him and asked where the monsters had gone. Hearing this, the dissatisfied master reminded that he had already said that they should have been finished off earlier. Daniel quickened his pace and reminded her that he had already apologized. Suddenly he stopped, noticing something ahead, and the master reported that they had probably almost caught up with the foxes. Daniel frowned and turned to the teacher with a question. He asked if they were looking for four-tailed monsters, and the master confirmed this. Then Daniel pointed forward. They were close to a small oasis. There are 3 flame foxes next to a blue fox. The teacher confirmed that there was a stronger monster next to them. But Daniel wasn't enthusiastic as a teacher. It was the blue fox. This was the boss of this level, whose abode is called the Blue Fox's Nest. In terms of speed, it is comparable to the monsters of the Red Zone, and in terms of strength, it is so much superior. Even several awakened C-rank beings wouldn't be able to deal with her. The creature before them was out of reach for ordinary foxes, and the slightest mistake could cost them their lives. But the old man advised the hero not to be afraid. He stated that there is nothing more valuable for growth than life or death situations. Daniel wondered at that moment if he could actually defeat the blue fox. Even in spite of the danger, he did not believe that the enemy could significantly affect his growth. But any second of hesitation meant death. But if he gives up and runs away now, he will be no different from a weak, pathetic person. He remembered a moment from his past when he was a child. A painful scream echoed through the room. The wall was covered in fresh blood, and Daniel himself tried to breathe through the pain. But his opponent gave him no respite, hitting him and then stepping on his face with force. Satisfied with himself, he said that now that Daniel had lost his chi reservoir, he would no longer be able to fight. Daniel was surprised and asked Chris why he was doing this, but he replied that the master himself had given him permission. Daniel couldn't believe what he heard. Chris then added that, according to the teacher, a useless student can be beaten as much as he wants. At that moment, Daniel promised himself to become stronger in order to avenge his family. He had already encountered death once, and he didn't know what he had to fear now. Having collected his thoughts, Daniel informed the teacher that he was ready. As soon as he took a few steps forward, the red fox sensed him and woke up. The effect of Divine Source's passive fear skill has been triggered. The 3 flame foxes trembled in fear until the blue fox stood in front of them. One step of the blue fox completely destroyed the hero's fear effect. The red foxes stopped trembling and were ready to attack again. It was all because of the blue fox's leadership voice that doubled the flame fox's speed. Daniel didn't expect that the fear effect didn't always work. The presence of the blue fox was overwhelming him. Meanwhile, the blue fox was preparing for battle, blazing with fire. Soon her entire body was engulfed in bright blue flames. Daniel informed the teacher that he was entering the battle. However, he suddenly felt uneasy as there was no response from the mentor. He looked around again, but there was no one around. Some time ago, Chris came to his father with a request. Chris's father asked him if he really wanted to compete with Daniel, to which he replied in the affirmative. He realized that the shame Daniel was bringing to the family could not be left unpunished. Father asked who had given the order, and Chris hesitantly admitted that it had been his own decision. His father assured him that he would not scold him, and ordered him to tell the truth. Chris was afraid to look at his father. His gaze was sharp and piercing like a sword. This is the power of an awakened AA rank family. Out of fear, Chris said that the order came from his aunt. Father was a little surprised that the order came from Daniel's mother herself, but he quickly realized that his mother wanted him to disappear. He explained that in their world only the strongest survive, and there should be no weak ones in their clan. These people simply need to be gotten rid of. Meanwhile, in the blue fox's lair, the palm tree at the oasis was engulfed in flames, and everything around it was ablaze. Daniel could barely walk as the entire area around him was covered in fire, making it extremely difficult to breathe. Despite this, the foxes nearby did not notice the fire at all, which greatly irritated the hero. He tried to suppress his panic and focus on his actions. His knowledge of martial arts left much to be desired, but he had an understanding of creatures and monsters. But theory was always different from practice, and literally just now he was almost burned alive. He realized that if he killed the big fox, the smaller ones would run away, which meant he had to destroy the blue fox with one blow. Daniel rushed towards the leader, jumped into the air, dodging the blue fox's next attack, and struck. But at the moment of impact, the fox suddenly disappeared. Daniel couldn't figure out where she had disappeared to. Suddenly, he felt a sudden sense of mortal danger and the heat of the blue flame behind him. Daniel crossed his arms to ward off the attack at least a little, but then his teacher ordered him to immediately use the Heavenly King's step. Following his teacher's advice, Daniel quickly walked around the blue fox. He grabbed her by the tail and pushed off, flying into the air. Soaring into the air, he gathered his strength for the final attack. Then he asked the blue fox if she thought that he would give up and die here. Immediately after this, there was an explosion from the collision between the hero and the leader of the foxes. After the attack, the hero was knocked down and covered in blood. He grinned and thought that after such an event he would hardly survive the next time. The system notified the hero that he had defeated the boss. For his effectiveness in battle, he received 500,000 martial arts points. In addition, he received a B-class magic stone and an A-class vampire spell as a reward. The teacher laughed and noted that these were quite good rewards. It was a book with a Class A vampire spell. It allowed you to drain the enemy's health and was the best way to quickly increase the hero's skill. Daniel approached the master, who asked him what he wanted to know. Unfortunately for the master, Daniel asked where he disappeared to immediately after the fight. Daniel explained that he had been screaming for the teacher and thought that the teacher had abandoned him, considering him useless. The old man cleared his throat and assured that he would never abandon his student and did not consider him useless at all. On the contrary, Daniel looked at his hand. It was the one that killed the monster with just one blow. The master advised to learn the vampire spell as soon as possible. He added that if Daniel listened to him, his skills would grow faster. The hero asked if this was really so, and the teacher wondered if he thought he was a liar. But Daniel admitted he didn't think so. At that moment, he opened the book with the vampire spell and immediately learned the Class A spell. The teacher said that this was wonderful, and there was only one thing left to do. He pointed his fan at the hero's chest and ordered him to suck the life out of all the monsters on this level. A little later, the story moves to the hero's house. Standing in his room, Daniel, while changing his clothes, called up the system and opened his characteristics. His title changed from a loser to the master's last disciple. He had almost reached C-rank and already possessed 3 skills. At this, tears of happiness appeared in his eyes. The old man asked what had happened, but Daniel replied that it was nothing. Meanwhile, the students hurried so as not to be late for classes, and the hero walked slowly behind them. The teacher wondered why he was walking so slowly, and Daniel thought that he wouldn't make it in time anyway. Hearing this, the master shouted in his ear that it was unacceptable to behave like this, because he should be greedy for knowledge. Daniel smiled and said that he only needed one teacher. For a moment, the master froze, and then realized what Daniel meant. Then he agreed that one good mentor in life is enough. Suddenly, someone called out to the hero and asked if he was going to class. He turned around and saw Chris and his companions standing in front of him. Chris noted that Daniel looked too happy, to which he responded that he shouldn't push his luck and should go his own way. Chris wondered where he got such audacity from, especially considering that the competition would start tomorrow. The old man asked what the competition was, and Daniel realized that the teacher still didn't know about it. While the hero was talking, Chris asked what he was muttering under his breath, and whether he even knew the rules of decency. Daniel thought it was funny, because it was Chris who said he would hit first and talk later. Chris was clearly unhappy with this remark. Suddenly, he heard his comrades start laughing behind his back. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed that he could not do this to him. He instantly rushed at the hero, but he managed to dodge. Chris was amazed by his agility, and began to attack from all sides, trying to hit him. But he was too agile and dodged again. Moreover, this little rat even laughed at him. While Chris tried unsuccessfully to attack him, Daniel received a side quest to give Chris a beating. Daniel originally planned to finish with Chris as part of the competition, but since circumstances turned out differently, he decided to act according to a different plan. As a result, the main character decided to set Chris up. As a result, he tripped and fell to the ground. He looked up to see Daniel standing in front of him. Daniel reported with a smile that Chris was completely helpless. Chris was furious at being humiliated, and that Daniel was using the technique against him. Losing his composure, he stood up and tried to crush Daniel with one powerful blow. But something happened that shocked everyone present. Daniel was able to stop Chris's fist by simply putting out his palm. Chris tried to understand what was happening and why he couldn't move his hand. He asked what Daniel was doing and ordered him to be released. Daniel agreed and removed his hand. But even after that, the pain in Chris's arm did not go away. Regaining control of his arm, he cried out in pain and fell to his knees. Daniel walked up to him and said he understood what Chris was trying to do. He then asked if his actions were ordered by his relatives. After this, Daniel kicked Chris and told him that he could no longer humiliate him like before. For everything Chris did to him, he will receive full retribution. Frightened, Chris asked what exactly Daniel was going to do. At that moment, tears streamed down his face. He begged the hero not to hurt him. Sometime later at school, Daniel was happy that he had managed to complete this quest, and 100,000 points were added to his score. Hearing the hero's laughter, someone asked him if he was laughing. Daniel cleared his throat and said that he was not laughing. But the teacher standing nearby noticed that he was laughing like a prankster. During the interrogation, the hero was asked whether he was aware of the consequences of his actions. After all, he had destroyed the QE reservoir. Moreover, this was not just a student, but a representative of an awakened family. Daniel then replied that he had acted in accordance with the charter. However, the prosecutor demanded to indicate where exactly in the charter permission for such actions was written. Daniel referred to Article 1, Section 4, which stated that a student has the right to defend himself if he feels under mortal threat. After checking this article, the prosecutor realized with anger that this was indeed the case. He wanted to address the chairman, but he raised his hand to stop him, agreeing that this could be considered self-defense. However, the chairman asked what Daniel was going to do next. Chris belongs to an awakened family, and it is unlikely that things will turn out that easy. In front of the hero sat Hank, the chairman of the Mura military school and the heir of the G family. Daniel sensed Hank's aura, assuming it belonged to a person of high rank. Daniel then informed the chairman that it was not their problem, since he himself came from an awakened family and was the heir to the head. Therefore, such issues should be resolved within their families. After these words, he heard people around him talking among themselves, amazed by his determination. Hank noted that none of the students except Sword Dragon could withstand his aura. Ultimately, the hearing ended in favor of the hero. Those who watched his confrontation with Chris began to discuss how strong he was. One of the teachers approached Mr. Carter, reminding him that the hearing was over. But Carter replied that he still had things to do. As soon as the door closed, he slammed his fist on the table and started throwing dirt towards the hero. He planned to use this hearing to gain control over the awakened family's disciples, money, gifts, and training. But one of the renegades suddenly destroyed all his plans. And if things are left like this, his plans may be destroyed. Fearing the loss of support from wealthy families, Carter decided he had to get rid of Daniel at all costs. After the hearing, he heard people around him discussing how he had defeated the tyrant Chris. Daniel thought that if the hearing went badly, it could become a serious problem. But he managed to win thanks to a technique of divine origin. The teacher said that this was natural, since he had once been judged by the leaders of the 9 great sects and 5 great families. Thinking about it, Daniel came to the conclusion that the hearing had probably been initiated by Carter, the class teacher. He is very closely connected with the heads of the awakened families. And after the incident with Chris, he may have broken those connections. Suddenly, Daniel heard a voice outside. Carter apologized for what happened and admitted that he insisted on a hearing, but everything went to hell. He also explained that funding could now suddenly be cut, which was highly undesirable. Carter begged for a chance and promised to make things right during the interclass competition. From what Daniel heard, he understood that the school had decided to hold a competition between classes, rather than a general competition for everyone. The old man asked why Daniel was so hated by his own family, because it couldn't all be because of his abilities. Daniel replied that he was just unlucky. His aunt really hated him, and was very annoyed that his father loved his mother so much. The master was amazed to hear this. If Daniel was born from a woman his father loved, why didn't he love his son? Daniel explained that his father loved his family much more than his mother. For the sake of his family, he was ready to sell his soul. The master agreed that the protagonist was indeed unlucky, but Daniel reminded him that this was no consolation at all. However, he had long since become accustomed to this kind of life. Both in the past and now, his relatives have tried with all their might to drag him to the bottom. However, now he was no longer the same. Daniel angrily threw the jar on the floor and left, confident that his family would not be able to break him again. The next day, in the school gym, the day of the competition arrived. Many of the students whispered as Daniel, the same student who had knocked the chi out of Chris, walked by. Everyone was wondering how strong this guy was, and how a D-ranked person could change so drastically. Covering himself with his fan, the old man asked whose student Daniel was, who was attracting so much attention. Carter noticed the students talking and ordered them to shut up and go to class. Once everyone arrived, Carter announced that he would stage a mock battle with the monster. As always, the enemy will be randomly generated, but their level will match the student's level. Like portals to other worlds, simulations were dangerous, because the administrator sets the level, and anything can happen here. When it was the hero's turn, the teacher intended to increase the difficulty to the maximum in order to call it a system error. The day of the competition was the best moment to finally get rid of this brat. The old man noticed from Carter's face that he clearly had a thirst for murder, and was amazed that such a man had become a teacher at all. Daniel, realizing where this was going, said with a grin that he wasn't going to take it in silence. Soon it was the hero's turn, and he entered the simulation room. Teacher Carter asked what kind of opponent he wanted, to which Daniel replied that he didn't care because he was confident in himself. Carter then asked if he was ready to fight the demon. The demons were awakened ones who became criminals, such as the Death Lotus group. It was clear that Carter was no longer hiding the threat and was directly putting him to the test. Then Daniel agreed with a smile. After that, Carter said that if he felt threatened, he should report it immediately. Immediately after this, the teacher pressed the button. The next moment, the mechanism began to select the conditions for testing. A randomly generated snowy hill with increased difficulty. A few seconds later, Daniel found himself in real snowy mountains. His teacher wished him luck, after which his voice faded away. Then Daniel felt a slight uneasiness at how much Carter wanted to destroy him. The snow restricted visibility, making orientation difficult, indicating a high level of terrain difficulty. But the most important thing was the enemy, the white-browed ice villain. He was one of the highest ranks of the 7 villains of the Death Lotus group. He is an old madman whose only pleasure is killing. This was exactly the kind of opponent the teacher offered his student, which seemed like madness. But the hero has a new incentive, an urgent quest of the novice's will system of level C using the art of divine origin. He had to defeat the demon, for which he would receive 250,000 martial arts points and double the reward. The white-browed villain spread his arms and began to accumulate energy. Immediately after that, he joined his palms, releasing an energy beam. But Daniel easily dodged it. Suddenly he felt danger. The ice beam curved and returned to him. He only managed to partially block the blow. Daniel realized that this was the martial art of the Ice Master from the Northern Ice Palace. The white-browed old man rushed at him and soon appeared next to him, surprising the hero. Due to the old man's speed, the hero had no chance to dodge and was forced to block the attack. Realizing that he couldn't kill him with one attack, the old man abruptly closed the distance. Even though it was a simulation, the enemy was incredibly strong. However, Daniel gathered energy in his hands, preparing to counterattack. At that moment, the old man suddenly jumped back. The hero noted that it was all a simulation, but nevertheless, his opponent was very strong. However, Daniel felt real joy. He enjoyed the moment, because it was rare that he had the chance to fight such a master. Therefore, the hero gathered his strength into a fist and began to saturate the snow with his energy. Soon after, the hero accumulated enough energy in his fist. Gathering his energy, he struck from behind, but the white-browed demon dodged at the last moment. However, Daniel was not going to miss the chance and chased after him. With each step, the distance between them decreased. Soon the hero was so close that he prepared to strike again. He began to accumulate energy again, but as soon as Daniel hit him, he began to disappear. The old man's body began to evaporate under his hand, like a hologram. Daniel wondered if Carter had shut down the simulation room. Then he kicked the floor in irritation, because he was just getting carried away. On the other hand, Teacher Carter was trying to understand how this could have happened at all. Somehow Daniel managed to disrupt his own chi system. Of course, in the simulation the difficulty level was lower, but even there it was at least level C. And even the most experienced student would not have coped with such a test. Carter himself would have admitted that it would have been difficult for him too. Meanwhile, Daniel received a reward for the fight. Although he was unable to completely defeat his opponent, he was pleased that he still deserved a reward. Moreover, he received exactly the rank credit that he wanted to achieve. And all this became possible thanks to the source ring. With it, he was able to quickly rise from a useless F rank to a D rank, and was even able to beat up Chris. Now he was sure that this would certainly provoke the anger of his relatives. Suddenly someone called him, clenching their fists. Daniel became wary and wondered who needed him. But when he turned around, he saw his classmates running towards him to praise him for his performance at the competition. Hearing this, Daniel was surprised at first, but then he smiled. Nothing like this had ever happened to him in his past life, and he had to admit that this feeling was unusually pleasant. One of his comrades asked him again what exactly he had said, but Daniel waved it off sheepishly, claiming it was nothing special. The next day, an unexpected change occurred when Daniel passed by and his bandmates greeted him as a sunbai. This behavior surprised him, and the teacher watched the scene with obvious irony. Before Daniel could ask the question, one of the students explained that he was Jose, a new student. Then they bowed again to Daniel and asked him to lead them. The protagonist tried to understand why these guys started greeting him as if he was the leader of a criminal gang. It was obvious from the expressions on their faces that they saw him as a crime boss and wanted him to become their leader. Daniel felt awkward and asked them not to do it again, but Jose asked if they had done anything wrong. Fearing that this would continue, Daniel exclaimed, wondering who he even was to be called a leader. However, the 5 disciples bowed again and asked for forgiveness in unison. Daniel couldn't take it anymore and ordered them to stop behaving like this immediately. Finally reaching the classroom, he let out a tired sigh and said goodbye to those annoying students who followed him all the way to the classroom. The old man, stroking his beard, remarked that such is the burden of the strong. Suddenly the door swung open and one of the students burst into the classroom noisily. He immediately challenged the hero to a duel. However, he refused, citing fatigue, and asked him to leave. However, the opponent was not going to listen. He drew his sword and attacked. Unfortunately for him, Daniel stopped the blade with his bare hands and even broke it. Before the student could even process what was happening, Daniel struck him in the head, ending the fight instantly. After this, he advised the enemy to first learn to listen to people. The old man remarked mockingly that Daniel had become quite popular. He asked with annoyance if he really considered this to be popular. Tired of the endless challenges, Daniel lay down on his desk and tried to get some rest. With a heavy sigh, he admitted that he was not some kind of hidden tiger. The teacher noted that they probably just wanted to test the hero's abilities in practice. But he objected that even if that were the case, the whole school now knew what he was capable of. Soon, Carter entered the classroom, demanded silence, and asked who had been shouting during the morning assembly. Displeased, he pierced the hero with a heavy gaze, but he only turned away. Carter then stood behind the podium and announced that students would be filling out their schedules today. He was going to hand out forms to them, where everyone had to enter lessons into their schedule. Daniel explained that the students would have to divide their lessons into footwork, weapons, and combat techniques. It was in these 3 directions that the training was built. Even if you focused on just one of them, it did not guarantee that you could become a master. It was much more difficult to deal with several at once, and these words made the hero think about what to write down. After some time, when everyone had filled out the forms, he approached the headman and asked whether he needed to hand them in to her. She replied that she could give it to him too. But while folding the papers, she accidentally saw the hero's completed sheet and was amazed. The thing is that he wrote down absolutely all the subjects. Later, on the school sports field, the teacher noticed that attendance at classes was especially high this year. Soon her attention was drawn to Daniel, who was standing among the students. She bowed politely to him, and he responded with only a slight nod. This teacher was Jenny, known by the nickname Scarlet Lotus Fist. She came from a family of B-level awakened ones. Jenny was famous for her fairness and independence, even to the outcast from the family, which was Daniel. She showed respect. The girl then announced that today they would be learning the 10-step Divine Fist technique. This technique came from the Divine Dragon Monastery, the successor to the Shaolin Monastery traditions, and students were required to start from the basics. At her signal, the assistant brought out the box. Jenny explained that there were shackles inside, each weighing 20 kilograms, and ordered them to be put on her hands. As the students began to put the shackles on themselves, some of them asked if it was really necessary to perform such an exercise. Once all the students had secured the weights, Jenny calmly explained what they should do next. They had to stand in a horse stance and stretch their arms forward, and she also strictly forbade the use of ki during training. One of the students dared to ask how long they would have to stand in this pose. To this, Jenny replied that they had to remain in the stance for the rest of the lesson. 40 minutes passed. The students continued to hold on with all their might, but after an hour, some could no longer stand it, and were forced to give up. By the second hour of class, one by one they all gave up, except Daniel. The other students whispered among themselves, wondering how much longer he could stand this. This resilience truly surprised Jenny. She realized that Daniel's victory over young Master Chris was not an accident or a trick, as some thought. Approaching him, the teacher clapped her hands and announced that that was enough. Daniel was surprised, because there was still time left before the end of the lesson. But Jenny explained that he had proven his strength, and there was no need for him to continue the exercise. After that, she said that she would teach him the 10-step Divine Fist technique and handed him a teaching manual. She warned that the formulas given in the book are refined and complete, but mastering them will be extremely difficult. The protagonist was surprised at how easy it was to gain access to such precious technology. Daniel was leafing through the pages greedily, and noticing this, Jenny explained that the book had not been obtained from the dungeon. It had to be studied like the most ordinary textbook, with full dedication. But before the mentor could continue, Daniel put the book down, stood up, and attempted to use the Divine Fist. The energy that burst out of his hands suddenly flew towards the teacher. At that moment, Jenny froze in place, but the attack missed her, only cutting off some of her hair and ruining her hairstyle. An embarrassed Daniel admitted that he had failed. Even the system indicated that he had failed to master the technique. The old man clicked his tongue disapprovingly and explained that such an art could not be mastered in 1 minute. However, the master, covering his smile with a fan, admitted to himself that this was the first time he had seen such talent. Previously, he considered this young man a dud, but now he saw that Daniel's abilities were developing gradually. The old man was very hopeful of seeing soon what heights he would reach. His gift was not akin to the demonic, when knowledge is absorbed like a sponge, and did not resemble the innate power of a heavenly warrior. He didn't understand how it happened that he turned from a dud into a genius literally overnight. Meanwhile, Daniel approached Jenny and noticed that he had miscalculated the amount of energy he had put in, which caused the explosion. He asked whether this meant that the amount of ki used had to be carefully regulated to perform it correctly. Surprised by his observation, Jenny confirmed and explained that he had to learn to control his energy reservoir. But Daniel already understood it himself. The girl understood it. Without waiting for an explanation, he again made smooth movements. The hero then powerfully punched forward, releasing a wave of energy. A stunned Jenny couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise, not understanding how this was even possible. And the hero himself was pleased. He managed to master the technique, and the Divine Fist of 10 steps was added to his list of skills. Soon, teachers gathered around him, each trying to convince Daniel to join their school. Tired of this chaos, Daniel asked to ask questions one by one. Then one of the mentors loudly declared that his hands were made for the spear. His movements are as natural as the flow of water. That's why he must master the Zhou family's divine spear art. Another teacher interrupted his colleague and stated that the path of a swordsman was ideal for Daniel. His technique is so refined that it already rivals the wielder of the dragon sword, so he must learn the iron blood techniques. However, the third master pushed the second away and shouted that all this was nonsense, because Daniel would become an outstanding master of poisons. His achievements are already quite promising, and the 10,000 Shadow Poison family will always be happy to accept him. The teachers, alarmed, even asked him to remove the bottle of poison he was holding. The argument between them continued, and taking advantage of the moment, Daniel simply ran away. Until recently, he had not even thought about joining any family, but now he did not understand why everyone began to persuade him. The mentor noted that this was also a kind of burden, to which Daniel asked if that was what he meant. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice. As it turned out, it was Jenny. Daniel explained that he was simply getting away from the annoying teachers who were harassing him. Then the teacher handed him a bottle of soda and asked if he liked the subjects he was studying. Daniel thanked her and said that he was really interested in everything because he always learned something new. Then the master asked if all this endless training was tiring him out. Daniel looked as if he could teach others himself. However, he abandoned the thought and only took a sip of soda. He then explained that he had not inherited any abilities from his family, and so everything the school taught him seemed valuable to him. According to him, even such knowledge is hundreds of times better than complete ignorance. Jenny was amazed that the young man thought like that. But at that very moment, the cries of the teachers were heard, who were already looking for Daniel. The situation became quite unpleasant. Those 3 mentors found him too quickly. Forced to flee, Daniel told Jenny he had to leave. Running away from the annoying mentors, he raised his head to the sky. The hero noted to himself that the weather today was truly wonderful. After some time, he found himself in the fox's den, where Daniel grabbed the firefox and began to suck the life force out of it. For the small amount of magical energy this move gave him, he only received 1 point of stamina. Even though the fox died, firefoxes continued to appear throughout the cave. This meant that he could come here from time to train, although the reward for the time spent was clearly too small. The worst thing was that after the first cleansing, no more magic stones appeared in the lair. Daniel then asked the teacher if he was ready for him to begin absorbing the power of the magic stone. The old man answered negatively, but then he added that he had an idea. According to him, Daniel's growth was going much faster than he himself expected, which meant it was time to raise the stakes. The mentor asked if the student had noticed the thick energy, and what would happen if he drew it in with a vampire skill. Daniel was shocked and asked again if this was even possible. After all, the amount of energy that the dungeon generated was enormous, and if he managed to absorb it, it would become akin to a panacea. But the teacher explained that the vampire skill alone was not capable of this. However, Daniel had divine origin art. However, the mentor warned that the young man's body was already filled with the energy of the creatures he had previously absorbed. If he were to risk absorbing such a colossal amount of power in his current state, the chances of him becoming ill were 90%. Daniel replied with a sly smile that otherwise, what was the point of going so far in training if he stopped right now? With these words, he sat down in meditation and began to draw in the surrounding energy. Surprisingly, he managed to successfully absorb the power of the dungeon, causing his vampire skill and origin arts to rise to 4 stars. However, such a monstrous flow of energy caused him severe pain, and the veins on his body began to swell painfully. When Daniel first used the divine origin technique, the old man lost consciousness and almost became anxious. But now the student himself was trying to overcome the first obstacle. After completing the meditation, he opened his eyes, in which blue lights began to glow again. But then the hero collapsed exhausted to the ground. The master asked him how he was feeling. Daniel, breathing heavily, replied that it felt as if he had returned from the other world. The mentor just chuckled. If the student had enough strength for jokes, then he had succeeded. The system has confirmed the reconfiguration is complete, and Daniel's upper stat limit has changed. The young man tried to block the system notifications, but they continued to pop up before his eyes. And suddenly he noticed something unusual. Having absorbed the energy of the dungeon, he became the first to clear the lair. For this, he received another 250,000 points, and in addition, the right to own the Blue Fox's den. He had never heard of such a thing as a dungeon master before, neither on the news nor at school. Suddenly, a squeak was heard somewhere nearby. Daniel asked his mentor in surprise if he had made that sound, but he waved him off, called him a fool, and told him to turn around. Turning around, the young man saw a tiny blue fox. Daniel couldn't help but let out a delighted cry. The little animal turned out to be incredibly cute. Now he understood what the system messages were talking about. The teacher noticed that this fox would produce a huge amount of energy, and, when it grew up, would have 10 tails. Hearing this, Daniel felt uneasy, wondering what kind of creature the beast would become. The mentor asked what name he was going to give his pet. After thinking for a bit, the young man suggested calling her Sinyavka. The master was almost speechless. He asked again if this was really the best name the student could come up with. Unable to argue further, the master resigned himself and agreed to the chosen name. Then Daniel asked Sinyavka if she liked this name, pressed her to his face and offered to be friends. Meanwhile, the story moves back to school. At this time, Chairman Hank was wiping the leaves of the plant in his office. Suddenly, his secretary ran into his office and shouted that an emergency had occurred. Hank calmly asked her what happened. The girl replied that she was talking about the Blue Fox's lair dungeon, which the school portal led to. The thing is, it was cleared out. Upon arriving at the scene, Hank was shocked by what he saw. The seal of the 5 elements, which was thought to be impenetrable, was destroyed. Raji was proud of his skill in casting this trap that could not be overcome by any force or technique. Hank wanted to see for himself what was happening, so he opened the door. A system notification immediately popped up before his eyes. It stated that the entrance to the Blue Fox's lair dungeon was only accessible to its owner. Hank tried to figure out how something like this could have happened, and who exactly could have taken over this dungeon. Then he turned to Naomi's secretary. The man ordered to immediately find out who cleared this dungeon. Meanwhile, the story moves tonight, to the hostel. Daniel stared at a section of the wall in his room, as if he was thinking about something important. He asked his mentor if this would be enough, but the teacher replied that it was unlikely, which greatly upset the young man. Daniel didn't understand why this was so, because if Sinyavka lived here, they would be able to see each other often. The mentor then explained to the student that it would be obvious to everyone that Daniel had never had pets. The fact is that animals always strive for freedom and walks. The teacher wondered where Sinyavka was now, and assuming that she was on the bed, turned around with Daniel. Their guesses were confirmed. While they were thinking about a place for her, the fox cub had already fallen asleep on the bed. Since Sinyavka clearly liked the place, Daniel decided to leave her there. The mentor watched with mild satisfaction as his student interacted with his pet. As fate would have it, Daniel did not inherit any talent from his family. Because of this, he found himself an outcast, unwanted in society. It would not be surprising if the young man's heart was filled with darkness. However, he turned out to be different. Despite the power that suddenly fell upon him, Daniel tried to remain simple. Unlike those who, having power, destroy both themselves and others for the sake of revenge, he did not succumb to temptation. It was much better than the fate of his first student, who turned into a vengeful and bloodthirsty monster. After he put the fox to bed, Daniel decided that he had only one thing left to do today. After reconfiguring the system, the volume of his ki reservoir increased, causing the flow of energy to become stronger. The only question was how much the numbers had increased. To find out, Daniel called up the interface and opened the statistics. Seeing her, he froze in amazement. The mentor, noticing the smoke of indignation rising above the student's head, was perplexed as to what was happening. Daniel did not expect such results from the system, and exclaiming, drew the mentor's attention to the indicators. Now all of his stats have exceeded 100, and his upper limit has risen to 300, with his internal energy reaching 452. At that time, the ceiling of AA level awakened people was the same 300 units. That was the level of the 5 emperors. It turned out that Daniel's indicators were now equal to their level. The young man wondered if this meant that with further promotion, he would be able to stand on par with the 5 emperors. The mentor, noticing his reaction, asked why the student was looking as if he had seen something unprecedented for the first time. He advised him to use his martial arts points as soon as possible, and Daniel admitted that he himself had already forgotten that he had been saving them. He had accumulated quite a few points, and now he had to decide how exactly to spend them. His attention was drawn to the Heavenly King's step, but the mentor said that with his current physique, learning this technique was pointless. Therefore, he suggested to start by developing the characteristic of a friend of nature, which would bring the student plus 15 to strength. But at the same time, the mentor seemed to have forgotten about his student's curiosity. Then Daniel cleverly distracted him by pointing to the side and pretending to see something. The teacher looked out the window, but seeing nothing, he only asked what was special there. This time was enough for Daniel to spend 650,000 points and improve his martial arts. Thanks to this, he mastered the Heavenly King's step and also obtained a new technique, the Infinite Spear. To avoid being deafened by the shouts of his angry mentor, Daniel covered his ears in advance, but to his surprise, no shouts followed. He carefully opened his ears and was surprised that the mentor was not going to scold him at all. On the contrary, he slowly opened his fan and said with a grin that any self-respecting master is always able to figure out his students. Daniel felt uneasy about his smugness and decided to test the system. Due to his understanding of the Heavenly King's step, he could no longer use the technique directly. The teacher laughed and explained that the student had simply wasted a huge amount of martial arts points. The story moves to the next morning. Daniel, upon waking up, immediately opened the statistics again. Following his mentor's advice, he received the effect of nature's friend, which increases speed, as well as Mother Nature's blessing. In addition, he received a new technique and an increase of 15 points to athleticism, agility, and endurance. However, a feeling arose in his soul that he had missed something. Trying to remember what they were talking about, Daniel suddenly heard a quiet grumbling nearby. He shuddered, realizing that he had forgotten to bring food to Sinyavka, and now she was starving. The young man apologized guiltily to the fox and promised that he would bring her food right away. Since the fox was small, Daniel decided that she needed milk. But when he opened the refrigerator, he discovered that there was no milk. The blue one followed its owner and began to rub against his leg. Daniel realized that she did not want to let him go alone. Putting on a sweater, he carefully hid Sinyavka under it and went in search of food. Suddenly, Daniel heard a knock at the door. The main character didn't expect anyone at all this morning, so he hid Sinyavka and asked who had come. A female voice was heard behind the door. The stranger introduced herself as the chairman's secretary and asked if Daniel lived there. He opened the door, confirmed that it was indeed his room, and asked what was the matter. Secretary Naomi informed him that the chairman was calling him into his office. Daniel was stunned. A call from the chairman could only mean one thing. He asked the old man for advice, and he agreed that the matter was most likely related to the dungeon they had recently cleared. The hero then replied that he had no good reason to come to the chairman right now. However, Naomi's secretary held her back and gently asked her to come with her, assuring her that it would only take a little time. Daniel finally agreed. But he set a condition. Let the secretary buy him some milk on the way. The atmosphere in Chairman Hank's office was tense. No matter how hard he looked at Daniel, there was still an ordinary guy standing in front of him. But he didn't understand how this young man was able to clear out the Blue Fox's den on his own. After all, no matter how you look at it, he was not stronger than a D rank. It seemed simply impossible to him. The old man quietly explained to the student that the man opposite him was now trying to discern his true abilities. The whole point was that his source ring hid the potential from prying eyes. Then the hero directly asked the chairman why he had called him. Hank replied that he suspected Daniel was having trouble with Chris. After that, he asked how Daniel's father, the famous Emperor's Fist, was feeling. But the hero calmly explained that he was an outcast in his family and had no idea about his father's affairs. Hank coughed, apologized, and admitted that he was wrong to ask such a question. But Daniel's behavior convinced him that everything was okay. As soon as the door closed behind him, Secretary Naomi asked the chairman what he thought of the young man. Hank, after a pause, admitted that he didn't know. He explained that he had never before encountered a situation where he could not see a person's true abilities. All this seriously embarrassed him. However, he noted that it was necessary to call one person as soon as possible. Returning to the room, Daniel greeted Sinyavka with a smile, saying that her brother had returned. Meanwhile, the little fox was happily finishing off the rest of the milk from her bowl. Daniel wondered if she was really that hungry and poured more, and Sinyavka barked happily in response. The system then informed the young man that her affection had increased by 5 points and that she was full. According to the system, Sinyavka's growth progress has reached 1%, and her affection has already risen to 25. Daniel thoughtfully inclined the fox towards the bowl, musing that such low stats were due to her recent birth. He also began to think about where he could place Sinyavka when she grew up. The master reminded him that this was not the only problem, and Daniel was forced to agree. Chairman Hank has begun to suspect him, which means he will now have to be much more careful and monitor Bison's actions. Bison was an information gatherer from the G family. Thanks to him, the clan controlled many dungeons and artifacts. Daniel admitted that he was worried about the prospect of being watched around the clock, and that he had to do something about it. The first thing he decided to do was to exercise his right to own the Blue Fox Den. The teacher was slightly surprised that the student was thinking about this, but soon added that he himself had thought about such a solution. Having collected his thoughts, Daniel went behind the school, to where he usually trained. There he used the system to establish contact with the lair. After passing through the portal, he found himself again in a desert oasis. The hero was convinced that he had indeed joined the Blue Fox's lair. This meant that he would now have his own place to leave his pet when it grew up. With Daniel now secured a hiding place out of Bison's sight, his next step was to set up his destination. Using one of his 2 remaining attempts, he created a new portal that could be closed at any time. The portal was now ready for use. Jumping into it, he instantly returned to his room. Thanks to this mastery of dungeon management, one problem was solved. However, a new goal awaited Daniel, strengthening his own strength. Several days have passed since then. He spent all this time in the dungeon, but was unable to increase his skill level. And the system did not give him any new tasks either. The young man understood that after clearing the Blue Fox's lair, he would have to look for a new, more difficult dungeon. And he already had one such place in mind, the Chlorine Dungeon. It was located in the green zone where the Firestone artifact was kept. From his past life, Daniel remembered that this dungeon was first discovered by a monster tamer who accidentally stumbled upon a stone. He simply fed the artifact to his pet. The monster transformed from a weak white rank creature into a powerful blue rank monster in an instant. Now Daniel dreamed of getting this stone and feeding it to Sinyavka, but suddenly he was distracted by his classmates. They were excitedly discussing something, looking into the corridor. Everyone was amazed when the ice flower, Holly, appeared at school. However, the guys didn't understand what she was doing there. To the students' surprise, the girl walked straight into the classroom where Daniel was sitting. Approaching him, she asked if his name was really Daniel. He confirmed it, a little embarrassed, and Holly smiled and said that he knew her, since she had recently entered 6th grade. Daniel was confused and wondered what it all meant. Holly, the eldest daughter of the G clan, was the heir to the Ju family. She was a B rank awakened and was given the nickname Ice Flower. By all rights, she should have been transferred to the first elite class, but she ended up in the 6th class, where only E and D ranks studied. This meant that the future took a different path, but at first glance nothing terrible happened. She then extended her hand to Daniel, inviting them to become friends. However, he pulled away and coldly remarked that he did not want to make friends and that she should not come near him. Seeing the girl's reaction, he felt awkward. Holly barely restrained herself from hitting him for such a rude refusal. Daniel, covering his face with his hands, admitted to himself that he simply could not afford to be friends with her. Daniel explained that his half-brother, known as Dragon Fist, had his eye on Holly. He said that if his brother saw this, he would become furious and try to kill him. He didn't understand why Holly spoke to him. The teacher suggested that he had some guesses and asked what the situation of the families was at the moment. The hero explained that there was a federation of 15 great families, a martial arts federation, and the demonic Death Lotus. The teacher guessed that it was the G clan, which inherited the martial arts of the Zhuge family, that had the most influence. The teacher added that he does not think that the G family is based on its own strength alone, but that these tricksters absorb the talents of the modern era. Unlike other families, the Zhuge family is weak in martial arts, but makes up for it by inviting the most gifted ones to join them. So they even attracted Ice Flower to them, and probably sent her to test Daniel. He frowned and wondered if this scary girl was trying to take possession of him. The teacher explained that at the moment he was weaker than Ice Flower, which meant he had to figure out how to deceive her. But Daniel didn't want to listen to such talk any longer. He firmly said that he didn't intend to communicate with Holly. A few classes later, a crowd of students gathered in the school gym. Then the teacher announced that he hoped the students were ready for the exams. He noticed a new student and suggested holding a mock battle, for which volunteers were needed. When asked who wanted to go out first, someone immediately raised their hand. As it turned out, it was Holly. The teacher approved of her aspirations and suggested that she choose an opponent. Without thinking, she pointed at Daniel. He was clearly unhappy with this choice. Soon they drew their swords and took up fighting stances. Then Holly asked if he was ready for the fight. Daniel admitted that he was not ready at all and wanted to understand why she chose him. But there was no time for talking. The teacher gave the command to begin the fight. The next moment, the girl began to attack. Before the hero could blink, she had disappeared from the scene. In just a moment, she was in front of him and struck him with a lightning-fast blow with her blade. He miraculously managed to evade such an unexpected attack. But Holly immediately intercepted the sword with her other hand and attacked again. This time, Daniel managed to block. Their weapons clashed with each other, neither wanting to give in to their opponent. Due to the surge of energy, their blades separated without colliding. Daniel realized that he was fighting a B-rank awakened, whose strength was far greater than expected. Her attacks were aimed at gradually wearing him down. However, he still withstood her onslaught, and with each blow, Holly's movements became more and more clear to him. The hero literally foresaw all of her fencing skills, as if in slow motion. After just a few exchanges of blows, he began to notice the weaknesses of her iron blood style. Holly was outraged that he had adapted to her technique so quickly. After just a few exchanges, he was already anticipating her movements and getting ahead of her attacks. She understood that if she continued to drag out time, she would lose. Then the girl decided to use a special technique. As their blades crossed again, Daniel asked her if she was going to strike down. Holly was shocked that he had figured out her intentions, and it was at that moment that Daniel delivered the decisive blow. His blade only lightly touched her hair. The next moment, several locks of hair fell to the ground. After this, the girl silently put the sword back into its sheath. She had no other way out of this situation, so she admitted defeat. Since then, she has often been in the clouds, but her condition did not escape the attention of the protagonist. He noticed that she was in a state of confusion after the fight, and wondered if it had really been such a shock to her. At this point, the teacher asked Daniel why he cut off her locks, and what would happen if the girl took it as an insult. Daniel justified himself by saying that it all happened by accident. The teacher reminded them that in the future, it would be the G family and the Iron Blood Sword clan that would become their main opponents. One day they will unite and act against them, so Daniel should consider the possibility of becoming friends with them. After classes, Daniel headed to the dorm to see Sinyavka. However, on the way, he suddenly heard Holly calling out to him. She came up to him and asked if he was free. Daniel replied that he had nothing to do. Then the girl invited him to dinner, and he, a little embarrassed, agreed. He couldn't understand what was happening. It seemed to him that she was planning to kill him. For dinner, they went to a pizzeria. Holly took a piece and bit into it with gusto, saying how delicious it was. Daniel looked at her and thought she had a wonderful appetite. He even doubted whether this pizza was really that good and was afraid to try it. Noticing that he had not touched his food, Holly asked why he wasn't eating. Daniel tried to think of an answer, but in the end decided to say directly that he himself did not know why they were here. Then Holly took a slice of pizza and remarked that he was just being overly clever. Daniel was surprised and asked himself what she meant. In response, Holly explained that the girl bought him the best pizza, and he was acting like a stubborn donkey. After finishing her meal, Holly wiped her mouth and declared that it was now time to get down to business. She asked how Daniel managed to defeat her. In response, he said that he noticed her weak points, which greatly surprised the girl. Daniel explained that she had a good sword, but it was uncomfortable and still unfamiliar to her. Therefore, he was able to notice several weak points in the attack and take advantage of them. Holly, amazed by what she heard, asked if he had managed to understand all this in such a short time while their fight lasted. Daniel replied that he himself didn't really know, and that it all happened by itself. He added that he answered her questions and expressed hope that she was not offended by her hair. However, to his surprise, Holly asked why she should be offended. Moreover, she admitted that she even enjoyed updating her hairstyle. After all, she really did like short hair. That same evening, the sound of a broken lamp and a furious scream was heard at Lee's residence. Chris, lying in a pool of blood with a shard of glass in his hand, screamed that he would rip Daniel's legs off. The servant, frightened for the young master, begged him to calm down and take care of the cut. But Chris's eyes filled with tears, and he asked what he meant. After that, he slashed the servant across the face with a shard of glass, and asked him with hatred whether he thought he was a pathetic weakling. After all, it's just a ridiculous cut from glass. and he dares to persuade him to keep calm. Chris was furious because his chi reservoir had been destroyed by some freak's hands. He picked up the shard, intending to kill the servant, but his hand was stopped in time. As it turned out, it was his father. The man quietly asked his son to calm down. Chris threw himself into his arms and burst into tears. Then his father told him not to be afraid, and squeezing his hand lightly, promised that he would heal his chi reservoir. The man replied that he would get him an artifact called the Firestone, which had incredible firepower. If Chris absorbs it, he will recover in no time. The overjoyed young man hugged his father again and began thanking him. But suddenly the father's face was distorted with rage. He swore that he would make Daniel regret what he did to his son. Some time later, the hero was walking around the school. At some point, he decided to go to the toilet. Then one of the spies, Bison, immediately reported this and was ordered to continue observing. The minutes dragged on, and now 40 had passed, and the target was still in the toilet. The man on the other end of the earpiece wondered if Daniel had escaped. Without waiting for orders from above, Bison hastened to check, as it seemed too suspicious. However, he was immediately warned that when under surveillance, the Bisons were forbidden to reveal their presence, but he was already reaching for the door handle. And at that very moment, the door of the booth suddenly swung open. Daniel accidentally hit him with it. Bison fell to his knees in pain and covered his face with his hands. But since the man was not seriously injured, Daniel apologized and hurried to class. As soon as he left, Bison was asked if he was too worried, and he could only apologize for almost giving himself away. However, Daniel already realized that he was being followed. He told his teacher that he had almost been caught, and noted that he had stayed much longer this time. The teacher said he had enough time, and Daniel agreed. These people from the Bison clan don't even suspect anything. In fact, his absence was explained by the fact that he was passing through the portal to sell the accumulated magic stones. He thanked himself for his foresight, and for placing the portals in the right places in advance. Then the teacher asked if the deal was clean, and this put the hero in a dead end. He recalled that he signed all the documents with his real name. The contract stated that he was giving the Federation of Great Families access to his data. The hero's signature was on the document, and the bank itself belonged to the Shock Phalanxes. The main character was quite happy with this. For him, it was even a convenient way to further confuse them. Moreover, the B-class magic stone he sold was unusual. Such stones could only be obtained in the dungeons of the Blue Zone. Knowing this, he couldn't help but laugh, imagining how everyone would be racking their brains over the question of how this upstart was able to get his hands on such an artifact. A little later, in the school cafeteria, several students approached Daniel. One of them asked if he could sit next to him, but suddenly a tray crashed down on the table next to him, and the students heard a rude order to get away. With a grim look, Holly announced that the position was taken. Frightened, the students apologized and left in a hurry. After this, the girl sat down next to him as if nothing had happened, and took out the chopsticks. Daniel asked why she had scared the students, to which Holly replied that she didn't like having too many people around. Daniel said that maybe he too was uncomfortable being around others, and maybe he wasn't happy sitting next to her at all, but Holly didn't care what he thought. The protagonist was puzzled by her impenetrability. To prevent something like this from happening again, he decided to simply ignore her and not talk about it. However, as soon as Daniel began to eat, Holly drew his attention to herself. She asked what techniques he was studying besides the 3 fundamental ones. Daniel was surprised and asked why she needed to know that. In response, she noted that no one with only 3 basic techniques could demonstrate such power. Daniel asked Holly if she really thought so. However, he did not want to continue the conversation, so he said that he had had enough and that he still had things to do. After this, the hero stood up and headed towards the exit of the dining room. Holly watched him leave in silence. A short time later, the class teacher, Carter, announced to the students that they would have a practical lesson the following week. One of the students raised his hand and asked where exactly it would take place. To this, Carter explained that they had 3 options to choose from. The first option being the secret treasury. The second option is the Beach of Despair. And the last option is the Infernal Cave. The students began to whisper excitedly, discussing where they would like to go, since all 3 dungeons seemed tempting to them. Daniel already knew in advance where he wanted to go, and chose Hell's Cave. However, it happened too quickly, as if it was too timely, and Daniel couldn't help but wonder if it was a coincidence. Meanwhile, Holly continued to stare at him. He simply couldn't help but notice her close attention. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he asked what she wanted from him. But instead of answering, the girl threw him a piece of paper in which she asked him not to pay attention to her, assuring him that she was simply observing. Daniel squeezed the paper in irritation. He was already pretty fed up with this girl and her 4-dimensional personality. Returning home, he threw himself on the bed. He had no more strength left, and all these strange people around him were tiring him out. One always bows to him, showering him with compliments, and the other watched him. Then he heard the voice of the mentor, who said that this is the burden of the strong, but Daniel objected. Why should the strong endure all this? In response, the teacher flared up, unleashing anger and reproaches on the student for being insolent. But suddenly Daniel noticed that something was missing. He told the mentor that Sinyavka was not around, because she always greeted him when he returned. The mentor admitted that it was strange, but suggested that the animal was simply dozing in the corner. Then Daniel became worried and started looking for the pet around the house. He looked in every corner until he finally looked under the bed. What he saw there horrified him. The blue one curled up into a ball, trembled and whined pitifully. The next day, Daniel sat on a bench outside the school, holding his school bag on his lap. He opened it and quietly apologized to the pet for not letting him out earlier. Now it was possible to go out and look around. The blue one crawled out with a joyful yapping sound. Last night, Daniel had already taken it out and placed it next to him on the bed. After that, the hero checked the interface. Everything looked as usual, only Sinyavka's magical energy was almost at 0. Because of this, the little animal got sick. Daniel reassured him, promised to fix everything, and extended his hand to transfer his power. But before he could do so, the mentor intervened and asked what exactly he was going to do. Hearing that Daniel wanted to share his energy, the mentor firmly forbade him. He said that if Sinyavka suddenly rejected someone else's power, things would only get worse. Alarmed, Daniel asked what to do then. The mentor explained that Sinyavka was not such a weak creature and could easily wait for practice. You just need to take him with you. While petting his pet, Daniel asked him to be patient. Luckily, the teacher was able to feed the animal a little magic, so now the fox feels better. Daniel encouraged the pet and said that they would definitely be healed at the gate. But suddenly he heard a strange voice. Reacting instantly, he hid Sinyavka back in his briefcase. Suddenly, Holly appeared in front of him. She frightened him with her sudden appearance. Daniel asked if she wasn't going to get on the bus. She replied that she would only get on when she saw him get on. Realizing that there was no way out, Daniel reluctantly agreed. As he was getting on the bus, someone noticed him again. As it turned out, it was one of the students whom the hero had already met earlier. The young man introduced himself as Jose and asked the sunbai to teach him the practice. Daniel was surprised. The name seemed familiar to him, as if he had heard it before. He asked him not to greet him like that again. However, Jose bowed low and promised to atone for his guilt. As Daniel expected, he boarded the bus and found Holly next to him. When all the students had taken their seats, class teacher Carter entered, counted those present, and reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts. At the same time, he watched Daniel with secret satisfaction. He was glad that he had chosen Hell's Cave. This time, Daniel would not be able to escape his fate. When the guys arrived at the place, they were met by 3 people. At the head of the group was the third-year leader, Carl, a representative of the Shock Phalanx and the current guide of the group. Daniel was amazed that they were accompanied by a strike force. After all, this was an elite military corps whose members possessed C-rank strength. For ordinary students, such a mentor was too luxurious an accompaniment. After thinking about it, Daniel realized that they most likely wanted to kill him, or they had already learned about the Firestone and knew where to look for it, although it could not be ruled out that both options were correct at once. Noticing a hero among the students, the members of the strike force quietly agreed to begin the operation. But he himself only grinned. These people didn't even try to hide their intentions. This family had everything under control. Daniel decided that he wouldn't mind his enemies thinking that he had actually been trapped. At this moment, Holly suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Sensing that something bad was happening, she instinctively prepared to draw her sword. She turned sharply to where the main character had just been standing. The girl couldn't shake off the disturbing thought that it had happened a moment ago. Holly didn't understand why the hero suddenly began to emanate such a furious, almost predatory thirst for blood. Meanwhile, the strike team confidently advanced through the dungeon along with the students. But suddenly Carl stopped moving. He explained that further on, an unexplored part of the dungeon began. The teacher admitted that he understands the curiosity of his students perfectly well, but he can only lead them through safe zones. On the contrary, hearing about the unknown area, the students only became more interested. Carter noted that it wasn't every day that one got the chance to visit a place like this, and asked Carl if they would be allowed to look around. The commander thought about it. After all, his entire group was nearby, and they could keep an eye on the curious students. However, Holly immediately intervened, reminding them that the students were only supposed to be shown safe areas, since this was practice. Her words could completely destroy Carl and Carter's plan. Unexpectedly, Daniel himself came out in favor of the idea. He asked Holly what was wrong with her, and suggested that they look a little further, because it would probably be fun. Hearing this, Holly indignantly asked if he had gone crazy, but Daniel just smiled and noted that everyone sometimes wants to explore a little of the unknown. Besides, he reminded them, their mentor and a whole strike team were nearby, so there was nothing to fear. Carl accepted this as the majority opinion and suggested moving on. Soon they encountered several goblins. Merging with the shadows, Carl silently appeared behind one of them and instantly took his life, plunging his blade straight into his throat. The second goblin, noticing the death of his comrade, rushed away, but he too was unable to escape. Carl threw his blade and stopped the fugitive. He then picked up the weapon, carefully cleaned it of blood, and calmly asked if they could continue on their way. The students were dissatisfied. It seemed to them that everything ended too quickly, and they had not seen anything truly interesting. Then Carl just shrugged his shoulders and explained that everything in these places was the same, and there really was nothing to see. But suddenly the dungeon was shaken by a tremor. The ground began to shake, almost knocking everyone off their feet. While the students were trying to figure out what had happened, Carl loudly ordered them to run to the portal immediately. He explained that this was not an earthquake at all, but a much more terrible phenomenon, a wave. Hearing this word, the students realized that things were taking a dangerous turn and rushed to the exit. Jose and Holly took off with the others, but soon the girl sensed something was wrong and turned around. To her surprise, she noticed that Daniel had completely ignored the orders of his mentors and remained behind. Holly rushed towards him, exclaiming why he was standing there, but she was immediately intercepted by the teacher. Carter said sharply that it was too dangerous to go back. It was at this moment that Jose ran up to the hero and shouted for him to leave immediately, because it was mortally dangerous here. He almost managed to run to Daniel, who was a few meters away from him. But before he could finish speaking, the door suddenly slammed shut right in front of Daniel. Jose fell to his knees by the stone slab, just a step away from his comrade, but too late. In desperation, he began to pound his fists on the stone and loudly call out to his sonbai, asking if he was alive. Then Daniel replied that he was fine and told them to stop yelling. Jose agreed, and told the teacher that their sonbai was trapped. But before the mentor could say anything, Carl intervened and suggested that everyone go outside immediately. Realizing that there was really nothing that could be done for now, Jose agreed to the evacuation. However, at that moment, Holly broke free from the teacher's grip. She shouted loudly to Daniel to wait for them where they were and not even think about leaving. He replied that he understood this perfectly well and asked them to leave quickly. Hearing the steps receding, he quietly told Sinyavka that she could now go out. The blue fox climbed out of the suitcase with a satisfied movement. It turned out that she had already managed to recharge herself with energy. Then Daniel placed the animal on his shoulder and headed deeper into the cave. After some time, one of the goblins noticed the shadow of a man on the wall. He proposed a plan to his comrade. One would attack from behind and stun him, and then they would eat the prey together. As the man approached, the goblin jumped on him, but the plan failed. The thing is, Daniel had a passive intimidation skill. Because of him, he and Sinyavka looked like demons to the monsters. So now the monsters could only tremble in fear. The goblins ran away in terror, and Daniel walked past indifferently. As she moved through the dungeon, Sinyavka absorbed low-level dark energy. Thanks to this, she gained the passive skill Evil Energy, and, after fulfilling the interrelated conditions, she also gained the absorption ability. Moreover, thanks to the C-Rank energy, the fox learned to absorb the scattered evil power and transform it into high-quality one. But the hero was much more interested in the Ss-Rank ability, Absorption. He asked the teacher if this was a form of vampire martial arts. The mentor confirmed that there really was a resemblance, and added that the pet was beginning to resemble its owner. And then he, smiling, asked if it was a heavenly beast, to which Daniel reminded that it was the teacher himself who made the choice. While talking with the mentor, he had already reached the end of the cave, where his goal was located. Then Daniel picked up the firestone. The system immediately asked him if he wanted to use it now. Without further ado, the hero agreed, and used it. After this, the teacher noticed that a certain presence could be felt in front of him. Daniel replied that nothing could be hidden from him. Then he felt for the right place on the wall, and applied the firestone to it. The system informed him that he had found a secret place in the infernal cave. For this, he was rewarded with 250,000 martial arts tree points. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the infernal dungeon, Holly asked Carl why she couldn't go with them. However, Carl reminded her that she was the precious heir of the Shock Phalanx family, and if something suddenly happens to her, it will lead to a real clan war. Holly wanted to object, but the class teacher ordered her to calm down. Carter added that if even the slightest misfortune happened to her, the chairman would simply kill them. However, Holly wasn't going to give up so easily. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong here. Besides, it seemed to her that these people did not get along with Daniel at all. She began to suspect that there was a conspiracy against Daniel. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in front of everyone. To everyone's surprise, the dungeon level changed. The danger level rose from green to blue. The Mouse King was furious because someone had broken into their leader's lair. Meanwhile, in the depths of the infernal dungeon, an army of mice began to shoot arrows at the hero. However, the hero stood motionless. With one movement of his hand, Daniel deflected all the arrows. Immediately nearby, a mouse rider with a flaming spear appeared. But before they could continue their attack, Daniel took their heads in the blink of an eye. Immediately after this, the system inundated the hero with reports of the murders of mouse warriors, but the task still remained uncompleted. Daniel tried to complete the task, but it remained unfinished. But there was a positive side. It seemed that there was no end in sight to the hordes of mice, no matter how many he destroyed. Soon a humanoid mouse appeared, slightly larger than the others. Daniel assumed it was the commander. The commander stated that there was only one man in front of them, and if they fell on him with all their mass, they would be able to tear him to pieces. The army rushed at the hero, but he easily crushed their ranks one after another. As Daniel approached, the commander realized that things were bad for him. He ordered to kill the man at any cost, but soon it was his turn. The hero instantly appeared next to him, right behind the mouse commander. Then he knocked his head off with one kick, sending it flying. The head only stopped when it was crushed by a huge paw. Daniel was faced with an unexpected enemy, a monstrous boss mouse. He angrily asked his subordinates if they really wanted to say that his domain had been desecrated by just one person. At this time, at the entrance to the dungeon, the students came out. Carl told his subordinates that he now had a legal basis not to interfere, since the dungeon level had increased. Apparently this was due to the discovery of the Firestone. This means that they will return later only to take Daniel's body from the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the infernal dungeon, the mouse boss menacingly asked how a human dared to invade his territory. Daniel clarified whether he understood correctly that this particular monster was the master of the dungeon, Inferno. And if so, then Inferno looks ridiculously absurd. A huge human body with a rat's skull. Hearing these words, the boss became furious and shouted that he would rip out the man's tongue and then swallow it. Then Daniel prepared for battle. But suddenly Sinyavka appeared in front of him, completely confusing him. The hero tried to stop the animal because it was too dangerous. However, the fox cub rushed to meet the blow of Inferno's axe. Suddenly his eyes began to glow with a bright blue light. Then the fox cub suddenly used his absorption skill. Daniel was shocked by what he saw. Boss Inferno was scared of the puppy and didn't want to die like that. But Sinyavka quickly grabbed hold of him and defeated the monster in a matter of seconds. The hero, laughing slightly, admitted to himself that he was ready for a long fight with the boss. But the little animal resolved everything instantly. Having recovered from the shock, Daniel scolded Sinyavka for jumping out and scaring him so much. He stressed that one cannot rush into such dangerous fights without permission. Having placed the fox on his shoulder, the hero admitted that he had no idea about Sinyavka's ability to use absorption on other monsters. And at that very moment, the system showered him with rewards again. And it turned out that he had single-handedly defeated a high-level boss. While the hero was checking the rewards, Inferno's body began to disappear. In its place, there was something familiar left. It turned out to be the Transcendent Emperor's spiritual cultivation technique. It was the basis of the Emperor's technique of spiritual development. Its current greatest master was the head of the divine Fist family, Fist Emperor, the hero's father. The word transcendent in the title meant that this technique was the highest form of spiritual development. But Daniel didn't understand how a book of such a forbidden level could end up in this cave. When the teacher noticed Daniel hiding the book with techniques, he asked him if he wanted to study it right now. Daniel explained that he doesn't know for sure. But it's probably because the equipment belongs to his family, who despise him. He doesn't want to master it, and it would be much more profitable to blackmail the family with the help of this book. The dungeon was completely cleared, and the system offered Daniel to become its master. The hero decided to hand over control of the dungeon to Sinyavka's power, and with this, they completed their work in the dungeon. Then Daniel asked Sinyavka to bring the magic stone lying nearby. The fox cub obediently jumped off his master's shoulder, picked up the firestone, and was about to return to Daniel. However, Sinyavka suddenly stopped. Daniel tried to convince the animal, but he used the absorption technique on the stone. Meanwhile, Carl clarified whether Daniel had really understood the path correctly. His subordinate confirmed this, noting that the location matched what was marked on the map. This meant that Daniel had indeed taken possession of their firestone. However, Carl could not understand how this loser managed to find a way out. At this point, the system again reported a change in the dungeon level. Now the security level was green again. The members of the strike force were puzzled, trying to understand why this had happened. Soon Daniel himself emerged from the dungeon. At that moment, Carl and the others froze in horror. Then the hero asked what they were doing here and why they interfered. Carl reminded that Daniel couldn't survive without defeating the dungeon boss. So that meant he had gotten his hands on the firestone. Daniel wondered what benefit there was to them if he actually had the stone. Carl tried to contain his anger, and did not believe that someone like a hero could find such a stone. The operation was disrupted and action was needed as Martin insisted on delivering the stone. But if Daniel actually ate it, it would take time to digest. And if the stone cannot be delivered, they can still use the hero's blood to deliver it to the Emperor of the Fist. Suddenly the ground shook again, surprising the squad members. As soon as the hero released the energy, the strike team almost fell. Even after this, Carl was reluctant to admit that Daniel could become so strong after absorbing the stone. In any case, he ordered his subordinates to retreat. Suddenly Daniel laughed loudly, confusing the strike team. He then wiped away the tears of laughter and told himself that they probably thought he had revealed his full power to them. Immediately after this, the system notified everyone that the owner of the infernal dungeon had closed the exit. Then Daniel approached them and explained that now they would not be able to leave the dungeon alive. Meanwhile, outside, the students watched as the entrance to the dungeon suddenly closed. Jose, unable to find room for worry, paced back and forth behind Holly. But she quickly asked him to stop fidgeting like that because it was annoying. Realizing that it was bothering her, Jose apologized. Holly continued to watch the portal and did not regret anything. Her goal was to evaluate the hero's abilities. She followed him everywhere, although she could never understand his true power. Daniel has already defeated the tyrant Chris, the white ice demon, in the competition. So Holly came to the conclusion that he was carefully hiding his true capabilities. She was sure that Daniel would survive, and this only strengthened her conviction. Suddenly, the chains holding the entrance to the dungeon began to shake. The next moment they exploded. The students were amazed to see that the entrance had finally opened. Daniel came out of there, but Holly was surprised to notice that he was bleeding. After taking a few steps, he collapsed, but Holly came up to him in time. She picked him up and asked the hero to look at her and asked what was wrong with him. When the hero raised his head, Holly was convinced that it was indeed him, but remained perplexed as to how it all happened. 3 hours passed and people began to lose patience. The host complained that everything was taking too long, and suggested that the reason might be related to the Divine Fist family's strike force. The presenter added that the dungeon's vibrations usually last no more than 15 minutes, although the strike team usually copes faster. Hearing this, the operator was amazed and admitted that it was really impressive. Suddenly the man noticed that something strange was happening. The dungeon gates suddenly began to twitch strangely. The men realized quite quickly that they were starting to close off. The story moves back a few hours. During the hero's encounter with the strike team, one of its members noted that Daniel had never been this strong and was about to leave. Before he could finish speaking, his head was instantly severed from his body. Carl, seeing that the fighters were standing in a daze, asked why they were shaking and afraid of some student. He ordered Daniel to be killed immediately, after which all members of the strike force rushed at him simultaneously. However, Daniel kicked the ground, causing an explosion of energy that struck all the enemies. Seeing this, even Carl began to tremble, as he had never met such a maniac as Daniel before. Trying to keep the tremor out of his voice, he asked if Daniel thought he could get away with it. Daniel merely reminded Carl that he was also a member of this family, and hinted that perhaps he had forgotten about it. Carl was indignant, saying how dare this man with such dirty blood say such things. However, before he could add anything, Daniel grabbed his face. He recalled that without evidence, no one would be able to confirm the murder. Under Carl's watchful gaze, Daniel waved his sleeve and a small dagger flew out. Picking him up, he warned him that Carl should not hold a grudge against him, since it was he who started it first. After a short fight, Daniel easily destroyed the members of the strike team, and then felt someone's presence. Turning around, he saw who was standing behind the stone. A mouse awkwardly peered out from behind a rock and asked why Daniel had called her. Daniel explained that there were bodies lying around everywhere, and it was his job to clean up the mess. The mouse immediately accepted the order and called on its relatives to carry out the will of the master. As it turned out, the mouse understood human speech perfectly well and was intelligent, making it an ideal candidate for manipulation. He turned to the mouse, walked up to her, and lightly threatened her with a dagger, declaring that she was now responsible for this area. Daniel then handed her the dagger. Then the mouse asked what it was and why she needed it. Realizing how successful his future plan would be, Daniel couldn't help but grin. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, Holly asked what happened in the dungeon and if Daniel was okay. Jose also wanted to understand what happened to his sunbai. Trying to squeeze out the pain, Daniel explained that in the hidden dungeon, their commanders saw how much pain he was in. The old man, covering himself with a fan, said that the hero's performance was so bad that his eyes almost went bad from shame. Now the main character was angry at the mouse, to whom he entrusted the dagger, because he asked her not to strike hard. The pain from the mouse's mistake was severe, but thanks to this wound he was able to dispel some suspicions. Meanwhile, the TV presenter began broadcasting, announcing that they were in front of the gates of the infernal cave. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in the frame and ordered the reporter to move out of the way. The reporter was amazed. After all, Liam suddenly appeared in front of him. This young man was the successor of the Divine Fist Emperor. Passing by the students, Liam approached the half-exhausted hero. He asked him about the current state of affairs. Daniel explained that they had encountered several blue-rank bosses, and that after Director Carl returned, he was the only one who survived. Liam wondered if it mattered to the hero that the strike team was destroyed to save him. But Daniel replied that he didn't care whether they believed it or not. Liam became outraged and tried to attack Daniel. However, Jose covered for the hero. At this moment, the hero was already preparing for the blow, but nothing happened. Holly instantly pulled out her sword, and Liam's subordinate grabbed his arm. Holly asked if it was acceptable for members of the 15th Clan Alliance to hit patients. Liam was confused as to why the girl was defending this brat, but his subordinate said there were too many eyes around. But Liam ordered him to be quiet, then pulled his hand out of the grip and, suppressing his anger, looked at the hero. When everyone had calmed down, the subordinate announced that the dungeon would now be under their control. He then asked Carter to inform the chairman that they would handle it themselves. At this time, Jose helped Daniel up and led him to the ambulance. Before they reached the car, however, Holly turned to Daniel. He asked what she wanted, and Holly remembered the conversation about what happened in the dungeon, after which she asked if it was true. Daniel was surprised by this question, and wondered if it was too rude to ask such a question to a man who had almost died. Suddenly, Holly hit the hero and threatened that he would regret it if it turned out that he had lied. A little later, Hank was sitting in school. Hearing a knock, the chairman asked the guest to come in. At that moment, Holly entered the office. The chairman immediately asked about the hero's well-being. To this, Holly replied that she had been watching all the time, but could not give a precise answer. Understanding her, Hank noted that Daniel was truly outstanding, because he managed to hide his abilities even from Holly. After that, Hank said that they recently received a call from the bank. Daniel sold them a high-grade magic stone. According to eyewitnesses, Daniel did not leave the school for a second during this time. Holly confirmed that, As she thought, the protagonist was hiding his abilities. Now they had to find out how great his skills were, and how he suddenly gained such enormous power. Holly added that Daniel is hostile to divine authority, which gives them a chance. So she asked her uncle to trust her with this. She would try to convince the hero. After some time, Daniel decided to start with something simple, and ordered Sinyavka to sit down, after which he immediately obeyed and sat down. Then Daniel extended his hand and demanded that the fox give him his paw, and Sinyavka obediently gave him his paw. Daniel praised him for his obedience and then rewarded him with magic stones. At that moment, a message appeared on the screen stating that Sinyavka had successfully absorbed the firestone, and its level had reached 35%. Daniel picked up the happy fox and asked him if he liked it. The protagonist was puzzled by the fact that, despite the increase in strength, Sinyavka's size remained the same. Although he had obtained an S-rank skill, the ability level was relatively low when it should have been at least B rank. Daniel wondered if they could tell for sure if Sinyavka had absorbed more artifacts like the firestone. The master replied that they probably could, and moreover, he reminded Daniel that he himself must also develop. Daniel agreed with the teacher and promised to take this into account. The teacher also reminded that the main character was already late. At first Daniel was surprised, but then he remembered that he had completely forgotten about the time. He explained to Sinyavka that he needed to go to school and promised to return soon. Soon, Daniel ran out of the bathroom, where Jose was already waiting for him. He bowed to his sunbai and congratulated him on his return. Suddenly, Jose straightened up, saying that he had been very worried. As he questioned Daniel about whether his wounds had healed, the hero mentally noted that this man was truly caring. He remembered that he had only seen Jose a few times, but it was only after the official meeting that he realized who he was. Daniel asked why Jose was so worried about him. He was embarrassed, but still answered. He had previously heard Daniel teach a lesson to the bullies who were bullying other students, and was very impressed by it. That's why he truly respected him. Daniel realized that the reason for the respect was because he punished the offenders, although in reality, it was because they were bothering him. Suddenly Daniel realized that he had met this man before, because in a past life, someone looked like him. One day, Parker asked the hero to allow him to introduce his right-hand man, Holson. Jose asked that his rank not be mentioned, but then Parker noticed Holly nearby. He left Holson and rushed towards her, loudly asking where she was going. Daniel was amazed that the man simply ran away, and Holson echoed his reaction. He soon exclaimed that this was really cool, because in order to do righteous deeds, one should not give in to circumstances. The man then admitted that his real name was not Holson. Seeing that his sunbai was deep in thought, Jose asked if something was wrong. Meanwhile, the protagonist compared Holson with his acquaintance and mentally noted that this was madness. It was really him in front of him. Daniel wanted to ask this crazy Parker, who even represents people under a false name. Despite the old man's stubborn nature, this man will receive an AA rating in the future. Suddenly, Daniel walked up to Jose, grabbed him by the shoulders and offered to be friends. Jose was surprised but agreed. Daniel then put his arm around Jose's shoulders, and they walked to class together. Suddenly, there was a noise behind him. Someone was shouting Daniel's name. Before Daniel realized what was happening, he found himself on the floor. He asked what it was, after which Parker apologized and extended his hand, wondering if Daniel was still such a weakling. Parker asked who was standing next to Daniel, to which Daniel replied that it was his dear Jose. Jose introduced himself to Parker and expressed his pleasure at meeting him. Suddenly, Parker noticed something and began to stare at Jose. The blonde turned to the boy and asked if he wanted to join, at which point Daniel grabbed Parker by the shoulder. He ordered that Jose not be taken from him. But the young man still asked if Jose wanted to join the Iron Blood clan. Unable to intervene in the dispute, Jose tearfully asked not to fight over him. To this, the master noted that Daniel always tries to behave like an adult, but he also knows how to laugh like his peers. A little later, in the school cafeteria, Daniel reminded them that there would be a committee meeting during lunch. He asked if Parker was going to go there. He pointed to a barely visible figure behind a mountain of buns and replied that he wanted to take him for a walk just like this girl. Meanwhile, Holly quietly ate her buns, not hiding her surveillance of Daniel at all. Parker was surprised that Holly was also following him, and happily patted the new agent on the hand. Daniel complained that Holly had been following him around all day, and Parker joked that she was clearly interested in him. Holly later confirmed that she was indeed interested in Daniel. Upon hearing this, Parker told Holly that her future was bright, and she shouldn't be allowed to associate with such a jerk. Since the topic had already been raised, Daniel suggested that there was no point in putting it off any longer, and that it was time to finally get things settled. After that, he asked Holly directly what she wanted from him. Then Holly wiped her mouth with a napkin and pointed at the hero. She stated that all she wanted was him. At this point, Liam slammed the table in anger and began to complain about how these two had put him in a terrible position. The thing is, Holly and Daniel missed the meeting. Then the woman, Harper, asked if she should call the children. Liam was indignant, but nevertheless, realizing that he had little choice, he had to agree to the proposed measures. Liam then yelled at Chandler, asking if he realized what he was allowing Holly to do, because Harper didn't know when to stop. But Chandler reminded them that Parker and Holly were the opponents, and so he asked Liam to let Harper prove herself. Liam was forced to agree, but warned them to be careful with Holly, and that he didn't need anyone's pity. Harper then asked the two to trust her completely in organizing what was happening. Meanwhile, in the school cafeteria, Holly once again declared that all she wanted was Daniel. If her family can accept him, she is ready to promise to fulfill any of his wishes. Naturally, Daniel did not want to get involved in factional squabbles, but he understood that he needed the help of his allies. It would have been even better if these allies had excellent intelligence. But now it was premature. After some thought, Daniel agreed with Holly. He stated that he understood all the conditions. He announced that he wanted Holly, which shocked both her and Parker. Holly asked him what he had just said, and Parker tried not to show emotion. Then Daniel laughed and explained that he was joking. At this point, Holly threatened to kill him. Daniel began to justify himself, claiming that it was just a joke and he was simply repeating her words. After some time, miraculously, he managed to survive and even hide from the girl by climbing onto the roof. Daniel was thinking about what to do now when suddenly Parker appeared out of nowhere and startled him. Parker explained that Holly was currently searching for the hero throughout the school, and then Daniel clenched his fist and said that it was time to return to class. Parker noticed that the protagonist was quite adept at dodging the sword, and he also beat Chris, which showed that his strength had grown. However, looking at him now, Parker admitted that Daniel didn't actually look particularly strong. Daniel explained that it was all about wearing artifacts, such as a ring, that could hide his energy from others. Parker's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he wondered who had given him such an incredible item. The old man then reminded Daniel that he was telling the child too much, but Daniel explained that he was trustworthy. Pointing to the ring, Parker asked the hero to let him try it at least once. At that moment, the door to the roof suddenly flew off its hinges. Holly came up to them and told them that she had finally found them, and now they had nowhere to run. Harper immediately followed her up onto the roof, saying that she was wondering where everyone was rushing to, and it turned out to be to the roof. Harper noticed that Holly even broke down the door, and reminded Holly that as a committee member, she had to set an example for others. Parker was surprised by Harper's appearance, and awkwardly noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hearing this name, Daniel remembered her. This is Plum Blossom Harper, the heiress of the Compson Group clan. Daniel asked her what was going on, and Harper asked if they realized the consequences of their actions. Liam was angry that they didn't come to the meeting and reminded them that it was a chance to set an example. Harper then asked the hero to step aside so that her people would not touch him. Otherwise, his sister would never leave them alone. Daniel asked what this had to do with him, and Parker wished his friend good luck. Within a minute, Harper's men were lined up on the roof, surrounding her and Holly. Holly then asked Daniel why he was hiding, and if they should fight together. Daniel explained that Harper wanted to fight her first, so he backed down, which angered Holly. Harper then praised the hero for his attentiveness. At the same time, she asked Daniel to wait his turn. Harper explained that as the eldest, she should initiate the fight and attack Holly, but she successfully fought back. Harper called the move stupid and then delivered a straight blow with her sword. However, Holly was preparing for a counterattack. A moment later, the sword slipped from the hands of one of the opponents, and the loser, Harper, fell to her knees. The teacher explained that Harper's technique is a martial art that blinds the opponent. However, Harper acted solely by force, which looked strange. Holly then reminded Harper that she had nothing to do with her and asked her to stop pestering her. But the girl only trembled with anger and said that Holly was still as impudent as ever. She turned to her subordinates, asking if they would simply watch what was happening. Harper explained that there was only one person standing against them, and ordered everyone to attack Holly at once, after which they rushed at her. However, Holly only sighed lazily. Then, with one movement of her sword, she dealt with all the weak opponents surrounding her. Harper's wounded subordinates could no longer fight and now writhed in pain. Watching this, Holly promised that if she was attacked again, the consequences would be much more serious. In a hopeless situation, Harper couldn't believe that Holly was really that strong. It was impossible for her. Holly was only slightly stronger than the lower teachers, and compared to Harper's technique, she felt like she had lost her abilities. Everyone around started whispering that Harper didn't train and usually just bullied the weak. Feeling humiliated by Holly, Harper decided to take action. She reached into her back pocket and threw the ball towards Holly to see how long she could taunt her. Holly managed to notice the object in time and cut it down in the blink of an eye. But at that very moment, dozens of needles flew out of the ball. There were too many of them, and Holly realized she couldn't dodge them all. Trying to soften the blow, Holly covered herself with her hands. A moment later, dozens of poisonous needles struck the target, but it was not Holly. Daniel noted that Holly was amazing. Even when the needles were so close to her face, she didn't blink. Yet he came to her aid again. Daniel thought that these balls were most likely poison bombs from the Million Poison clan, as they were laced with poison. The teacher reassured the hero, saying that the technique of spiritual harmony would deal with the poison itself. Daniel noticed that this woman had always been known for her cruelty, but even he had not expected that she could go this far. The hero immediately received a task: fight the storm. By defeating Harper, Daniel will be able to strengthen his relationship with Holly and improve his reputation. In the future, the Million Poison clan betrayed humanity, killing both awakened and ordinary people. Daniel removed all the needles with one movement of his hand. When he waved his hand, Holly came to her senses and asked if he was okay. After he waved his hand one last time, getting rid of the poison, Daniel reported that he seemed to be completely fine. Harper was shocked that her poison had no effect on this man, who she thought was weak. Then Daniel walked up to Harper and grabbed her by the collar, reminding her that he knew the conditions for using the Poison Clan technique very well. He clarified that the poison needle bomb should only be used against monsters or enemies such as demons. However, in the absence of a threat, only in the case of mortal danger, he emphasized that even warriors are obliged to adhere to principles. But Harper, not wanting to listen to the hero, ordered him to shut up. She hit him on the arm and demanded to know who he was to teach her. At this moment, the hero stepped back briefly. Then the girl, indignant and humiliated, grabbed the sword and pointed it at the hero. Holly and Parker were scared for the hero and shouted for him to react. But to everyone's surprise, Daniel didn't even move. Harper was stunned and asked what he was doing and why he didn't dodge. As it turned out, she plunged the sword straight into his shoulder. Daniel silently took out his sword, as if he didn't notice her, and then threw it aside. He then pointed his hand at Harper, reminding her that she had crossed the line first, and his actions would now be considered self-defense. A stunned Harper asked what he intended to do to her. She stuttered and asked him to stay away. But Daniel had already felt her chi in his hand. Suddenly, he received a command to stop and let go of his hand. Holly told Daniel that was enough. Daniel asked why she stopped him, since she must have known that people like Harper would seek revenge in the future. Holly felt awkward and glared at the guy. At that moment, the hero felt the same aura as in the cave. More people suddenly appeared in the passage to the roof. Liam ordered them to stop and asked what they were doing there. Daniel said that if Liam wanted to teach Harper a lesson for her wrongdoings, then he should do it himself. Now Harper's behavior is causing suffering to innocent people. Liam then reminded him that she was the second daughter of the Compson Group clan. The hero asked if this meant that Liam was afraid of the clan's protest, in which case he shouldn't have sent Harper for punishment at all. The hero's words hit the mark, but Liam pretended not to understand what he was talking about. He stressed that he was the heir of the family, and therefore had to take into account the relationship with each of the clans. Daniel headed for the exit, and as he passed Liam, he asked what legacy he was talking about. Daniel reached his boiling point, and as he was about to tell Liam everything, Chandler stopped him. As he left the roof, Daniel replied that he was counting on his own strength and chance to survive. Soon, while in his room at the computer, Daniel reported that he had finally received 1,000 reputation points. This made him a promising talent. All of the hero's stats had already grown above 200 points. Reaching a certain rank brings reputation. With a good reputation, you can count on privileges. When organizations compete for talent, conflicts often arise, which is why reputation is so important to the awakened. The teacher agreed and noted that the hero still had a long way to go if he wanted to match him in reputation. Once everything was completed, Daniel pressed the confirm button. Then he stretched wearily, declaring that he could now go play with Sinyavka. Soon after, the leaked video from the Martial Arts Academy was published online. In 5 hours, the video received 40,000 views. The recording showed in detail the events on the roof with the author's comments. He was amazed that the Iceflower clan member and Harper actually started the fight. When Harper lost, she suddenly threw a ball of needles at Holly. The head of the Compson Group clan got angry, smashed the laptop so as not to see it anymore, and asked what all this meant. His son said the news had already spread, and the public reaction had been extremely negative. The leader asked who posted the video, and the son replied that it was Daniel from the Divine Fist clan. At that moment, Daniel's father entered the room and demanded that the man take care of it. The chief asked how he dared to demand anything after causing so much trouble to the family. The Imperial Fist explained that their clan had long since severed all ties with Daniel. And if Daniel really did upload the video, then he'll probably like what he's about to ask for. Martin said that he came today with a demand to kill the hero. Before the video was published, it was an anonymous site, and now the hero did not understand how all these people were able to contact him. He assumed that after his actions, even the 15 Clans Alliance would try to recruit him. The teacher noted that Daniel can act at his own discretion, because he is strong enough to survive alone. Daniel agreed, but added that having a backup plan was also a good idea. Now they needed to get the most out of this pawn. Before asking for help, you need to find the hereditary plant, the Flower of Heritage. The Divine Flower is an incredible artifact that can improve already mastered meditation. From now on, Jose's fighting skills will be based on specific meditation techniques. Using a saber without meditation can not only slow down the development of true strength, but also distort life energy. The flower only grows in dark areas, but there was one place left. Daniel knew it, although the flower had not yet bloomed. Having sorted out his thoughts, he headed towards Sinyavka's lair. Seeing his master, the fox immediately jumped into his arms. Then Daniel asked the mice how they were and if they liked it there. The mouse, who had received the punishment he deserved, giggled awkwardly and greeted the master. She reported that thanks to the materials they were able to arrange everything. Daniel admitted that this made him happy and asked the mouse about her name. The mouse introduced himself as Tager, and the hero patted him on the shoulder, slightly frightening him, and informed him that he was now in charge of everything here. Noticing his reaction, Daniel asked why Taegor was afraid of him, and Taegor explained that he thought the master would hit him again. Daniel explained that it was revenge for what Taegor did last time. Daniel then said that Taegor should instruct the other mice to create a passage at the other gates as well. He explained to his mice that they needed to get to work, after which they immediately picked up their tools. The old man asked what Daniel was going to do with these mice. Daniel explained that the flower of heritage dies as soon as it leaves the gate, and the only way is to move it. Fortunately, the mice had a talent for creating the necessary passages. The teacher chuckled and suggested that it would be easier to just bring Jose to the gate and feed him the flower there. But Daniel laughed softly and asked the master not to make such naive assumptions. Later, somewhere in the city, the secretary reported to her superior that they had managed to locate the target. The secretary added that the target had entered the Blue Gate, the Great Plains Entertainment Zone. The boss remembered that the gate was not yet open and asked why the target was heading there. The secretary admitted that it was not yet known for sure. The boss jumped up from his chair, declaring that it didn't matter because the president had ordered everything to be finished as soon as possible. He quickly gathered his men, offering to go and train the daring young man from the Divine Fist clan. They needed him to understand what happens when someone goes too far. Meanwhile, the story moves to the forest, where the deer was quietly spending time in the forest when he suddenly heard a rustle. He quickly ran away from the sneaking hero. Daniel complained that it was difficult to move through the swampy terrain, but the goal should be close by now. Suddenly, Daniel noticed a soft glow coming from the rock he had just been resting on. After a long search, he finally found the flower of heritage. Daniel immediately called the gate, and the mice poured out towards him. Taegor was glad that Daniel had called them, because they were waiting for his order. The hero then pointed to the flower of heritage and asked Taegor and the mice to create a passage directly underneath it. Daniel explained that this was the flower of heritage. Hearing this, Taegor was almost dumbfounded, because this was the same divine flower. Realizing the value of the flower, Taegor swallowed the lump in his throat, realizing that with this flower, he would no longer have to dance in front of Daniel. Seeing Taegor's hesitation, Daniel placed his hand on his shoulder and asked if the flower was calling him. The hero remarked that perhaps mice could one day also obtain one of these flowers, and upon hearing this, Taegor promised to do his best. Daniel said that in that case he would leave all the work to the mice, but Taegor asked why Daniel did not go with them himself. The hero replied that later, since he still had a lot of things to do here. After working with the flower of heritage, Daniel began searching for something in the forest. Soon he discovered a small town inhabited by monsters that looked like boars. Daniel tried to count them from a distance, but after 7 he realized there were many more. Meanwhile, the orc guard was dozing at his post until he heard a rumble. He opened his eyes and saw a stranger. It was Daniel, who was making his way into the orc city using the king's command technique, frozen in a ridiculous running pose. Realizing he had been discovered, Daniel greeted the guard. The guard shouted that a man had arrived. The old man explained to the student that the king's command technique had various characteristics, and because of its power, even one step would make noise. Running away from the crowd of orcs, Daniel cursed loudly and asked the teacher why he hadn't told him about this before. He hoped to quietly eliminate the leader, but now everything went down the drain. But the main character was not going to give up. While fleeing, Daniel rushed through a wall of logs and immediately ran into a squad of orcs. Taking a risk, without thinking about the consequences, Daniel raised his fist and shouted insults at the orcs. The orc leader came out to him and invited Daniel to come closer so that he could take care of him. But Daniel apologized that he would have to wait. He immediately activated the king's command technique and rushed past many orcs, sweeping them out of the way. The orc shaman tried to cancel his moves with a spell, but Daniel dealt with him in one blow, not allowing him to complete the spell. After this, the orc fell face down on the ground. He then rushed towards the leader and the surrounding orcs. With his blow, he instantly knocked down several orcs standing nearby. The leader tried to chop down the man who came too close, but the blow only hit his double. He loudly demanded an explanation of how the man dared to show disrespect and where the real enemy was hiding. Suddenly he heard a squeak and, turning around, noticed that Daniel had already dealt with 2 more of his men. After that, Daniel, using the Heavenly King's step technique, continued to eliminate the orcs one by one. Unable to bear it, the orc leader screamed that he would kill him. Then he activated the skills, increasing all the orcs' stats. Daniel admitted that he simply cannot believe how focused he is on using his skills. Hearing a voice behind him, the boss turned around and saw that Daniel had managed to find the little orc and took him hostage. Daniel noticed that there is a big difference between the illusory body and the real body. The real body is quite fragile. The boss dropped the axe and asked the hero not to do it, to which Daniel replied that he needed to act, after which he clenched his fist. After killing the boss, the system bombarded the hero with notifications, and he received 500,000 points. Although the gates were not yet fully developed, the rewards were significant. Daniel was disappointed by the lack of combat manuscripts, but looking at the treasures, he realized that it was still worth it. Daniel received an orc leather vest, as well as a double-bladed blood axe. At the moment, the protagonist was in possession of first-class B-rank artifacts that would be perfect for auction. The system reminded the hero that the dungeon's owner had disappeared, and asked him if he wanted to become the new owner. Even though Daniel had reached the limit on the number of active gates, it didn't stop him from becoming the owner of another one. The system suggested abandoning one of the previous gates, and Daniel decided to sacrifice the infernal cave. At this point, Daniel simply gave up what he no longer needed and finished all his business. Suddenly, the system notified the hero that someone unregistered had entered his new property. Daniel quickly checked everything and, using the rights of the dungeon owner, opened the projection of the entrance and recognized the phantom killer. The old man asked if he knew this man. Daniel replied that he was a vile guy who would do anything for money. The master assumed that the target had come to take revenge for his deeds. Daniel admitted that he had expected this. The system asked what to do with the violators, and Daniel ordered to simply kick them out. Meanwhile, at the entrance, one of the killers was wondering why this brat had come here, since he had only made their task more difficult. But the boss forbade his subordinates to criticize the target too much. He noted that a naive schoolboy who went into a dungeon and died alone is, in itself, a rather funny story. The boss even chuckled, realizing that in this case they wouldn't have to do anything at all. Suddenly the subordinates screamed in horror. They told the boss that they were put in chains and that they were being pulled towards the exit. Before he could notice anything, one of the chains grabbed his leg. The chains tightened, knocking everyone off their feet and dragged them towards the gate. A few moments later, everyone was thrown out of the dungeon back into their world. Daniel easily got rid of the threat, allowing him to say goodbye to the phantom killer. That same evening, a large queue formed in the city at the entrance to the building where the event was taking place. Among the people in line was a man in a hood. When it was his turn, the guard suspected that he was looking at an ordinary student. That's why he demanded to see the ID. Daniel telepathically informed the guard that even after 4 decades, revenge for money remains elusive, shocking him. He also said that nothing would happen to him for this, since he was just passing by. The guard let him pass, bowed and apologized for his manners. Entering the building, Daniel walked down a long flight of stairs, and soon he finally found himself in the auction room. The auctioneer presented the guests with a spherical artifact, noting that it increases resistance to heat when worn normally. The starting price was set at 50 million. Many people wanted to get their hands on the artifact, and the price quickly rose to 60 million. Daniel approached the auctioneer and stated that he had come to sell his things. However, noticing his appearance, the employee did not take him seriously. The auctioneer closed his eyes and asked to put the goods on display, but Daniel had already begun to lay out his treasures on the table. He asked to sell them as quickly as possible and transfer the money to his bank account. The worker then thanked the hero for using their services, and informed him that he would be able to track the status of sales through the dark app. Soon all the items were delivered to the appraiser, and just by looking at them, he was able to determine that they were above grade C. The appraiser raised his monocle to the large blue stone and was immediately struck by the system's assessment. It was a B+ class magic stone. After that, he quickly began to evaluate the rest of the items, all of which belonged to orcs. The appraiser was surprised and wondered if these findings meant that the client had thoroughly combed the Great Plains. He asked the worker if he remembered the person who sold all these items. The worker admitted that he was not exactly sure, since the man was wearing a hoodie, but the voice and build clearly indicated that he was a high school student. The guard confirmed his words and clarified that he let the young man through after he spoke to him through telepathy. The appraiser was struck by the mention of revenge for money, since his grandfather only revealed the password to his trusted people. He didn't understand how an ordinary high school student could say something that even VIPs didn't know about. The situation turned out to be more serious than he expected, and he dared to report it to his grandfather. Meanwhile, a local blogger addressed viewers and reported that he was standing right at the entrance to the Great Plains of Viraga. The man attempted to enter the dungeon but was told he was entering without permission from the gate owner. The spectators were surprised and tried to figure out who was the owner of the gate. Daniel got angry and thought that people never get tired of doing such things. This was unpleasant for Daniel, as he had been receiving such notifications for several days in a row. Suddenly he received a message through the application. 2,500,000,000 currency was credited to his account for the artifacts sold. Looking at the amount, Daniel admitted that the old man was being generous. Recently he had expected to receive almost nothing because of the commission. But the teacher advised Daniel not to answer, as the other person might be too worried. Daniel asked if the teacher meant that he would have to subdue him first, to which the teacher nodded. Daniel himself did not consider it a problem. Besides, something more important was happening at the moment. He looked up and saw Sinyavka sleeping on the floating rock, dozing next to the hereditary flower. Thanks to his help, the hereditary flower was successfully reproduced. The idea is that Sinyavka absorbs mana from the recreational planes through the heavenly gate and distributes it to the blue fox's lair. As a result, the energy in the air of the lair was now twice as high as before and became more concentrated. Daniel laughed and said that everything was going smoothly, hoping that it would continue that way. Suddenly, a new message from the system appeared, informing that Daniel had completed the Divine Flower special quest. The space of the blue fox's lair began to sparkle. Then the system reported that something unimaginable was happening, and the owners of the Black Zone gates were surprised. Hearing this, Daniel was shocked and grabbed the system window, trying to understand what was going on. Suddenly, the space above him split open, and he flew into a black abyss. During his fall, Daniel passed through numerous rifts, receiving messages that the zone owners were being vigilant. There were so many messages that the hero got a headache and covered his ears with his hands, begging the system to stop. But the messages continued to come one after another, when suddenly he heard the teacher's voice and immediately opened his eyes. After what happened, Daniel, still shocked by the events, tried to catch his breath. However, the teacher asked if he was so happy about the reward he had received. He thought that the student had lost his mind. Daniel was surprised and asked himself what the teacher was talking about, since he had recently seen reports of black gates. Daniel was surprised. The message about the reward for leveling up the Blue Fox's lair remained the same. Daniel wondered if he could be wrong, but quickly dismissed the thought, as he had never encountered anything like this before. It was known that there were about 20 black gates in the world. If this information suddenly becomes known, humanity will literally go mad with fear. Realizing this, Daniel quietly turned to the teacher and asked if the teacher thought he was prone to creating problems for himself. The next day, a phantom killer arrived at the martial arts high school and thought. He asked if this was really the school their target was heading to. He asked his subordinates what was going on with the protection, to which one of them replied that everything had been checked, and it was known how to destroy it. The phantom assassin praised his subordinate. This was his second chance to kill the young man after the shameful first attempt. If he fails now, he won't be able to look his boss in the eye. He reported that their target was Daniel from the Divine Fist clan, and ordered them to find him. Meanwhile, the hero was sitting in class and chatting with friends. Soon the break began, and the children could finally rest. Daniel opened the interface to check his stats. All of his stats were already over 230, and approaching the maximum. To level up the path of earthly suffering, he needed a huge number of points. The further he leveled up, the more he felt the lack of points. In addition, he had to be extremely careful, even if he wanted to pump up only one indicator. Suddenly, Daniel noticed Holly nearby, and asked why she kept looking at him as if she wanted to burn him with her gaze. Holly asked if it was him, to which Daniel initially didn't understand what she was talking about. She clarified that she was talking about the Great Plains of Viraga. Daniel shook his head, to which Holly called him a liar. Then Daniel left the classroom, and Holly again invited him to join their clan. He reminded them that they had already discussed this, but Holly insisted, saying that the matter was not over until he joined their home. But Daniel said that he didn't need anything, since he already had everything he needed. Holly warned that if he continued like this, she would have to take action. She threatened to tell everyone that Daniel was the owner of that gate. Since she was confident, Daniel offered to provide her with proof. Holly noted that even without him, the alliance of 15 clans and the samurai would show interest in him. The girl assumed that he really enjoyed being the center of attention. The hero then raised his hands and admitted that he had lost, since the situation was such that he had no objection to the alliance. Holly agreed that that was enough. Daniel opened the weapons cabinet and picked up a spear, asking Holly if she realized how stubborn she could be. She was surprised and asked if he really thought so. Daniel replied that she was strict like a principal, which made her very angry. Then he finally began practicing the SS-class infinite spear technique, a fundamental technique. He decided to train until he mastered it completely, so as not to repeat the previous mistakes with the Heavenly King's step technique. After changing his clothes, he went out to practice with the other students. Daniel began to perform movements using a new technique, but it turned out to be more difficult than he expected. He decided that the problem was that his hands were not yet accustomed to the spear. Suddenly, he felt a threat from above and turned around sharply. At that moment, the phantom assassin burst through the ceiling, preparing to attack the target. But Daniel managed to repel the attack in time and threw back the enemy with a swing of his spear. The killer asked in amazement how some insignificant teenager could parry his blow. Daniel, in turn, recognized the one who tried to grab him in the dungeon earlier, sensing a murderous aura. The killer realized that Daniel already knew about him, which meant there was another reason not to leave him alive. Suddenly, Holly tried to stop him. She reminded him that this was the Muram martial arts school, and there was clearly no place for such killers here. Then the phantom killer declared that it was none of her business, and ordered her to get out of the way because she was not his target. As Holly prepared to answer, Daniel asked why he was even talking instead of doing his job. The killer's figure suddenly began to blur into the air. He explained that their arrogance made it easy for him to kill such teenagers. At this point, the killer thought about the discrepancy in the information. He was told that the target was somewhere between D- and C rank. However, upon meeting the hero in person, he realized that he was clearly a B rank. Yet this teenager was no match for him. The phantom assassin walked up behind Daniel, preparing to attack him. But at the last moment, Daniel turned around unexpectedly. Sensing danger, the killer quickly retreated. He was just one step away from completing his mission. However, his intuition suddenly signaled to him that if he continued for even a moment longer, he would simply die. Daniel praised the killer for his quick reaction, noting that if he had delayed, he would have broken at least one of his wrists. The phantom assassin was offended by the hero's insolent words and was about to attack again. The next second he disappeared and appeared right behind the hero, preparing to plunge his blades into his back. However, Daniel skillfully turned the spear, covering his back. He noted with irony that attacking him from behind for the third time was too predictable. The killer decided to test whether Daniel could withstand his onslaught and began to attack quickly. However, Daniel easily parried all the blows by simply spinning the spear with one hand. From this small struggle, Daniel realized that it was better for him to lower the spear lower and step back with one leg. As soon as he assumed the correct stance, the system notified him of the use of the infinite spear technique. Immediately after this, Daniel attacked the killer. To the killer's horror, he suddenly noticed that he could not move his body. At the last moment, the hero's spear stopped a few centimeters from the target between his eyes, and then cracked. The killer tried to understand how an ordinary high school student could be stronger than him. He decided that he should run, but before he could move, Daniel slapped him. The hero sent him to the ground with one blow, and reminded him that he had never let him just leave. At that moment, Daniel noticed that the assassin's henchmen had captured his classmates. One of them warned that if Daniel harmed their boss, these people would be in danger. Daniel admitted that he didn't immediately realize there was more than one killer, and asked why they didn't bring in someone stronger. Ignoring the words of his subordinates, Daniel stepped on the phantom assassin's foot, crushing it with a loud crunch. The subordinates were worried about the boss, and the hero said that they could do whatever they wanted with these people, because they were not his friends at all. The killers were shocked by the hero's coldness, and his classmates almost burst into tears. Daniel asked the phantom assassin who hired him, to which he asked if he really expected an answer. Daniel calmly said that the killer could say nothing, adding that this was exactly what he expected. Suddenly he rushed forward and thrust his spear hard into the wall of the training hall. He then admitted that he found it unpleasant to tolerate such people. Daniel noted that he was very different from him. The killer had strong fighting abilities from birth and was respected by those around him. But he simply chose killing as a profession and made his living from it. As the blade reached the killer's neck, Daniel said that he had lived with terrible pain all his life only because of martial arts. Unable to bear this, the phantom killer's subordinate ordered the madman to let their boss go. Daniel informed the killer that his subordinates were completely unaware of the situation, and the killer himself ordered them to remain silent. The situation was catastrophic. He could not die here and was ready to wait to kill. Eventually the day will come when Daniel will fall to his knees, begging for mercy. Suddenly the door to the hall swung open. The school staff suspected something was wrong due to the shield being turned off and rushed to help. Holly was delighted to see her uncle, and Daniel reluctantly threw away his spear. The school staff tied up all the trespassers who entered the premises, and among them, the chairman noticed the phantom killer. Most importantly, he was the only casualty. The chairman assumed that Daniel had defeated their leader first. At the same time, he was shocked by what had happened. He understood that Daniel was strong, but now he clearly saw that there was a real monster in front of him. Hank began to doubt that Daniel could be a normal high school student at all. Suddenly, the phantom killer laughed softly. Chairman Hank asked what was so funny about that. The killer thanked the chairman for the exact time of arrival, explaining that if he had been even a minute late, he would have already died. The chairman admitted that he hoped that the phantom killer did not expect him to be able to leave here unharmed. This killer was starting to irritate the chairman, because the Thompson Group clan would stand up for him and let him go. The chairman turned to John and asked if it would be acceptable for them to resolve the issue themselves. But Daniel replied that he had not yet finished his business with them. As he approached the phantom killer, he asked everyone to wait a bit. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard in the room, and a knocked-out tooth rolled across the blood-stained floor. The beaten ghost killer begged the hero to stop, but he ignored his requests and kicked him on the head. The killer reminded him that Daniel had already destroyed his elixir, then asked if he hadn't been tortured enough already. To this, Daniel replied that he didn't need anything, and hit the killer on the head again. The chairman and the phantom killer's henchmen watched the beating with their mouths open. Shocked by the hero's actions, Hank tried to understand what the purpose of these actions was, because it is impossible to survive by relying only on strength. Daniel showed no mercy to those who tried to hurt him, and he didn't care that the consequences might catch up with him later. His hard, determined gaze was now filled with confidence that he was doing the right thing. Unfortunately, he knew one person with the same look. The head of the Iron Blood clan, Ilyas, the only S-rank in Korea. Meanwhile, Daniel finished with the phantom killer. Hank asked if his business was finished, to which he replied that it was. At least he thought so. In this case, Chairman Hank told Daniel that he would like to speak with him alone, to which the protagonist agreed. He then headed with Daniel to a more secluded place. Looking around, Daniel noted that this was a great place. He didn't even know something like this existed. Hank smiled and said that it was a secret place that only he and those he trusted knew about. Daniel asked what the chairman wanted to talk to him about, and then Hank decided to speak directly. He asked if he was sure of his decision, since their clan could provide him with the best conditions. But Daniel replied that he did not want to join the clan alliance. Hank then said that they could still have a good relationship. He offered to exchange tokens as a reward. Daniel could have gotten a Divine Mastery token or a Raiden Gate. Daniel was taken aback and asked if he was really willing to give him the gate. The hero realized that giving up the clan gate was tantamount to giving up part of the clan's territory. Now, Chairman Hank was offering to give up part of the clan's power just for his sake. Seeing how deep in thought Daniel was, The chairman handed him his contacts and told him that he could think it over and give an answer. Daniel agreed, took the contact and said he would go. After this, the hero headed towards the exit of the garden. Looking at his back, Hank hoped that Daniel would take the offer positively. The next day, Daniel saw the news that the 4 great families had united to clear an extremely difficult gate. Seeing that the protagonist was already ready, Secretary Naomi asked him to follow her. After that, they headed to the basement of the Murim school. Chairman Hank was sitting on a chair there, and upon seeing the hero, he immediately greeted him. Daniel asked why the chairman had called him here, and he explained that the Phantom Killer would be released very soon. The hero was surprised at how quickly everything happened, and Hank explained that it was due to pressure from the Divine Fist clan and the Compson group. The current union was no longer the same. It was hard to believe that they would suddenly try to kill one of their own. Daniel noticed that the chairman was clearly well informed about the Divine Fist clan. The clan was one of the families of the 15th House Alliance, a group of extremely cold-blooded people, and Daniel remains a child who needs to be protected. Hank asked the hero if he was okay, but Daniel interrupted the chairman and said that he was okay. The clan members will be busy clearing the Chongjong dungeon, so they won't have time to worry about him. Daniel noted to himself with a smile that the chairman was funny, because no matter how much he wanted to study him, he clearly shouldn't have shown such concern. After this, Daniel approached the chairman with a request. Daniel said that after the defeat of the 4 clans, he will exit the dungeon, and before that happens, he needs to lay the foundation. He asked the chairman if Hank could tell him about the scandal. Late at night in the Divine Fist clan, Martin, the hero's father, sat in meditation, trying to master the technique. However, no matter how much effort he put in, it did not yield results. He tried to understand why he could not complete the study. It had already been 5 years since he started searching for the text of the heavenly martial art, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find the perfect scroll. Martin examined all the gates, and the only one remaining was the Chongjong gate. If there was nothing there, it meant that someone had already found the text of the heavenly martial art. The clan leader's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden knock on the door. He remembered that he had previously given orders not to disturb him while the doors were closed and he was practicing. While the clan leader was getting dressed, his disciple apologized and explained that he had to come because there was urgent news. The clan leader ordered the disciple to report, and he reported that the attempt to clear Chongjong had failed. Martin admitted that he had expected this to happen and ordered that the Imperial clan be informed of the formation of the Second Strike Force. In addition, this time the group was to be expanded to include the 5 Elements group. The student then reported that Mr. Daniel had defeated the Phantom Killer. Hearing this, Martin asked just in case if it was the A-rank assassin from the Compson group. The student confirmed that this was exactly the case, and added that Daniel dealt with him alone. Moreover, he began to torture him. The clan leader smiled upon hearing this, and then lost his composure and burst into a deafening laugh. Afterwards, he seriously wondered if he could really do such a thing. If it was true, he finally looked like a worthy heir. The disciple noted that there were rumors circulating online that it was the Divine Fist clan that sent the assassin to get rid of the hero. Martin tried to find out who started spreading such rumors, but the student noted that it was not entirely a lie. Rumor has it that Leonard actually ordered the Compson group to eliminate the hero. The hero's father became angry. He understood that Leonard was seriously intending to achieve his revenge. The tiger can't give birth to a wolf cub, and Martin wondered how much this man had changed. He needs to check it out for himself. Meanwhile, watching the city from afar, Daniel couldn't help but praise the mice for their work. Not much time passed, and the city had already become so large that it could be clearly seen from afar. He originally planned to use the records as bait to gain an advantage over the Divine Fist clan. However, now he wondered what would happen if he decided to use them himself. He realized that the only safe way to avoid all this was to act without emotion. Then Daniel tore apart the Heavenly King's Sss-Rank technique, mastering it instantly. He also received 50 billion battle tree points as a reward for mastering an Sss-Rank technique. After he had cleared away the rest of the text, Daniel admitted that the technique wasn't as special as everyone had said. He was really expecting something impressive, since even the martial arts king himself wanted to obtain this technique. However, this technique only gave him additional internal energy, and all this time he was treated like trash because of it. Then he abruptly opened the classroom doors. Parker greeted his friend while Holly continued to drink her milk calmly, ignoring him. Daniel wondered what all those people were doing right outside the school, and Parker noticed that there were quite a lot of them. The main character didn't like it at all, because he was being chased by people from the Martial Arts Alliance, and he was barely able to get through them. Before Daniel could continue complaining, Holly suddenly handed him something. She recalled that he had recently said that he needed a spear, so the chairman had given him this item. The hero decided not to refuse such a gift, and asked Holly to convey his gratitude to Chairman Hank. The spear turned out to be an A-rank weapon, a blood spear that becomes sharper and sharper as it absorbs blood during combat. Holly realized it was a good thing he liked the spear so much, because after a whole day of searching through the clan's vault, it was hard to find. Suddenly Parker stood between Daniel and Holly, trying to find out what bribe they were talking about and what they were discussing. Daniel said it was none of his business, but Parker asked him to at least tell him because he needed to be aware of what was going on. Daniel just waved goodbye to Parker, and Holly completely ignored him. A little later, after leaving the school building, Daniel sat down on the grass near the stairs and took out his phone. Worried that the finance guy wanted to meet with him, Daniel asked the teacher why being popular was so exhausting. The old man admitted that he didn't know for sure, but he could clearly see that the student really didn't like it. Suddenly, the hero heard footsteps next to him. There was a group of students next to him who approached him. Their leader greeted the young master and informed him that they had come from the Heavenly King's group from the Divine Fist clan. The student conveyed that their leader wished to see the hero and asked to follow him. One of the students, unable to bear being ignored, shouted and asked why he was pretending not to hear them. However, a moment later the hero's spear appeared right in front of the student's face. Daniel pointed out that it was extremely impolite to dare to insult a member of the Divine Fist main clan. He asked how he was going to pay for it. The head of the students defended the culprit and apologized to the young master for the insult. Daniel looked at his students silently. He then stated that this time he would let it go and ordered them to leave the place. However, the student repeated that the chief wanted to see the hero. At this moment, the hero became enraged and asked if anyone had heard the order to leave this place. This stunned the student, but he gathered his courage and agreed, promising that they would meet again. Having finished with them, Daniel went about his business. But suddenly someone noticed that the hero was rude. The stranger said that it would be nice if Daniel just killed the student. Daniel replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. But the stranger laughed again and asked him not to be too soft. The stranger then introduced himself as Mateo from the cult of demonic death. Daniel was shocked because in front of him was a member of the villainous clans. He informed him that there was no point in wasting time on him, since he had no intention of joining their cult. Then Mateo promised that he would make the hero the strongest killer. He then extended his hand and said that if Daniel took it, he would no longer have to suppress his desires. He asked the hero to imagine how everyone around him would crawl on their knees in front of him like insects, because this is exactly what Daniel wants. When he didn't get an answer, Mateo decided he had said too much and suggested that Daniel call him if he changed his mind. As Daniel wondered if he really would no longer have to hold back, he noticed that the stone beneath his foot was beginning to crack. The teacher immediately noticed this and turned to Daniel. Suddenly, Parker attacked the hero, saying that this was payback for previous events, and reminded him that Daniel had promised to pay. He then said he was going to the gym and asked what Daniel intended to do. After a short thought, the hero replied that something had spoiled his mood. Parker asked what happened and who dared to spoil his mood. He asked the hero to tell everything. Parker was amazed that Daniel had become so strong that he didn't even take him seriously. After which they left, laughing and joking. The old man, watching this, realized that the child was actually very vulnerable. Watching him, he tried to determine how many emotions were hidden in such a young body. He wanted to guide the young man on the right path as a mentor, but he understood that sometimes the presence of a loved one could be more useful than a teacher without a visible uniform. After some time, Parker asked Daniel how his research was going. Parker reminded him that midterms were starting soon, and Daniel should be starting his gate studies already. Daniel replied that he wanted to master the spatial art of the void in order to pass it on to Sinyavka. Then the teacher said that in this case he should go to the flower field of fairies. Daniel screamed when he heard about the fairy field, and Parker, standing nearby, asked if he was really going there. Parker reminded that this is the blue gate of the Jongno dungeon, and it will require a team of 5 to pass through it. Then the blonde man announced that he intended to go to the ice canyon. He reminded him that he was a genius and was at the top of his class at school. Then he said that Daniel shouldn't worry about him. Suddenly the hero remembered something and asked Parker if he wanted to know something interesting. This aroused Parker's genuine interest. Daniel said it was about the ice canyon, which made his interlocutor curious. After some time, the teacher entered the classroom and announced that midterm exams would be held in all classes. Students will have to form teams of 5 to clear white, green, and even blue gates. To get good grades, they need to assemble a strong team and achieve a high rating. After the announcement, the students began to negotiate among themselves, forming teams, while Daniel watched everything alone. The teacher asked who he planned to team up with, and Daniel replied that no one would want to be on the same team as him. After all, during the incident with the Phantom Killer, he treated them extremely cruelly. The teacher wondered if Daniel was proud of his lack of friends, but he explained that that was not the case. Moreover, he doesn't mind going through the dungeon alone. Hearing this, Holly reminded him that this wouldn't work because she wanted to go with him. Daniel asked who decided that, to which Holly replied that it was her own decision. Suddenly, the class president approached them and asked if she could join their team. Daniel never expected that she would be the first to approach. Assessing her with a stern gaze, Daniel remembered that although she was an E rank, her grades in the 5th grade were among the best. She was smart. He said he didn't mind, and soon Daniel and Holly found themselves surrounded by a crowd of students wanting to join their team. Daniel asked them to wait a little, and Holly explained that if they were on the same team with him, they were guaranteed a high score. She clapped her hands to get the students' attention. Then she announced the distribution of roles and asked if there were any objections. The students who were not included in the team had to retreat and responded that they had no objections, and the protagonist was amazed by her determination. Head girl Belle, as well as Helen and Sam, thanked Holly for including them on the team. Holly really created a good combination by gathering those with good skills among the low-ranking students. Since he was probably the best in the class this time, the choice of team members mattered. The person who takes first place in the exam will receive a special reward, the opportunity to choose one of the subjects in the school library. Moreover, there is a certain item that you will definitely need to pick up. Daniel silently asked Parker to forgive him, since this time first place should remain his. Soon the day of midterm exams arrived. The chairman, taking the microphone, cleared his throat and asked if everyone was ready. He noticed that everyone was full of energy, and this made him happy because they looked confident, not tense. He noted that today could be a very dangerous day, and all he could do was advise people to be extremely careful. They will only be able to exit after clearing the dungeon, and the team that takes first place will receive a special reward. The chairman asked everyone to try their best. After finishing his speech, he asked the students to head to their gates. A little later, Holly admitted that she was not sure she could trust his choice, because it was about the field of fairies, the blue gate. She asked if his goals were too high. Daniel reminded them that they were doing this to secure first place, so they just needed to trust him. Holly then asked the boys if they minded going to the blue gate with them. Despite their fear of what awaited them at the blue gate, the three boys agreed, deciding to trust the two leaders. Holly later asked the hero if he would be willing to give up the blue gate if it was too dangerous, and Daniel agreed. After reaching an agreement, the group headed into the dungeon. After passing through the gate, the system notified the participants that they had entered the field of flower fairies. Daniel showed a map and explained that the area was inhabited by fairy monsters and was divided into two zones. They can reach the fairy flower field by heading east. On the opposite side was the fairy hideout. Their goal is to reach the fairy shelter. The local fairies will not attack them if they carry honey, so it can be easily collected. Daniel then asked the team members not to be nervous. He and Holly would take care of everything, and the rest would just have to support them. After the briefing was complete, Daniel announced that they were free to go. At that moment, two system windows suddenly appeared in front of him. The protagonist was surprised. Although both tasks had the same rank, the rewards for them were very different. Noticing that Daniel was staring at one point, Helen asked what was wrong with him. Daniel replied that it didn't really matter, and that he was just thinking. He decided to think about choosing a task while moving towards the goal. As the group walked across the field, fairies fluttered around them, chatting merrily among themselves. Belle noticed fairies and flowers nearby. She said quietly that it was incredible. Then she felt an overwhelming desire to get closer to them. Belle reached out to grab one of the fairies, but at the last moment, Daniel stopped her by grabbing her arm. He warned her not to touch the fairies so as not to provoke them. Belle backed down and admitted her mistake. She wondered why she suddenly wanted to do such a thing. Then she explained that when she saw fairies, she seemed drawn to them for no reason. Daniel explained that fairies have the ability to bewitch people, and low-ranking awakened ones are easily charmed. He asked Belle not to look at the fairies for too long, and also informed the others that from now on they would no longer be distracted. Holly suggested that it might be an ambush, but Daniel said that it wasn't, and that they were changing the plan, much to the surprise of the others. He explained that inside the dungeon there is a monster that opposes the fairies. This is exactly the enemy they need to face. Holly wondered why he suddenly decided to change the plan, considering they were not prepared for such a turn of events. Daniel reminded her that clearing the gates doesn't always go as planned, and fulfilling the secret condition would earn them extra points. Holly was shocked and asked if he was really talking about the secret condition of the dungeon. Daniel confirmed this, and Holly felt a slight headache at the news. Meanwhile, in another dungeon, one of the students attacked the lizard man with all his might, sending him flying backwards. As it turned out, it was Liam. He then began to beat the monster, screaming for it to die, while his comrades watched. Julie noted that Liam was working too hard today. Chandler smiled and suggested that his younger brother had inspired him to do so. Charlotte chuckled as she watched Daniel lose his temper every time Daniel's name was mentioned. Clenching his fists, Liam declared that the bastard was too cocky to be a mere bastard. Charlotte chuckled and asked if Liam knew that women don't like clingy men. Liam then advised Charlotte to be careful with her words. Charlotte admitted that she is simply irritated by Liam's presence. She does not want to be on the same team with him, but only strives for a high rating. Chandler stood between them and said that enough was enough, because if they were given a chance, they would start fighting. He reminded that there was no time for this, as they still had to clear the gates. As soon as Chandler reminded him of this, 3 lizardmen jumped out from the ambush. The next second, Charlotte cut them into pieces. The monsters, cut into pieces, were left hanging in the air. She agreed with his words, noting that right now it was more important to clear the gate than Liam's pride. After that, she smiled, looking at her comrades. Charlotte never thought Liam could get so angry, and it was all because of that sweet bastard Daniel. She was surprised when he grew so much and decided to test the hero somehow. Meanwhile, in the cave of the Flower Fairies field, going deeper inside, the hero's group heard a loud hissing sound. It was a huge snake. The group members, including Holly, were shocked as it was Bond Dragon Run. Daniel explained that they simply needed to kill the creature, and Holly would have to protect the team members, as well as the fairies. Holly was surprised that she would have to protect even fairies, but she agreed and asked the hero if he could handle it. He assured her that everything would be fine and that she should act according to his instructions. As they approached, the huge snake woke up, and the system notified the hero that the owner of the field of flower fairies had paid attention to him. The protagonist was shocked to learn that the owner of the field was this snake, as he expected to see someone like the king of the fairies. Moreover, he did not expect the serpent to even look at him, being the owner of the other gates, especially since his people were suffering. Then Daniel pointed his bloody spear at the serpent and told Holly that he was going to do what he could. The huge snake rose up and roared loudly. Then he suddenly attacked the hero with his tail, but he dodged. Daniel smiled triumphantly and then threw a spear at him. In pain, the snake let out a deafening roar. His scream was so loud that it even caused the cave to collapse. The little fairies tried to cover their ears to protect themselves at least a little from the terrifying noise. Holly reacted quickly and gathered the fairies around her. However, being too busy protecting the creatures, Holly did not notice the rock that was about to fall on her head. At the last moment, Belle and Sam intervened and destroyed the stone. Immediately after this, Holly began to treat the fairies who had been harmed by the snake. The fairies began to come to their senses literally the next moment. Daniel noted that his team had done a great job, so he had to complete his part of the job in the best possible way. Then Daniel pushed off from the cave wall. He then landed on the snake's head and thrust his spear into it, causing it to roar in pain. The snake was outraged by the man's courage. The next moment, she emitted a huge amount of purple energy from her mouth. Holly, covering his comrades and fairies, advised them to stick together to prevent the creatures from being swept away by the snake's attack. However, Daniel managed to stay on the angry snake, but suddenly his hand slipped off the skin and he began to fall. At the right moment, the giant snake struck him with its tail. However, Daniel was able to block the blow with his tail, although the snake's strength was so great that it broke through the cave wall. Daniel admitted that the orc seemed insignificant compared to the snake, and thanked fate that he had managed to block the blow. Pushing off the wall, Daniel faced the huge snake again as if nothing had happened. Holly couldn't help but admit how incredible Daniel was. She saw his immense strength, but didn't understand what kind of martial art he had. Gripping the hilt of her sword, she promised herself that she would not give in to Daniel. Moreover, she will definitely surpass him. Suddenly, the giant snake roared that it would send everyone to hell. After that, she raised her head and began to send out waves of deadly energy. Daniel deflected one of the streams of fire flying at him, but some of the flames still hit him, burning through his clothes and searing his skin. He mentally scolded himself for his mistake, because although he knew that the opponent was undead, he did not expect that he would be able to control the energy of death. This news was clearly not encouraging, and Daniel hurried forward. The thing is, except for Holly, the rest of the team and the fairies would not be able to cope with the snake's attacks, so he ordered his comrades to retreat. When Holly's hand touched his briefcase, it suddenly began to twitch. At that moment, a little blue fox jumped out of the briefcase. In one deft move, he jumped on Sam, climbing onto his head. The system notified that the fox cub had begun to absorb mana. Sinyavka opened his mouth, and all the energy directed here began to be sucked in by him. Due to such a huge flow of energy, Sinyavka's cheeks swelled, and he released the excess energy back into the huge snake. The snake, before it realized what had happened, was swept away by a wave of energy. The fox cub, well fed and contented, began to swing on his back and wave his paws. The team was delighted with such a scene. Even Holly could not remain indifferent to Sinyavka. Sam, noticing that the animal looked like a fox, asked if he could touch it. While his classmates were playing with Sinyavka, Daniel was busy with system notifications. Sinyavka absorbed a fragment of the Eastern Celestial Master. Daniel was surprised, as he had never heard of such a test, and even in his past life it was not known. Then Daniel received a new notification. The Dream Garden Master showed interest in him, and their friendship level increased. He didn't expect such a confession from the Master of the Red Gate, but since it was there, he was ready to visit the Master. After a short game with Sinyavka, classmates turned to Daniel. Helen asked who this little animal was. Daniel decided not to lie and said that Sinyavka was his pet monster. Then his comrades smiled at Sinyavka again and continued to pet him. Watching what was happening, Daniel reminded his classmates that they were the only ones who knew about Sinyavka and asked them to keep the secret. The fairies, rescued by the team, quietly watched what was happening. Then they knelt down and greeted their new master, after which the system notified the hero that the master of the dungeon was scared. Now he wanted to make sure whether Sinyavka was the master of the Forbidden Zone. The fairies told the hero that the owner of the Forbidden Zone has 10 foxes like Sinyavka. There are 11 rulers in the gate, all of whom possess enormous power, and the owner of the Forbidden Zone is one of them. Daniel wondered if this was really related to the Black Zone or if he had misunderstood something. The old man expressed admiration, noting that they had uncovered a big secret. He had known from the very beginning that Sinyavka was an unusual creature. However, Daniel asked him to wipe away the saliva and repeat the story normally. After this, he ordered the fairies to stop bowing and stand up. The fairies asked if he was going to save them all. The fairies thanked the gods for their survival, and then expressed their gratitude to their new master. Holly reminded Daniel to take his time and focus on the main goal, clearing the dungeon. But Daniel reported that the dungeon had already been cleared, which greatly surprised Holly. after which he called up the interface. The protagonist was immediately inundated with notifications. The system notified him that the fairies wanted to serve him, and Daniel agreed. However, the system reminded him that he could not expand the territory due to the too low level of Sinyavka. He was offered to sacrifice one of his territories for the sake of owning the flower extravaganza, and Daniel sacrificed the Great Plains. Having finished his business in the dungeon, the hero invited the team to return to the school, and they left the gate area. Sometime later, the story moves to the office of the chairman of the martial arts school, Hank. While the students were taking the exam, the chairman looked through information about them. He assumed that if nothing unexpected happened, the team of the hero Sinyavka would take first place. Although Daniel had assembled a worthy team, most of the participants lacked experience. Secretary Naomi came into the office and apologized for disturbing us. The chairman asked what was going on, and the secretary said that the hero's team had left the Blue Gate and had already returned to the school. Soon, Daniel and Holly gave the chairman the details of the cleanup. Hank was amazed to see that the Blue Gate was passed in just 20 minutes, 30 seconds, 52 hundredths. He checked with Holly if they had really managed everything, which she immediately confirmed. Hank asked if they recorded the inspection process. Holly answered in the affirmative, handing over the camera attached to her jacket. In the footage, Hank saw the students moving through the fairy flower gardens. He also saw that they were confronted with a huge snake. He was amazed to see Bond Dragon, as no one had expected such a creature to be hiding among the fairies. Without blinking, the chairman continued to watch the recording as he saw Daniel fighting Bond Dragon. The snake screamed that it would send everyone to hell and began to spread the energy of death. The recording suddenly stopped. Hank tensed up and screamed that the video had cut off at that very moment. At the same time, Daniel felt a slight itch in his ears, as if someone remembered him. Daniel then approached the master with a question that interested him. He wanted to understand how he knew that the art of spatial emptiness would end up in the fairy field. The old man was surprised and tried to hide behind his fan, pretending that he did not understand what the student was talking about. Not satisfied with the teacher's silence, Daniel reminded him that it was he who had shown him the location of the technique. Having received no answer, Daniel decided to give up further attempts and asked if the master trusted him. The hero suddenly declared that he was a bad student who could not serve a master who was keeping secrets from him, and he had to leave. Then the old man admitted that for some reason he could predict which gates would drop skills, but he himself did not understand why this was so. Daniel asked if this was true, and the master reluctantly confirmed that he was telling only the truth. Then Daniel, with a sparkle in his eyes, admitted that he never doubted his righteousness as the strongest warrior of humanity. Then he asked which gate he should go to next, and the master admitted that he had expected such a question. Angered, he raised his fan and explained that he was not going to answer, fearing that the student would begin to rely on him too much. Sometime later, at a meeting, the secretary explained that the video showed the results of the clearing of the field of blooming fairies. The teachers couldn't believe their eyes because they didn't understand how Daniel could do something like that. Carter thought, once the Divine Fist clan found out how special Daniel was, they would immediately make him a member. If that happens, then perhaps Daniel will decide to take revenge on him for that incident in the exam room. Noticing his behavior, Chairman Hank asked him what he was thinking. Carter replied that it was nothing special. He was just thinking about how strange it was that Daniel suddenly became so strong. Previously, the protagonist was a student practicing meditation on the 3 foundations, one of the lower techniques. But suddenly he mastered the spear technique, which he used against Bond Dragon. Because of this, Carter began to suspect that there was someone behind Daniel who was helping him become stronger. The conversation went too far, and Carter raised his voice, claiming that it was impossible, since Daniel had dealt with the Blue Gate boss alone. He suggested that the hero might have been trained by someone unknown to them, but Hank ordered the hero's class teacher to stop, believing that Carter was hinting at who might be giving Daniel the heritage flowers and training him. In this case, it meant that Daniel had potential from the start. And then the question arises, did the king of martial arts not recognize this potential, although some unknown mentor was able to do so? After these words, there was silence in the room. Chairman Hank asked the other teachers what they thought about this. Meanwhile, Daniel walked through the gate and asked the fairies how they were feeling. The fairies immediately flew around him, greeting their master. Then they reported that everything was now fine. They circled around him, telling him that the territory of the owner of the Forbidden Zone was incredible, and the air here was different from the previous gates. After this, he asked if the mice were bothering them, to which the fairies replied that the mice were kind to them, and they really liked it. Tagore smiled as he watched the fairies pull his hair and ears. He asked the fairies to let him know if they needed anything. Daniel noted with embarrassment that the mouse was only acting like that because fairies were stronger than mice. Daniel soon realized that he had nothing to fear, and said goodbye to the fairies and Tager as he returned through the gate. Returning to school, Daniel walked out into the school corridor and heard shouting through the window. It turned out that the chairman was arguing with the teachers. Daniel noticed that Hank and the teachers looked very serious, and wondered what could have happened. From their behavior, the old man assumed that something unpleasant had happened, so Daniel decided that it would not be difficult for him to eavesdrop. Hank asked the teacher if these were signs of the gate changing or breaking through, and what was wrong with the children inside. The teacher replied that it didn't look like the gate had changed, and since the monsters weren't coming out, there was no breakthrough either. They had previously tried to contact the students, but to no avail, as the gates were surrounded by chains, making it impossible to enter. The teacher reminded that those students were the heirs of powerful houses. If something happened to them, it would be a problem. Hank realized that this could happen on any exam, but they lived in an era where the strongest survived. Adults can only watch from the sidelines, putting children in danger, and he found this very pathetic. Hank reminded them that they had no choice now. They needed to immediately suspend the exams and create support at the school. The hero realized that something bad had happened to Liam's team and wondered why it had happened now. Of course, he wasn't worried about Liam being in danger, but unfortunately, Charlotte went with them. Charlotte, Parker's older sister, always took care of him and showed him new skills. One day, when he was being bullied, Charlotte intervened and asked him to stop the bullying. She stated that only she had the right to mock Daniel. Daniel thought that perhaps he and his brother were very different. But in any case, it was Parker's sister, and he didn't mind meeting her. Meanwhile, in the lizard lair, not far from the boss, Liam's team was hiding, and things weren't going too well. He complained that they had not been warned about the queen lizard, Charlotte, supporting the injured Julie, advised Liam to keep his voice down. He needlessly killed the queen's children. He decided to act on his own, and he put the team in a difficult situation. Liam explained that he wanted to clear the gate as quickly as possible, and asked Daniel not to lecture him. Charlotte replied that he was actually just pretending not to worry, but was actually afraid of falling behind Daniel. Chandler asked everyone to calm down. He said that he had an idea. If they continued to hide here, sooner or later, they would be caught. So he suggested taking a risk and using all of their strongest abilities against the Lizard Queen. During the fight, Chandler watched what was happening and noticed that the lizards were protecting the queen. He explained that they should first distract the lizards, and only then penetrate the center of the base and prepare for an attack. He suggested acting quickly to finally complete the exam. Meanwhile, one of the elders stood guard at the sealed gate. Daniel suddenly jumped towards him and knocked him out with one punch, after which he changed into his clothes. The old man asked if it was really necessary. Daniel replied that it was forbidden for other teams to interfere with the exam. Touching the gate, Daniel received a message from the system that the gate leading to the Twin Marshes was closed. The system asked if he was going to trespass. Trespassing into someone else's territory would anger the gate owner, but Daniel took the risk. The system warned that the gate had been opened by force, and the master of the Twin Marshes now considered him an enemy. As soon as Daniel entered, he received a notification that the owner of the Twin Marshes had blocked the intrusion. Daniel speculated that volcanic eruption was the Lizard King's ability, and Thunderblade was the Queen's ability. This meant that both bosses appeared in Twin Marshes. The king attacks the awakened who invade his domain, while the queen protects her offspring in the settlement. The queen was not to appear until someone had touched her children. Realizing this, Daniel decided to speed up and check it out himself, because the queen's activity meant that the situation was very bad. He jumped onto a tree and began moving along the branches, ignoring the swamp below him. Finally, noticing movement, he quietly stopped on one of the branches. Liam and Chandler were running right below him. The protagonist was surprised, asking himself where the rest of the team members were. A while ago, Liam asked if it was really the best option to use the girls as bait and run away. He suggested that it would be better to attack the queen immediately, as Daniel had suggested. Chandler explained that it would take them hours to reach the entrance, and there was no guarantee that the monsters wouldn't catch them along the way. Their strength was almost exhausted, so this was the only way to survive. All that was needed was to retreat, pretending to attack. Liam agreed to this plan, believing that the most important thing was to save his own life. At this moment, the king and queen, along with the lizards, surrounded Julie and Charlotte. Julie asked Charlotte to leave the enemies to herself, because she shouldn't take risks here. But Charlotte told her to keep quiet. Now Charlotte felt stupid for daring to trust them. The two used them as bait and ran away. Finally, they apologized because they did not want to risk the lives of the entire team. Meanwhile, the Lizard Queen ordered her subjects to attack the strangers. Charlotte began to lure the lizards towards her, inviting them to fight her personally. One of the lizards jumped towards her, but soon something rushed past. The lizard flew away, crashing and covering everything around with blood. Making his way through the swamp, the rescuer admitted that he was glad he came here to check the situation in person. After that, he asked Charlotte if she was okay. When Charlotte saw him, she was amazed at who exactly had come to save them. It was Daniel, dragging the bound traitors behind him. Charlotte reminded him that it was dangerous here and asked why he was there. But suddenly fatigue overcame her and she fell to the ground. Daniel instantly jumped up and picked her up before she could touch the ground. Then he smiled and asked to leave everything to him and rest. He entrusted Charlotte to Julie, after which Daniel noted that although he already disliked the two, their actual appearance disgusted him. Then Daniel pointed his bloody spear at the lizards, deciding to unleash all his anger on them. The system immediately notified him that the owner of the Forbidden Zone was expressing hostility towards the owner of the Twin Swamps. Daniel looked at his stats and decided to allocate his available tree points to fight two bosses. While dodging the lizard's attacks, Daniel thought he had 9 points, and if he spent them on one ability, it would reach 135 points. The advantage of the lizards was their speed and maneuverability in swampy terrain. Since he planned to fight the king and queen at the same time, he decided to increase the speed from 240 to the maximum of 300 points. Taking advantage of his new abilities, Daniel jumped right above the lizard king and queen. He then attacked them with a spear from a falling position, but the bosses dodged it. The main character did not like this development of the battle. The king jumped back and struck the water with his sword, creating a dense stream of water. Because of this, Daniel was unable to hold the bloody spear, and it flew out of his hands. He instantly jumped for the spear, and at the same moment the king struck. But to his surprise, the target of the attack suddenly disappeared from sight. Having landed, the hero realized that it really was not as easy as he thought. As it turned out, he landed right on the blade of the lizard's sword in time. Immediately after that, he rushed towards the king and struck him with the tip of his spear. But at the last moment, his attack was repelled by golden chakras. It turned out to be even more unpleasant than he could have imagined. The system notified him that the queen's defense had increased by 100%, and she was using the disc skill. Immediately after this, the king used a volcanic eruption. Realizing that the situation had worsened, Daniel rushed forward, trying to avoid the attacks of both bosses at the same time. At the same time, he had to reflect the flying chakras, which was not easy. After a series of attacks, the queen's defense dropped by 100%, plus another 200% due to the use of discs. This created a great opportunity for the hero, as the queen was exhausted and could not act until she had rested. This was exactly the moment he was waiting for, so he immediately rushed towards the queen. Suddenly the king roared loudly. Suddenly the water under the hero's feet began to bubble, but Daniel just grinned. He suddenly changed direction and attacked the king. The king's weakness was that he became extremely vulnerable during the use of a volcanic eruption. As Daniel attacked the king, he mentally apologized, because his original target was not the queen, but the king. He pierced the lizard king and many energy arrows flew through him. These arrows were then redirected towards the queen, since she was now defenseless and could not resist. Thus, Daniel successfully completed the Twin Marshes dungeon, and received 500,000 wood points for it. After receiving this news, the school chairman immediately drove up to the closed gate. Standing in front of the gate were Daniel and Chandler tied up, and an exhausted Julie and Charlotte. Chairman Hank, concerned about the fate of the students, ran up to the girls and was glad to see that they were alive. Liam then shouted at Chairman Hank to untie them, but ignoring him, Charlotte explained that someone had saved them. The two who tried to escape from the dungeon left them and Julie as bait, and if that man hadn't intervened, they would have already died. Upon hearing this, Chairman Hank announced that he intended to inform the student clans. The chairman asked who had helped them, and Charlotte replied that she did not remember the face of the savior. Hank noted that this was not the most important thing right now, and helped the girls up to take them to the hospital. On the way to the ambulance, Julie noticed something in the distance. Daniel praised her for her resourcefulness, as she correctly understood that he did not want anyone to know about his role in the rescue. Even the teacher appreciated her actions because, having seen his disguise, she understood who he really was, and was able to correctly assess the situation. The hero also understood that these students were from fairly large clans, so he was not going to sit idly by. He was curious to see how the Divine Fist would behave. Sometime later, in the school infirmary, Daniel was in a room with Charlotte. The girl has not yet regained consciousness after the incident at the Gate of the Twins. Looking at her, Daniel thought that Charlotte was actually a good person, if only she was more friendly. Suddenly the door burst open and Parker ran in, shouting to his sister that he heard about her injury. Daniel asked him to be quiet as Charlotte was sleeping. And moving closer, Parker asked if it was true. Parker explained that when the gate problem started, Liam and Chandler tried to escape, leaving Charlotte and Julie as bait. Daniel did not comment on this. Gritting his teeth in anger, Parker called these guys crazy. He then turned around and headed out of the room to get revenge on those guys. But Daniel told him that it was not necessary. Parker, stopping in surprise, asked if not him, then who should punish these people? Daniel replied gloomily that he could handle that matter himself. The fact is that, in many ways, it was because of him that everything happened. Parker was amazed. The energy he felt could scare even him. He suspected that Daniel had become much stronger. But to be so strong, he realized it was the result of a deliberate approach. Suddenly, a mooing sound came from Charlotte, causing the hero and Parker to stop talking. Parker approached his sister and asked if she was okay. He clarified that she was currently in the school medical unit and almost got into trouble. Remembering what happened, Charlotte seriously asked if Julie was okay. Daniel assured her that everything was fine. And then Charlotte sighed softly, calming down. Suddenly she remembered something else and asked the hero to wait. Then she grabbed him and asked if it was really him. Charlotte asked how he managed to get through the gate, and Daniel explained that he was able to enter the dungeon because the gate opened. Charlotte then returned to bed and said that she had many more questions, but she was too tired right now. Daniel explained that the brother and sister needed to talk a little more, and he, as the odd one out, would leave first. After these words, Daniel left the medical center, leaving the two of them alone. Charlotte admitted that she didn't actually choose the team of these guys, but that it was Jana who suggested that she join them. Due to this, Parker advised his sister not to interact with members of the Divine Fist clans. The guy reminded that the Divine Fist clan had rejected Daniel, so he was an exception. He explained that, according to Daniel, he found a master who taught him martial arts, which made him stronger. He wondered who Daniel's master was and what made him train Daniel, who even the Divine Fist clan refused to train. Parker wanted to meet him, because if he could make Daniel so strong, he must be as great as his grandfather. Later, the students congratulated the hero and his team on their excellent results in the midterm exams. After that, they clinked glasses. Daniel explained that Parker would pay for everything today, and the rest of us could take whatever we wanted from the store. Parker himself was outraged and asked why he should pay. Daniel recalled that thanks to Parker's help, he was only able to take second place. Soon there were many sweets on the table, and a joyful Jose began to eat dessert. However, Daniel asked him to come up to the roof as soon as he was free. Parker asked where Daniel was going, and was told that he was going to the toilet, after which he left. He cast a last meaningful glance in Jose's direction. Soon after, the boy followed the main character. On the roof, Daniel took out his phone and checked the latest news. The expedition to Lake Chongjiang had failed again. Jose followed Daniel up onto the roof, nervously asking why he had been called. He thought Daniel should have stayed and celebrated with the others. Daniel explained that he had something to tell him, and then threw the mana stones to Jose. Having caught them, Jose was surprised by such a gift, and asked why they were giving it to him. Daniel explained that it was a bribe to keep Jose around. However, Jose couldn't understand why he and not someone else, and Daniel admitted that he liked him. After this, Jose asked why they were giving him so much, since even one stone would have been enough. Daniel agreed and explained that these mana stones were clearly not enough, so he took out a scroll and hit Jose in the chest with it. When Jose saw the scroll, he first thought he was imagining it, wiped his eyes and looked at the title again. Jose hesitantly asked if he had really been given the heavenly sacrifice. However, Daniel only extended his hand, asking if that was enough for Jose to join him. After some time, the representatives of the Divine Fist clan and the head of the Imperial Blade met. Marcus explained that his brother had gone to training, but had given him all the power and they could continue to meet. Marcus said the first question would be about the midterm incident, but Leonard asked them to forget about it. However, the third attempt was extremely important. It not only showed the strength of their martial arts, but also allowed them to strengthen their foundation. Marcus replied that he was ready to do anything to get polar ice water. Leonard noted his determination and shook Marcus's hand. He gladly accepted the handshake for the sake of success in the cleanup. Marcus was ready to do anything to get the elixir, because only in this way could he restore Carl's reservoir. He was not concerned about the possible difficulties during the cleanup. When Leonard realized that everything had gone well, a sly grin appeared on his face. The next day, in the Blue Fox's lair, after receiving a bribe from the hero, Jose began training here. Daniel noted that this is the first time he has seen a martial art reboot, and admitted that it is truly impressive. The old man noted that the amount of mana emitted by Jose was very high, and it could serve as a good elixir for monsters. Daniel was pleased that Jose had fulfilled his request. Eventually, Jose simply stopped paying attention to such things. He remained a simple and trusting person, but the question remained whether other people would treat him the same way. Once Jose finished his meditation, Daniel asked him how he was feeling. Jose admitted that he doesn't feel much of a difference yet, and that his body now feels empty inside. Then the hero handed him a scroll with martial arts and said that now Jose only had to tear it up. The boy was hesitant, but Daniel explained that if he didn't want to use the art, he could just return the scroll. Then Jose silently tore up the text and suddenly energy filled him. Daniel congratulated him. Now Jose had mastered the S-rank martial art that even the head of the Imperial Blade clan could not obtain. Suddenly Jose knelt down in front of Daniel, which surprised him. He confessed that in his life no one had ever treated a mediocre awakened being with such respect. Unlike others, Daniel gave him faith and courage to become stronger. Then Jose solemnly placed his hand on his heart and promised that he would be faithful to Daniel to thank him for his support. Daniel didn't expect this turn of events, but after a few seconds his surprise turned into a smile. After some time, the hero returned to the martial arts school. The old man asked if he really liked everything so much. Daniel replied that it was true, because it was usually difficult to find someone like Jose. The master noted that Jose's bone structure is truly impressive, and he will be very useful if trained properly. The old man asked if he had a specific plan. Daniel explained that he wanted to give Jose the Yonhua province, but he confessed to the teacher that he did not know where to find it, and the master noted that this approach made him age faster. Meanwhile, the students standing in the hero's way were whispering. All of this happened because of the Divine Fist clan disciples who came to the school. Seeing their young master, they immediately greeted him. Daniel, displeased with their appearance, asked what it was this time, and the senior student said that he had a message from the head of the clan. However, Daniel said he didn't want to hear it and headed to class. However, as soon as he entered, the senior disciple explained that the headman required his participation in the succession competition. Hearing this, Daniel laughed quietly. He wondered why the leader was so stubborn, because no matter how much they provoked him to come in person, The elder reported that the clan leader ordered Daniel to participate in the cleansing of Chongzhong as his first mission. However, Daniel refused and explained that he was not going to participate in this competition. The senior disciple reminded that a member of the Divine Fist clan could not disobey an order. Daniel then asked if he had ever been a member of the clan. Before the elder could answer, the hero slammed the classroom door. Daniel noted to himself that his father really had a way of pissing people off. Even if he refused to participate, he would still be forced to play by the rules set by his father, which disgusted him. The question arose as to what needed to be done to avoid the influence of his father and the Divine Fist clan. Suddenly, someone noticed that the classroom had suddenly become quiet. Daniel turned around and saw Holly entering the classroom, but she was immediately stopped by Belle and Helen. Seeing Holly, Daniel realized he had forgotten about the Shinga Gate. He stood up and asked her to talk to him for a few minutes to discuss an important matter. He explained that this was the matter she had mentioned earlier. Holly then asked the hero to follow her, after which they left the classroom. Belle and Helen, surprised by what had happened, could not understand what was going on. Outside, Holly asked what he wanted to discuss. Daniel asked her to tell Chairman Hank that he agreed. Holly was surprised by this decision, and assumed that it was related to the Divine Fist clan. She asked what exactly he wanted, and Daniel replied that he wanted exclusive ownership of one of the gates. Holly asked the hero for permission to use his name, which puzzled him. She explained that there must be a reason for permission. There was one rule in Shingi to support new clan members as much as possible, including exclusive rights to the gate. When a newly minted clan member went to clear the gates, the loot was divided with the clan in a ratio of 8 to 2. The hero then handed Holly his identification card and proposed a mutually beneficial relationship. The hero understood that this innovation differed from the modern rule based on blood relationship. However, it has its serious drawbacks. Daniel explained that for the sake of future good relations, he was ready to solve one of the clan's problems. He explained that he meant the parasites that had stuck to them. Holly didn't expect to hear this at all. She jumped up from her seat and asked how he knew this. The hero said that he had what the Divine Fist had been looking for many years. The blood scroll. Holly asked if he had this technology. Then Daniel looked at his master, who, of course, must have known her. He then replied to Holly that he had something like that. After some time, Holly came into Chairman Hank's office. Nervous about what he heard, Hank asked Holly if she was serious. Holly confirmed her words, and that Daniel is aware of what is happening in their clan. Previously, Hank had taken extra care to ensure that no one knew about the family members' contacts with other clans, except for Daniel. Holly added that Daniel promised to give them the rights to the gate in exchange for their house's cooperation. Hank jumped up in disbelief and tried to understand how Daniel could have the rights. Handing it over to the clan would be a huge loss. Daniel asked her to say that everything would be okay if the Xingye clan provided access to information and support. Then Holly asked her uncle what he would do in this situation. Hank laughed and said that it was obvious. He asked Holly to tell Daniel that they were happy to work together. Meanwhile, in the Blue Fox's lair, in the dungeon, Daniel admitted to himself that he had never expected to meet a guest here. At the moment, Jose was practicing meditation. With nowhere else to train, Daniel left the gates open, but didn't expect him to literally move in. Suddenly, Daniel felt that something was wrong and used his technique to look around. Seeing the huge flow of mana around Jose, he asked if it was due to the concentration of energy inside the gate. The old man explained that this was true, since there was a fine line between pure energy and mana, which was called power. Daniel came to the conclusion that the pure mana in the air aided the heavenly sacrifice martial art. The old man advised Daniel to train as hard as his new student, instead of rushing back and forth. At this stage, he had almost reached rank AA. All he had to do was raise all his stats to 300 points. Looking at his performance, the master asked what he was going to improve first. Daniel replied that he planned to raise all stats to 300 points, which surprised the master and made him laugh. Having calmed down a little, the master began to ask the hero if he was sure of his decision, which began to irritate the hero. He asked why the master didn't give advice. Imagining his beard being ripped out, Daniel knelt down and asked the old master for his opinion on leveling up. The master advised not to distribute all the points at once, but to focus on one characteristic, strength. Daniel was amazed that he had to use everything for this. However, he followed the teacher's advice. Once his internal energy exceeded 500, Daniel reached the 5th star of the divine art and opened his middle dantian. Immediately after this, his heartbeat quickened, and the system warned the hero that energy had begun to be released into the reservoir. He felt as if his heart was being pierced by hundreds of needles. The system sounded an alarm and notified that the energy of the primitive martial art was exploding. The hero's heart gave its last beat, and a moment later he felt sick. Suddenly exhausted, he sank to his knees and began coughing up blood. Daniel realized that he had to do something, otherwise he would simply die. Not wanting to give up, he raised his hands to his chest and tried to normalize his condition. The system reported that thanks to his patience, the spiritual energy began to increase sharply. The central field of the elixir was opened. The internal energy limit has been increased. 50 points have been added to each characteristic. Daniel also gained the divine martial body ability, and his internal energy was fully restored. As soon as it was over, he felt an unusual lightness. He then collapsed on the sand and admitted that he thought he was going to die. The old man asked the student how he felt after receiving the 5th star. Daniel admitted that he was very scared. But the old man asked him to pay attention and said that now all that was left for Daniel was to get the upper dantian. However, the mentor noted that what would happen next time could not even be compared with the current experience. Daniel then stood up and opened the system and saw that he had gained a new skill. The hero's eyes lit up with amazement, because the characteristics he gave were incredible. Daniel couldn't help but think about what a master the teacher had been when he was alive. Then he looked at Jose and saw that he was still meditating diligently. Daniel sat down on the sand and wondered if he should take a short break and leave a little later with Jose. After some time, at the martial arts school square, the chairman asked the second-place team to come forward. Hank congratulated the team captain and shook his hand. He then dismissed the student and invited the team that had won first place in the midterm exams. Chairman Hank congratulated Daniel on his win and asked if he had decided what award he wanted to receive. Daniel replied with a grin that he would let them know when they got to the museum. Secretary Naomi asked the winners to follow her, and they all headed to the museum. The heroes' team members were thinking about what to choose and were worried about it. Even Parker didn't know where to stop, since he hadn't thought about it before. Then the hero asked Parker if he had seen a rusty iron sword, and advised him to choose this particular sword. Daniel explained that this blade was once recovered from a dungeon, and used by a man known as the Noble Sword. Daniel explained that he learned this from the master. Then Parker thanked Daniel, and said that he would go immediately for the sword. Arriving at the huge vault door, Chairman Hank quickly entered the code, and he and his students found themselves in the main hall of the museum. While the students were amazed by such values, the chairman asked them to come up and choose one item. Behind the glass partitions were precious books, paintings, blades, and other artifacts. Belle picked up the golden wand and admitted that it was simply incredible. The students quickly found the items they wanted. However, Daniel, who had been standing at the entrance all this time, ordered them to stop. He demanded that all the items they liked be returned. Then he distributed the artifacts among his friends. For Belle, he chose the ice gloves, for Helen, the yin-yang needles, and for Sam, the red cloak. Hank was amazed, wondering if Daniel did this based on his knowledge, or if he just had an incredible eye for artifacts. After this, Daniel told Holly that he had prepared an item for her. He recommended that she choose the whip sword, but Holly disagreed, because the whip is avoided by all awakened fighters. If used incorrectly, the blade will harm the owner. Daniel then asked Holly what her priorities were when choosing a sword, other than strength, weight, and flexibility. Holly said she appreciated strength, but Daniel immediately cut her off, saying that was the wrong answer. He explained that true extreme speed is achieved not by the strength or speed of the blow, but by the flexibility and elasticity of the muscles of the entire body. The whip sword is a weapon with high flexibility. When both of these characteristics achieve harmony, maximum efficiency can be achieved. After a while, Parker ran up to Daniel to look at her artifact, because it looked really cool. He said that at first glance, he understood that this artifact was made especially for him. He then poked Daniel in the face, implying that since he was a student of a great master, he had received something even cooler. Then Daniel showed Parker his new hammer. But suddenly his friend fell silent. Parker gaped in amazement and asked why he chose such a trash weapon among all the artifacts. Parker fell to the ground, saying that Daniel had to sacrifice a good weapon so that he could get this sword. Finally leaving the museum, Daniel examined his new hammer. It was an A-rank iron hammer. Just looking at the description of the iron hammer, you might think it's a normal refining tool, and even he himself could not immediately understand that this tool was the key to cleansing the heavenly lake. At this time, a furious cry rang out, echoing throughout the entire Divine Fist clan. Liam, who was screaming, began to beat the wall furiously, imagining that he was killing the hero. During these blows, Liam swore that all the blame for what happened lay solely with this bastard. If it weren't for Daniel, he would have been able to take first place in the exam. But because of him, everyone found out about his actions in the dungeons. He could not even go to school anymore, as he had disgraced the honor of his house, and now he was locked in his room. Suddenly the door to the room opened and Liam was told he could come out. Liam was surprised at how quickly he was released and asked how things were outside. The man explained that the head of the clan included Daniel among the candidates, and he would participate in the third expedition to the lake with him. Hearing this, Liam roared with indignation. He demanded to know why he was being forced to compete with this bastard. The man explained that this was probably due to the fact that Daniel had attracted the attention of the head of the clan, and was even considered stronger than Liam himself. Hearing this comparison, Liam immediately tried to deal with the man, but he simply grabbed his hand. Liam, clenching his fist behind his back, demanded that the man watch his language, because he had failed to inherit the family power and become stronger than him. The man let go of his hand and admitted that it was just his personal assumption. However, he warned that Liam might be learning demonic martial arts to get revenge on them. The man explained that for a person unable to inherit the power of his family, there was only one way to become stronger. Liam agreed and wanted to go to his father to report. But the man stopped him with his hand, saying that it was not necessary. After all, if Mr. Liam took care of it personally, the head of the house would have a higher opinion of him. He also prepared a gift for Liam. It was an item that would grant the owner the desired power. Naturally, Liam couldn't refuse and accepted the gift, because it was exactly the power he wanted. So he took the mysterious ball from the box and swallowed it. Finally, the day came for the third attack on the lake. The reporter reported that due to the expedition team's sudden decision to broadcast the process live, a crowd had gathered in front of the gate. The third attempt involves the clans of Divine Fist, Imperial Blade, Divine Mastery, and Iron Blood. The team consists of 200 members from each clan, which in total gives 800 people. Meanwhile, Liam walked proudly along with his clan members. Suddenly, a ball of paint flew at him, but Liam reacted in time and caught it. The ball burst, splattering paint everywhere. People demanded that the Divine Fist and Imperial Blade clans leave this place. Liam started to get angry, but the senior disciple advised him not to make a scene, because the clan leader didn't want that here. Suddenly the crowd froze with their mouths open as the man involved in the purification of the heavenly lake, Daniel, approached them. People started applauding him, and he was already nicknamed the Ghost Spear. Daniel explained that it all happened because the school released a video of the cleansing of the field of magic flowers. Suddenly someone called out to the hero from behind. Before he could turn around, Parker slammed into him again and ended up on top. Stunned, Daniel asked what the hell he was doing and demanded that he get off him. Jaya Holly had to step in and pull Daniel out from under his friend. At that moment, someone spat on the asphalt, almost hitting Daniel in the face. Looking up, he realized it was Liam. He called Daniel a scoundrel and warned him to walk and look around. Daniel mockingly asked if Liam really cared about him that much, and if it was time for him to finally grow up. As Liam left, he noted that he could think whatever he wanted, but the heavenly lake would definitely become their grave. Liam sighed heavily and complained that Liam always sounded like a villain doomed to fail. Soon, huge gates opened in the center of the city. After passing through the gate, Daniel found himself on the surface of an icy lake. The system notified the hero that he was in the dungeon of the heavenly lake, and the owner of the lake was not going to lower his vigilance. Daniel remembered that ever since Sinyavka had become the owner of the Forbidden Zone, the gate owners had begun to be wary of his approach. Suddenly, a man stepped forward to introduce himself. His name was Donald, and he was the leader of the third expedition. Inside the gates, unpredictable events always occur, which often lead to the death of people. If anyone dies here, it will be solely due to their own weakness. He hoped that all members of the expedition would remember this. Daniel had been grinning all this time, understanding what this old man was getting at. The Heavenly Lake is also known as the Invincible Gate. During the first attempt to clear the gate, blue-level monsters, Nappas, began to appear, living in the shallows of the dungeon. Once they deal with these creatures, the portal to the next level will open. Soon Liam defeated these monsters with his own hands. He laughed madly, wondering how these vile creatures even dared to challenge him. The senior apprentice reminded his men that their purpose was to help the master hunt safely. Daniel noted that Liam was wasting his inner strength simply because it was all being broadcast live. Meanwhile, one of the Nappas crawled towards Daniel and growled loudly, intending to kill the man. Before Daniel could react, a steel whip flew past his head, catching his cheek and tearing the monster apart. Holly asked Daniel if he was okay, and the hero, shaking, admitted that he almost died. However, Holly took responsibility for allowing her guard to drop during the cleanup. Off topic, Daniel noted that she had started using a room sword, and she admitted that she had gotten a little better at using it. Looking out of the corner of his eye at the pool of blood, Daniel had to admit that Holly was indeed gradually gaining mastery over the sword. Just a second ago, he didn't even have time to feel how her blade flew past his face. Everything happened too fast. He admitted that Holly is not called a genius for nothing. Donald watched all this, and was informed that the elite of the Divine Fist clan, the Heavenly Kings group, had joined them. And as you can see, this was not an empty threat. Meanwhile, Chandler and the Black Lions fought well, but they were still far from Sawyer, the leader of the Sky Kings. He had perfect control over his inner strength and was able to maintain the clan's divine energy without showing it. Such a person should have been noticed before the Divine Fist clan did. On the other hand, Daniel looked like a completely pathetic child. He preferred to use a spear instead of his clan's martial arts. Liam and Marcus suspected Daniel of killing the Lizard King, but looking at this boy, they couldn't imagine that it was possible. If this man was really that strong, Donald was sure he was just using a trick. Meanwhile, the cleanup team members dealt with all the monsters that suddenly appeared. Donald praised them and noted that they had done well on the first level without any problems. Since they were not too exhausted from the fight, Donald suggested moving to the next level of the gate. On the second level of the Heavenly Lake, they had to pass through an area full of traps and obstacles. Falling into the water would instantly kill them. Their task was to cross the river along a narrow stone path. If someone lost their way, numerous obstacles appeared. Any mistake could cost the lives of even the strongest awakened. Daniel asked if there was such water in the place where the master lived, to which he replied that there was even a 1,000-year-old golden turtle living there. The teacher confirmed the hero's guess, and added that the turtle's body was made entirely of gold. He originally intended to kill the turtle to use it as an elixir, but ended up making it his pet. After that, Donald ordered everyone to get ready, and then asked the leader of the primordial essence to draw a magic circle. After a few seconds, the system notified everyone that a water magic circle had been created. Thanks to this circle, the water resistance of all expedition members increased by 30%. The effect lasted for half an hour. Donald asked who wanted to go first. The expedition members began to whisper among themselves until one of them, Charlotte, raised her hand. The man then declared that the Ironblood clan would go first. Donald was ready to announce who would go first, but she suddenly changed her mind and announced that she would go herself. Her clansmen are not lab rats. She explained that her grandfather always told her that she should set an example for others. Donald thought it was cheeky, but admitted he should have been more careful, and then wished Charlotte luck. The old man asked Daniel if he would just watch, since this girl was his friend. But Daniel, smiling, replied that there was no need to worry, as he would think of something. Charlotte was the first of the participants to cross the Heavenly River along a narrow stone path. Charlotte was worried. She had a feeling that if her foot lingered even for a second on the rock, she would immediately fall into the water. Without thinking too long, she quickened her pace, trying to cross the river as quickly as possible without stopping on the rocks. Suddenly, Daniel mentally turned to her and asked her to listen to his advice. He pointed out that there was a sharp rock ahead, and that they should stop right in front of it. Following his instructions, Charlotte stopped. At that moment, the water around her suddenly rose up in the form of a geyser. Charlotte was shocked as the geyser nearly washed her off the rocks. She turned to Daniel, but he reassured her, explaining that she could cross the river safely and could pass on the method to her clan. Charlotte demanded to know what would happen next, and Daniel agreed. Her clan members and those they trusted followed her. Donald tried to understand what was going on. How could the Ironblood students cross the river so easily? The old man could hardly believe what was happening, since even the first and second expeditions had encountered difficulties due to the geysers. Suddenly, Donald realized that there was a pattern here, that these people had somehow learned the pattern of the appearance of water geysers. Realizing this, Donald began to curse the Ironblood clan and the old man who did not tell them how to cross the river, although he himself knew. It was soon reported that all members of the Ironblood clan had successfully crossed the river. Donald warned his people that it was now their turn. He asked if everyone remembered the sequence of movements, in which case they should follow him. The members of the Imperial Sword Clan began to cross the river along a narrow stone path. The hero noticed that the old man was too self-confident, but doubted that this would last long. One of the students heard the sound of water, and the next second, a drop of heavenly water pierced his body like a bullet. Donald didn't expect that even following the pattern, one of the students would die, and Chandler opened his mouth, realizing that he could die too. Several water spears shot out of the water and exploded upon landing, raising even more water. Suddenly, Donald shouted that they were spears. Realizing the danger, he ordered his disciples to speed up and cross the river as quickly as possible. The disciples ran as fast as they could to save their lives, but the water spears were too numerous, and many died. Donald noticed that there were only a few steps left to the end of the path, and if they followed the pattern, they were almost there. But unfortunately, things turned out differently. Hundreds of water spears rose into the air and fell on the clan members. However, Donald and the remaining students were able to overcome the test of the Heavenly River. Charlotte extended her hand to the man to see if he was okay, but Donald pulled his hand away, stood up on his own, and said that everything was fine. He asked how many students had survived, and the students reported that, including the wounded, about 50 people had survived. Donald cursed that day, as most of his students had just died. All events of the second level of the Heavenly Lake were broadcast live, so the students began to animatedly discuss what was happening. Many were afraid to continue watching, as it seemed that the members of the cleansing group were simply walking to certain death. The disciples, who were just about to cross the river, trembled with fear of death. Marcus swallowed and stuttered as he asked who wanted to go next, and to his surprise, it was Daniel. Marcus wanted to understand the reason, because Daniel was not yet ready for such a test. Daniel replied that he would not act with him. He was going to take the test with another clan. Hearing this, Marcus became furious. He would have let Daniel just die, but all their actions were broadcast live. Marcus knew that if Daniel didn't act with their clan, the Divine Fist's authority would be in question. Daniel, in turn, smiled mockingly and said that the old man was worrying in vain, because he was only joking. After that, he turned to the clan, or more precisely to Holly. Realizing it was a sign, Holly stepped forward and declared that their clan would go next. She also informed Daniel that he should act together with his clan, and Daniel agreed. Marcus felt relieved when a certain number of people had already crossed the river. The stones began to change order. The Imperial Blade clan suffered greatly as they did not notice the changes in the stone sequence due to the increase in the challenge level. After crossing the river, the 200 Iron Blood clan members and 50 Imperial Blade clan disciples safely reached the other side. In total, about 250 people were able to cross the river before the stones reached the third level. Remembering the example of the Imperial Blade clan, Daniel advised Holly to act calmly and slowly. Holly assured him that she understood this, and that they wouldn't have gotten this far if they hadn't trusted Daniel. Beyond the personal trust based on Holly's experience, it seemed entirely reasonable to trust Daniel. However, she wondered how Daniel could know how to safely cross the lake by following the given path. Daniel shared useful information with them in a friendly manner, but at the same time he did not trust them completely. The girl wondered if he would one day be able to trust her as much as she trusted him. After crossing the river, the Divine Mastery clan members led by Holly were finally able to catch their breath. Holly reported to Parker that everyone had reached the other side safely and that almost no one had been hurt. Watching this, Donald felt his anger rising again. He couldn't understand how the clan had managed to cross the river without a single loss. Donald was convinced that he was the only one who didn't know something important. Now that the Divine Mastery clan had crossed the river, it was the Divine Fist clan's turn. Daniel speculated that after 50 people, the Order of the Stones would change again, and that would be the hardest level. The change will happen in the middle of the path, which is the most dangerous place. Daniel was tired of taking care of everyone else, so he decided to just use the gate. Marcus warned his disciples that if the Divine Mastery clan could cross the river without losses, they could too. The old man chuckled and told Daniel that he had a bad feeling about a certain guy. The old man pointed to Liam, who was nearby. He felt a familiar energy from him, but could not determine its nature, so the master advised him to observe this guy. After some time, the Divine Fist clan began to cross the Heavenly River. Suddenly, arrows flew out of the water, aimed at the hero and Marcus. However, Sawyer managed to react in time and caught all the arrows. He asked Marcus if he was hurt, and Marcus stuttered that he was fine. It seemed to him that everything was going much easier than he expected, and if this continued, they would be able to pass safely. Daniel grinned, because now the most dangerous part was about to begin. Suddenly the water around the stones began to bubble, forming geysers that shot upward. Then Marcus ordered his students not to panic and not to be afraid, to continue moving, avoiding the water columns. Liam jumped from rock to rock. Suddenly he sensed something ominous in the nearby water column. Liam ducked and the spear flew right over him. He crushed the spear with his knee and looked at the source of the threat. However, he didn't expect to meet werewolf sharks here. Liam wondered how a red-level monster could appear here. The thing is, such creatures are usually found only at high-level gates. The water shook, and a trio of weresharks jumped out of it, rushing towards their prey. However, Marcus intervened, pushing them away with one blow. He asked Liam if he was okay and was glad to see his nephew safe. Marcus suggested that they hurry and cross the river since the geysers had calmed down. However, suddenly they heard the sound of bodies falling into the water. Looking up, Marcus and Liam saw that more than several dozen of their clan's students had been killed. Marcus wondered if all these casualties could have been the result of an attack by weresharks hiding in the water columns. Even if that was the case, the monsters shouldn't have killed so many people. Suddenly, a mini-boss, a huge monster named Sharkman, rose to the surface. His loud roar inspired his brethren, increasing the speed, water attack power, and water magic of werewolves by 30%. Due to the terrain features, the werewolves in the lake turned into red-level monsters and above. Daniel wanted to understand how the Divine Fist clan disciples would be able to deal with such a worst-case scenario. And then he suddenly heard a system notification. Opening the system window, Daniel was surprised. The gate owner's ability was activated, which neutralized the enemy's enhancements. Daniel was surprised that his fear had suddenly been activated and tried to understand the reason for such an event. The system notified the hero that Sharkman was watching him closely, and that the sharks were afraid of him. Daniel couldn't believe how quickly and easily everything was resolved. The clan's disciples were afraid to even move because of the huge Sharkman, while the monster itself was afraid of Daniel. Daniel mentally asked Sharkman why he was suddenly going to retreat when his victims were right in front of him. He ordered Sharkman to attack them in order to destroy all the people standing in front of him. However, the monster was frightened by the hero's eerie aura and jumped into the water, quickly swimming away. The system notified Daniel that Sharkman was scared and ran away. Thus, Daniel set a record and received a double reward. The system also notified Daniel that he had been given the title of Gray-Eyed Killer. The hero sighed, noting that the title was quite fitting, considering that he had destroyed red-tier monsters with just a glance. The old man noted that quite a few of the Sky King and Deathleap's disciples had survived, and Daniel explained that this was what was making him angry. Charlotte added that since there was no telling when the monsters might return, it was best to retreat before they started drawing the magic circle. Donald then stated that he wanted to discuss one important thing with them before that. Donald said he suspected that someone was trying to harm their expedition group. One of the students became angry and asked if they were really suspected of all the deaths. Donald replied that he himself did not want to think about it, but everything looked too suspicious, and he considered his suspicions justified. Charlotte reminded the man that they were here to help clear the gate, in response to a request for support. Then Donald asked her to answer one question: how she managed to figure out the sequence of crossing the lake. Charlotte wanted to explain, but she didn't want to give away Daniel. Then Holly called Donald a rude person. Even being the Apostle of Wind, he has no right to suspect others without evidence. Donald bowed and admitted that he had no proof yet, but concentrating his strength, he kicked the ground. Under the pressure of the Wind Apostle's power, the disciples of the Divine Mastery and Iron Blood clans fell to their knees. Donald said he could get them to confess to the crime. At that moment, Daniel stepped between them and ordered Donald to stop. But Daniel explained that he intervened because it was sad to see the leader of the expedition suspect his own allies. However, Donald said that standing out from the crowd is not the best solution. The heroes said that since it seemed to him that their groups were only getting in each other's way, why not split up? In this way, each of the affected clans will be able to act independently. Donald considered the young man's advice and finally agreed with it. Marcus reminded them that Daniel was a member of their clan, but Donald told them to stop. The priority now was to clear the gate. The protagonist agreed, and all the cameras were destroyed, meaning they wouldn't have to worry about losing their reputation. Daniel planned to kill Marcus at the first opportunity, but he would still have a chance to do it. Donald then announced that their group would be exploring the sea cave to the west, while Daniel would head to the ice gorge to the east. Donald laughed in his mind at this young man, because the sea cave they were going to had already been explored. Donald wished the heroes group good luck, but Daniel honestly admitted that he was not going to hypocritically wish them luck. After some time, the heroes group took a break in the ice cave. Holly asked Daniel if it would be okay to be so distant from her clan, but Daniel said it was no problem. This was his original plan. The sea cave is much more dangerous, and now his goal is simply to survive. Daniel chose the icy gorge because it was the lair of Sharkman and his were-sharks. Once they know he's here, they'll run back to the Heavenly Lake, but the sea cave is a completely different story. It was the refuge of the were-shark's enemy, the Nagach, terrifying spider-like monsters that radiated cold instead of poison. Daniel asked his companions to listen carefully to him. In fact, there was a shortcut. This path required a special artifact that the hero had. The rest were only supposed to cover him. Charlotte was surprised by the information Daniel had and asked how he knew it. Daniel thought for a moment, then said that he learned this from the Dark Merchant. Sometime later, after a short rest, the group continued moving along the icy gorge. Charlotte was surprised that were-shark creatures lived here. But, observing the icy landscapes, she was not going to lower her vigilance. Meanwhile, Daniel began to look for what he needed. Charlotte noted that in front of them was only a frozen lake, but Daniel reminded that he had already mentioned it. This was their shortcut. Then he struck the ice with his hammer, the sound of the blow echoing throughout the gorge. Charlotte and Parker, stunned by the hero's actions, asked what he was doing. At that moment, one of the members of the cleanup team ran up and shouted that they had a huge problem. Were-sharks appeared from above and surrounded them. Holly immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, but Daniel stated that there was no need for this, since the sharks would not attack. Meanwhile, the were-sharks watched from afar. The hero continued to hit the ice with all his might. Only after the hero's final blow did cracks appear on the surface of the ice. The ice cracked under the hero's feet and the surface began to split, leaving the students without support. Parker asked Daniel what he was doing, and he explained that they all just needed to follow him. The guy was surprised, not understanding what this meant. Suddenly, Daniel jumped straight into the water. Parker screamed, thinking that Daniel had committed suicide. Parker then exclaimed that he didn't care and also jumped, which surprised the girls. Realizing that trusting Daniel was necessary, Charlotte ordered everyone to jump into the water. Charlotte and Holly jumped immediately after the boys. It turned out that it was not heavenly water, which could instantly crush them, but ordinary water. Looking around, Charlotte saw the hero with Parker next to her. Daniel gestured for everyone to follow him and swam to the bottom. After this, the students swam in a neat formation after the hero. After some time, Daniel surfaced in the middle of a cave strewn with crystals. Charlotte asked Daniel to warn her about such adventures in advance, because her heart could not take it. The hero apologized and explained that unexpected surprises are always more fun. Having gathered in the cave, Daniel's group continued on their way. They walked until they came across an icy door. Daniel explained that this was a secret path that led straight to the boss. He headed towards the door, and the group members began to whisper among themselves, not understanding how he knew all this. Feeling the door, Daniel realized that it would not be easy to open. He took out an iron hammer and warned everyone to retreat. He swung his hammer and hit the door with all his might, destroying another obstacle. The system notified the hero that he had discovered a secret path. For this, he received 550,000 wood points. While examining the crystals, Charlotte asked if they were all mana crystals. Holly noted that the bright blue color of the crystals indicates their highest quality, meaning each crystal is worth at least 1 million. Daniel, noticing their interest, said that they could collect them if they wanted. Holly replied that she did not have the skill to mine crystals. Charlotte then asked why Daniel was sure they had enough people to fight the boss. But Daniel replied that there were enough people, even more than needed. The thing is, the boss can't attack them. Meanwhile, the monster had already sensed the approach of uninvited guests. Meanwhile, Donald's group found itself surrounded by Nagach. One of the students caught in the web begged the giant spiders crawling towards him to stay away. He was on the verge of madness from fear and silently begged for salvation. Donald's group was growing smaller by the minute, the Nagochi eating their bodies while the awakened fought off the spiders. Everyone was horrified by the spiders eating their people. Marcus shouted that they needed to retreat, but the students behind him replied that it was impossible since the path was blocked. The situation was critical. Out of the 200 people in the expedition team, only half remained. The situation was becoming increasingly tense as the number of Nagachi attacking them continued to increase. Donald turned to Marcus, asking if he had the item he needed, but Marcus did not immediately understand what he was talking about. Donald then ordered Marcus to get ready. They were to use their subordinates as bait. The Hearthstone is a one-time use artifact that can save a life at a critical moment. It is an extremely rare and expensive item created by one of the foreign witchcraft houses. Due to its cost, most awakened ones are unable to even touch the stone. Doubting, Marcus asked if they would be the only ones saved and what would happen to the rest. Donald said he understood his concerns, but if the entire Death Leap group died, Marcus's position in the house would collapse. Donald promised to help him with this and do everything possible to keep them alive. Gritting his teeth, Marcus asked the man to keep his word. The students continued to fight off Noguchi with all their might when they suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. Donald, along with several people, used the return stones and left the battlefield, leaving everyone else behind. The students' situation worsened dramatically. They were left leaderless, surrounded by Noguchi. They didn't want to believe that everything could end this way. Sawyer then turned to one of the students named Vincent. He extended his hand to him and said that the gentleman always looked at him with admiration. Sawyer said he needed to finish his business here, and handed Vincent the return stone. He added that the Lord would be sad if he died, so it would be better to go instead of him. Vincent suddenly bowed to Sawyer, covering his face with his hand and thanking his mentor. Using the return stone, Vincent left the dungeon. Despair hung over those who remained. Everyone was sure that this was where the end awaited them. But Sawyer ordered the group to listen to him and reminded them that their mission was to serve the Divine Fist clan. He stressed that their task now is to ensure the survival of the mentor. All survivors must take up arms and continue the fight, and those who fail will not be forgiven. The group members enthusiastically vowed to follow the mentor to the end. Suddenly, Daniel felt a blow from afar. He asked his master what it was, and he explained that it was Huangbo energy. Daniel noted that no one except his father was capable of using divine arts. Suddenly, Daniel remembered that there was another person, the leader of the Heavenly Kings group, Sawyer. However, there was something strange here. Noguchi alone clearly couldn't make him suddenly reveal his power. Daniel was going to scout out the area. Then Holly noticed his intention and asked what he was going to do. He suggested that the boss could not get out of the water because it was laying eggs. But before Daniel could finish his thought, the master shouted that the Millennium Golden Turtle was his pet. Then the hero asked the master why he was so sure that his pet and boss were the same creature, because it seemed illogical. Then the master explained that he was in fact his master, a man from the great and glorious Goreo. Suddenly, Charlotte noticed that Daniel was talking to himself and asked why he suddenly screamed. Realizing he had been distracted, Daniel replied that nothing of the sort had happened. The master noted that one cannot judge without seeing in person, and if Goldeni is really here, she will be senior to his student. Then the hero decided not to waste time and hurried to Sawyer, without telling the master that the name Goldeni sounds no better than Sinyavki. Meanwhile, in Nagachi's lair in the sea cave, many students have already fallen to the monsters. The monsters also suffered losses, but not as significant. At this point, Sawyer and the surviving students were holding on with all their might. A moment later, the Nagachi released a web, preventing Sawyer from moving his arms freely. However, Noguchi's web did not prove to be a serious threat to him. Sawyer simply tensed his arms and the web burst. Taking advantage of the moment, one of the spiders suddenly attacked him from behind. In the blink of an eye, the boy turned around, grabbed Noguchi's head with one hand and his back with the other. With one blow, he tore the spider apart. Meanwhile, Daniel reached Nagachi's lair and was surprised by what he saw. Nagachi's web was incredibly strong, but Sawyer managed to do it. But Daniel wondered why he couldn't sense the presence of the rest of the group, his uncle, or Donald here. The Nagachi ate very little. After a successful hunt, they returned to their lair and did not appear on the surface for some time. It's logical to assume that people like Donald and the hero Marcus would sacrifice their people to save themselves. Suddenly, Daniel realized that these guys were simply using the return stones, using their subordinates as bait. Realizing how vile they were, Daniel began to laugh wildly, which scared even his master. But the laughter quickly died down when he realized the seriousness of the situation. Gripping the cave wall with his fingers in anger, Daniel wondered if such people could really be people. He asked who would be such as to run away, leaving his subordinates to perish. Sawyer, exhausted after the fight, was breathing heavily, and taking advantage of this, one of the Nagachi snuck up on him from behind. In the blink of an eye, a strong web was wrapped around his neck. Then the spider pulled him right under the feet of his comrades. A second later, Daniel found himself face to face with Noguchi, the drooling spider preparing to devour the man. But as soon as he got close, Sawyer grabbed Noguchi's tongue with his teeth and bit it off. The wounded spider howled in pain. Then Sawyer took advantage of the situation, broke free and immediately destroyed another Noguchi. One of the students asked if their mentor was okay. Sawyer replied that everything was fine, but looking at his hands, he noticed that they were shaking. He had already killed hundreds of Noguchi, and now he barely had enough internal energy to continue the fight. Luckily, the remaining spiders were the last ones in the cave. Sawyer reported that he was almost exhausted, and although his student offered to help with the rest of his energy, Sawyer refused. He stated that he would create a path for the group, after which they would have to leave this place. The students shouted that they were not going to listen, but suddenly the fighter sensed danger. In the blink of an eye, Sawyer grabbed Nagachi's head, squeezed it with his hand, and destroyed the spider. He said that this was his last order and demanded that everyone obey him. The students could hardly believe what was happening and began to whisper among themselves. Then they said they would not obey. Sawyer called them idiots, but they ignored the remark and helped him up. The question of who would go first arose immediately, and one of the first to volunteer was the student with a scar on his face. He turned to the commander and said that he hoped to see them in the next life. Instantly, he rushed into the crowd of Nagochi. However, someone grabbed him by the collar in mid-flight. In anger, the student asked who dared to do this to him. Then the hero demanded an explanation from the student as to who allowed him to die. At that moment, everyone froze in shock, not understanding how Daniel ended up there. The student, trembling, pointed at the hero and asked how he had ended up there so suddenly. But Daniel didn't let him finish and demanded an answer. He made it clear that he would not tolerate such behavior. The disciples of the Heavenly King's team were terrified and did not want to face the young master's wrath anymore. Then Daniel walked up to Sawyer and noted that he looked terrible. Sawyer was surprised that the young master survived, but was glad about it. He forced a smile and thanked the guy for saving him. Daniel noticed that he was barely alive and asked if they had anything to treat him. But Sawyer admitted that everything was used up. Then Daniel sighed and admitted that he himself had not brought anything with him for such an eventuality because he did not think it would be needed. In such a situation, he had no choice. Daniel called. Bloody Spear said that we would have to destroy all these creatures before they died here. He looked at Nagochi and wondered what to do with them. The master asked if he wasn't planning to use the Heavenly King's divine art. Instead, the hero wanted to show them a real show, to test the power of his new skill. Using the Heavenly King's divine art, Daniel charged into battle. Without much difficulty, he destroyed the Nagochi one after another. With barely noticeable speed, he destroyed the monsters with deadly movements. His lightning-fast attacks left the monsters no chance. The Divine Fist Clan disciples were astonished. The young master was clearly using the Heavenly King's divine art. Only Sawyer realized that this was not entirely true, since such movements would not have been possible using only one art. He guessed that this was probably the Heavenly King's new skill. Realizing that this enemy was impossible to deal with, the spiders rushed away. But Daniel wasn't going to let them go that easily. Grabbing one spider by the head, he demanded to know where they were going. By tugging on Nagachi's limb, Daniel made it clear that if the spider wanted to survive, he shouldn't attack him. A little later, after finishing the fight with Nagochi, Daniel slightly pulled his neck. He thought that he had never thought before that he would spend so much energy on such a trifle. The Heavenly King's disciples, who were watching the fierce battle, stood with their mouths open, still in shock from what they saw. Turning to his students, Daniel asked whether they would simply stand still or take action. Daniel then approached Sawyer and asked how he was feeling. He replied that the circulation of energy was helping him to regain his strength. Sawyer asked the young master what skill he had just used. Was it the Heavenly King's art? Sawyer admitted that he was skeptical at first, but it turned out that his guess was correct. He then asked how Daniel had mastered the art, but Daniel lazily replied that it had just happened. Then Sawyer asked why the young master was showing that he had mastered the divine art. Daniel explained that this was done because Sawyer was that kind of person. He was a man who listened to the opinions of his subordinates. Then Daniel extended his hand and invited him to join him. Sawyer was surprised by such an unexpected offer, but still accepted the hero's hand, promising to think about it. Daniel warned that he would not wait too long for an answer. He also asked if Sawyer was going to tell his father what he saw, to which he replied that he did. Daniel advised him to return to his subordinates as soon as possible. They had to make sure he didn't lose consciousness again. The senior foreman wondered why Daniel had let Sawyer go so easily, and had not tried to draw him to him. Daniel explained that it didn't matter because he wouldn't change his mind anyway. He serves only his father and is the only loyal man in his clan. But Daniel sincerely wanted Liam to fail, because refusing to support the Heavenly King's group would hit him hard. The teacher, hiding behind a fan, admitted that he would be glad if the student could achieve his goals. Daniel chuckled and asked with slight irony if the master was so caring towards his student. Now the story moves to the gates of the Heavenly Lake, where a crowd of people gathered, waiting for the return of the awakened expedition. Suddenly people started coming out of the gate. The people were delighted to see the expedition return, but to their surprise, no one else showed up. There was immediate unrest as people wanted to know what had happened to the rest of the team. Then Donald took the microphone and announced that the third attempt to clear the Sky Lake had, unfortunately, also ended in failure. Donald added that it was impossible to broadcast the footage because the cameras were destroyed halfway through the journey. One of the reporters asked the Wind Apostle what happened to the Iron Blood clan and the Divine Mastery clan. Donald admitted he wasn't sure about that, but since none of them used the return stone, the worst must be expected. People were shocked to hear that so many had died, including representatives of the Swordflower clan, Iceflower clan, and even the Sword Dragon clan. Unable to bear the onslaught of emotions, some began to thank Donald for the fact that at least he and his small group survived. The crowd rushed to Donald, expressing gratitude, because together they could finish what they started. Donald then thanked everyone for their support. Soon, a memorial altar with photographs of those killed during the Third Purge was erected at the gates of Heavenly Lake. Among them were photographs of Parker, Charlotte, Belle, and Holly. People discussed how miraculously these people had survived and sought to honor the memory of the other victims. Previously, everyone believed that Marcus was famous for his cruelty. But now many have decided to write off rumors about his cruelty as evil gossip. Marcus heard people around him start talking well of him, and he felt like a weight had been lifted off him. People who were destined to die actually died, and now people began to treat him more favorably. Then Marcus chuckled, thinking about how to make the best of the situation. Suddenly the crowd started shouting that something was happening to the gates. Marcus's heart sank. Judging by the reaction of the gates that everyone saw, they had been cleared. Marcus shuddered, trying to understand how this could have happened. At that moment, Daniel came out of the gate and immediately greeted his uncle. The story moves back a few hours after the gate was cleared. Holly asked Parker about his condition, to which he replied that he could not find him. Holly wondered where Daniel could have suddenly disappeared to. Charlotte then said that they had no choice but to continue exploring the dungeon, relying on their own strength. But suddenly Daniel appeared and said that this was not necessary. Daniel asked if they had been looking for him all this time. To this, an angry Charlotte asked where he had been all this time, since they had been waiting for him and were worried. He carefully lowered Sawyer to the ground, and only then did Charlotte realize that members of the Sky King's team had arrived with Daniel. The hero explained that it was a long story, but before he began, he asked if they had any medicine. The disciples of the Heavenly King's team rushed to their mentor with tears in their eyes, worried about his condition. A little later, Daniel told in detail what had happened, and the faces of the audience were full of shock. They were outraged that the old man could allow himself to lead an operation to clear the gate and still escape. Parker promised that if he survived, he would bring the Imperial Sword and Divine Fist clans to justice. However, Daniel assured them that they would be able to survive and get out of here, since there were only 30 minutes left before the gate was cleared. Parker and Holly were surprised and asked if this was really true. Daniel said he had no need to lie, then pointed to the water and said he was going to jump in immediately and go through the gate. However, Holly demanded that Daniel stop, reminding him that the lake was made of heavenly water. The hero took off his jacket and explained that this was why he would go alone, because only he was able to withstand the pressure of the heavenly water. He handed his jacket to Holly. With a smile, the hero asked her to take care of his clothes. Immediately after this, he plunged into the deadly water. The Divine Mastery student turned to Holly and admitted that she was worried that he was manipulating her actions too much. But Holly replied that there was no point in saying that, because if it weren't for Daniel, they wouldn't have been able to pass the second level. She noted that after clearing the dungeon, Daniel would gain fame and reputation that no one had ever dreamed of before. Meanwhile, in the heavenly water, Daniel was approaching the bottom. The teacher advised him to continue to protect his body with technique because the slightest mistake could turn it into dust. After a short dive, Daniel finally found the path leading to the boss. He swam through the cave. Soon the hero finally reached the shore at the other end. Taking off his shirt, he wrung out the water from it, while the teacher looked away so as not to look at the student. Then he noted that, albeit slowly, an old memory was awakening in his memory again. His Goldeny lived almost in the same cave. Daniel explained that the likelihood that it was the same turtle was extremely small, but they would soon see for themselves. Right in front of them, in the middle of the cave, lay a huge golden turtle. At that moment the master's eyes sparkled, tears flowed down his cheeks. He said that it was Goldeny. Daniel shouted at the master that he was not lying, because it simply could not be his turtle. The master said that if he doubted, he could use the art of the divine source, because Goldeny loved its energy. Daniel, although he was unhappy with the teacher, still agreed to it. He decided to do this on the condition that if it was not his turtle, he would kill it right now. As soon as the master released the energy, the turtle felt a familiar power and wondered if he was a god of martial arts. The golden turtle came out of its shell and made sure that it was really him. The turtle turned out to be the master's pet, and when they finally met, they hugged. Goldeny cried and said that she was very lonely and bored all this time. The master, hugging the turtle, apologized to her. Even after personal confirmation, Daniel couldn't believe what he saw. Suddenly he realized that he understood how the turtle had lived for over 1,000 years, but he could not understand how it had ended up inside the gate. The master asked Goldeny how she was feeling, and she said that after trying to find him, she was forced to return home. Daniel excused himself to get attention and walked towards the master and the turtle, but they continued talking. Then the hero said that he understood their feelings, but he also needed to speak out. The irritated master was indignant. How dare he interfere in the conversation between the teacher and the elder? He reminded that Goldeny was his student long before Daniel, so she should be treated with respect. Daniel reminded them that the turtle was just an animal and decided to leave it at that. He asked what should be done with the gate, since the boss needs to be dealt with in order to clear the dungeon. The master reassured the student, saying that there was no need to worry, and with a slight smile added that he had already figured out how to deal with this. The protagonist was delighted with his master, because it turned out that he had a plan from the beginning. The master proudly explained that it was possible to unite the gates. Daniel was puzzled by what he heard, and just in case, asked if that was really all. The master, slightly irritated, threw the fan at the student and explained that this was the easiest and fastest way. Daniel remembered that he himself could only own 2 gates, and he had previously promised the fairies that he would let them go home. However, if they refuse, the master will have to look for another way and create a portal. Meanwhile, in the flower meadow of the fairies were frolicking and pestering the mice that were tending the plants. Suddenly a portal opened and their master came out to them. Daniel turned to the fairies and awkwardly announced that he had bad news. The fairies began to try to understand what he meant, intrigued, and they immediately guessed that he was going to drive them out of here. After they settled here, they lived much better than in the fairy meadow, and most importantly, they had their own personal servants. Without listening to the hero's end, the fairies bowed to him and loudly begged him not to drive them out. Daniel was amazed by their quick reaction, and the fairies looked at Daniel with questioning eyes. He clarified that he wanted them to continue living here. The fairies laughed and added that they felt much better here, and that the owner had the right to do as he pleased. The system informed Daniel that some fairies wished to serve him completely, and asked if he wanted to accept them. Daniel agreed, and thanked the fairies for agreeing to stay, and asked them to continue their business. Daniel explained to the master that the fairies were happy to live in the lair, and now it was possible to get rid of their former home. The master placed his hand on Goldeny and said that there were no problems now, and Daniel should make this dungeon his own. Goldeny was delighted and applied to become the hero's ward. Then Daniel sacrificed the fairy meadow and finally became the owner of the heavenly lake. After becoming the master, he obtained the 5 A-rank mana stones registered in the dungeon and the Emperor's chain blade. Daniel was pleased because now he could pass on this skill to Jose. Meanwhile, the master scratched Goldeny's chin and noted that they had found both the turtle and the equipment they were looking for. But the hero admitted that he initially wanted to take the energy crystal of the 1,000-year-old turtle. But to avoid stomach pain from overeating, he will limit himself to glacier water. Having said this, he took out a bottle and filled it with glacial water. Daniel was sure that Sinyavka would appreciate such a gift. He didn't want to keep the others waiting too long and suggested that they return to them and headed towards the exit of the cave. The members of the expedition group who were at the gate received a message about the clearing of the dungeon. Daniel said that he was wondering where his uncle was now, since he could not find him. And so, coming out of the gate, he finally saw him. So the hero proudly greeted his uncle. A stunned Marcus asked how they managed to return alive. Daniel explained that they defeated the monsters as usual, and survived. Upon hearing this, the reporters filming the footage of the dead raid members informed viewers that the gate had been cleared after all. They started asking the group members how they managed to clear the dungeon and who the local boss was. However, Daniel admitted that he himself does not know where to start, because not everyone will believe what happened inside the gate. That's why he suggested first questioning those who came out of the gate, because they know more about what happened than anyone else. These words made the Divine Fist clan chief furious. Suddenly, Marcus rushed towards Daniel, demanded that he stop and tried to snatch the microphone. He then admitted guiltily that they had used the Homer stones, thinking that everyone else had died. But Daniel asked his uncle not to put on a show, reminding him that it was Marcus who initiated the conflict between the group members. There was a lot of noise around. People wanted to understand what Daniel meant and what really happened. After the broadcast ended, one of the reporters raised his hand and asked what happened inside the dungeon. Daniel grabbed the microphone and said that on the 3rd level of the Sky Lake, they had to split into 3 groups. Daniel then asked Donald to say something and asked why he was silent. He stated that it was he who suggested using the Hearthstones, leaving his subordinates trapped. That was why the Black Lion and Death Leap groups were destroyed, and that was why Donald couldn't say anything. Daniel noted that it was disgusting, and no one expected that they would try to keep quiet and pretend to be remorseful. Suddenly Donald pulled out his sword and shouted that this impudent fellow was trying to slander him and destroy him, along with the Imperial blood. Parker said that this was absurd and was about to intervene, but Daniel stopped him and asked Donald why he was acting like a child. Donald ordered Daniel to be quiet and rushed at him, trying to finish him off. The old man hit Daniel with all his might, but he bounced back, leaving a dent in the ground. The force of Donald's blow was enough to seriously injure an ordinary person, so everyone began to run away in panic. In an attempt to help the frightened citizens, Holly began evacuating people. Meanwhile, Donald tried to cut the hero down, demanding a confession as to who sent him. Daniel easily dodged all the attacks and wondered why he didn't just go home for his afternoon nap. Donald became even more furious at the new mockery. Suddenly he sped up and delivered a powerful horizontal strike, but Daniel dodged it again. Feeling Donald's attacks next to him, Daniel admitted that the old man's blows were indeed like a storm. This confirmed that he had not received the title of Apostle of the Wind in vain. Suddenly Daniel heard painful screams nearby. Their battle resulted in terrible consequences for ordinary people, with some being crushed by boulders. Somewhere in the middle of the crowd, a little boy was crying, unable to find his mother. All these cries for help tired the hero. As he summoned his blood spear, he knew he expected no less from the Imperial Blood Clan. Immediately after that, he assumed a fighting stance. The hero declared that it was time to end all this. After clearing the Sky Lake, a battle began between the Wind Apostle and the Ghost Spear. Viewers of the live broadcast were amazed to see the hero's divine technique. One of them ordered everyone to prepare for departure, deciding to see this young man in person. Daniel and Donald continued to battle in the center of the city, their powerful blows demolishing entire buildings. Daniel smirked as he confidently dodged the old man's attacks. Donald became increasingly enraged at the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the impudent youth. Donald screamed at the hero to die and swung his sword with all his might, but the hero only continued to laugh at him. Daniel was able to block the blow with his spear. After this, the old man jumped back, preparing for the next attack. Suddenly, Daniel felt a presence and turned around to see someone he would rather not meet again. On the roof of a neighboring building, he saw his father. He stopped paying attention to his opponent and wondered why his father was here, since he should be training now. Daniel suddenly realized the point. The fight was being broadcast everywhere, and his father came after seeing his divine technique. Realizing that he had an unusual and unexpected audience, Daniel decided to give them a worthy performance. Suddenly, a huge energy vortex opened in the sky. Holly was amazed by its power. She looked up into it and saw the main character there, a whirlwind emanating from him. Daniel activated his heart and absorbed more and more energy, preparing for battle. Understanding his intentions, Holly turned to the clan members and ordered them to take up a black turtle formation. The students followed the order, thrusting their blades into the ground, and within seconds a barrier rose above Daniel and Donald. Meanwhile, Daniel had completed his preparations, his body brimming with energy. The Divine Fist clan members on the roof were barely able to stand on their feet, and some were already losing consciousness due to the power. Gathering his energy into a fist, Daniel declared that one blow would be enough. Donald, preparing to attack, asked in surprise how he dared to say such a thing, since he himself was the Wind Apostle from the Imperial Sword Clan. The next moment, Daniel and Donald attacked each other one-on-one at the same time. Suddenly, the city was illuminated by a flash, and a second later, an explosion thundered at the point of impact. The students were thrown back by the shockwave, and Holly tried to protect the child. At the same time, Parker lost consciousness and almost flew away, but Charlotte managed to catch him. Everyone present was perplexed, not understanding what was going on. After the mid-air collision, the battle ceased and silence reigned over the city. Only then did the silhouette of the winner appear in a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, everyone saw that it was Daniel. He smiled and thanked Wind Apostle Donald for agreeing to play with him on the prepared stage. Donald, amazed at who had defeated him, looked at the hero with disbelief. At this moment, someone asked the hero if he had really mastered the Heavenly King's divine technique. Daniel saw Martin standing right behind him. Then he answered his father that he must have seen everything with his own eyes. His father confirmed that he had guessed that Daniel would notice him. He added that he would just like to talk to Daniel. There were too many eyes here, though, so he cut to the chase and extended his hand to Daniel, urging him to come home. Seeing this, Daniel said that his father had really not changed. He stated that he had no intention of returning. Martin then asked Daniel if he realized that he had now made the Imperial Sword Clan his enemy by destroying their Wind Apostle. Daniel's father asked what his son was going to do about the consequences. Daniel smiled and said again that he remained the same. He asked his father to be frank, admitting that he was worried that the divine technique might be lost. Daniel's father advised him not to give in to his emotions and not to throw any more tantrums about what happened. But the hero interrupted him, stating that he was able to cope with the consequences, because the Divine Mastery clan had agreed to accept him. After that, he said that there was nothing more to talk about and was going to leave his father. But Martin reminded Daniel that he would not change the fact that he was his son. Eventually, Daniel will return home, no matter what the circumstances. Sometime later, after the incident with the Heavenly Lake Gate, Peterson slammed the table loudly. He asked if anyone thought that everything would resolve itself if they remained silent. Peterson turned to the head of the Divine Fist clan, Martin. He also turned to the head of the Imperial Sword clan, Leonardo. The lord of the Divine Mastery clan and the head of his clan, Harrison, told them that they would have no choice if they refused to cooperate. Leonard asked with a grin what exactly he meant by no choice. Unable to bear the insolence, Peterson jumped on the table and reminded them who had asked for support in clearing out Sky Lake at the beginning of this whole story. Then, the leader of the Million Poison clan, John, stated that what happened at the Heavenly Lake was beyond all bounds, even from the outside. All of this happened because the Imperial Sword and Divine Fist clans showed complete disrespect towards the House Alliance. After releasing his power, John said that after everything that had happened, those responsible must be brought to justice. But Leonard asked not to blame only two clans, as he had many complaints about the behavior of the Iron Sword clan. He then accused Peterson of knowing in advance how to clean up Sky Lake. Peterson called it complete nonsense. But Leonard asked how his clan was able to pass the second level of the Heavenly Lake without any difficulty back then. According to the Wind Apostle, the leader of the Iron Sword clan told his subordinates how to pass the Heavenly Lake without unnecessary casualties. Some time ago, Charlotte admitted that she learned how to pass the second level without unnecessary sacrifices thanks to Daniel. If Daniel hadn't done that then, they definitely wouldn't have been able to survive the massacre. Even Peterson thought it looked suspicious, but he couldn't discuss it with his daughter now. Leonard reminded everyone of how his clan had tried their best to cleanse the lake. Knowing this, the Iron Sword clan had kept all information from them. Harrison acknowledged that betrayal within the Union could not be ignored. Then Martin asked what they wanted from him and the King of Swords. Harrison said they would first hold an open press conference to formally apologize to all citizens. After this, after a long meeting of the clan leaders, Martin finally returned home. As he passed through the gate, someone asked him if he had really asked that child to come back. The woman asked Martin if he had forgotten his promise. It was Chelsea, the wife of the Divine Fist clan's leader. She reminded him that she promised to kill him if he returned to the clan. Now Martin breaks his promise, wanting to bring back this bastard who dared to insult his uncle. However, Daniel ignored Chelsea and went about his business. Then she shouted after him that she would not stand aside if he dared to bring back this scoundrel. In her room, Chelsea knocked everything over and, sobbing on her bed, was outraged at how he could do this to her. The nanny tried to comfort her, and Chelsea admitted that she wanted to tear him apart. She was trying to keep her promise. The nanny wiped away the mistress's tears and asked her to calm down, as emotions could spoil her beautiful face. Chelsea took a cup of tea and asked what the nanny would do if someone didn't keep their promise. The nanny admitted that she didn't even know what to say in such a situation, but added that she would allow the person to answer for his actions. Chelsea smiled and noted that this was the right approach, then hugged the nanny and said that she was the one she could rely on. She even asked if the nanny would agree to take care of Daniel for her. The nanny replied with a smile that the owner could rely on her completely. After the mistress calmed down, the nanny left the room and asked the maids to be quieter so as not to wake her. The maids were amazed at how quickly this woman was able to calm her mistress down. They knew that Chelsea had taken this woman with her when she joined the Divine Fist clan, and she had complete trust in her. Moreover, they found it hard to believe that this woman was already over 60. One maid asked another if she had heard the rumors about the nanny. According to rumors, she had been with her owner since birth, and since then her facial expression has hardly changed. Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Academy, Parker read out the news. Listening to the breaking news, Daniel could hardly contain his shudder of embarrassment. It was too much to bear, and he asked Parker to stop, wondering how long he was going to read it aloud. Parker chuckled and said it was because it was impossible to imagine how happy he was that everyone now knew about his potential. After this, Parker asked Jose if he agreed with him, to which Jose replied that he felt the same way, and they laughed. Only Daniel was unhappy that Jose was behaving the same way as he did. Suddenly, Jose remembered that there was a press conference coming up soon, and asked if they were going to watch it. Since the two decided to watch the press conference, Daniel said he would rather sleep than watch it. After this, Parker and Jose began to watch the press conference. Martin stated that what happened at Heavenly Lake was entirely their fault. He apologized on behalf of his brother and son for the shame caused. One reporter asked if he was apologizing to the clans that were with them, or for misleading people. Then Leonard replied that they apologized to everyone. The reporter clarified that he meant both, but Leonard asked if there were any more questions. Parker noted with a smile that the man was brazenly ignoring questions. Then someone asked if it was true that the Emperor's Sword Clan proposed a demonic disaster. It was presented as a prize at the upcoming festival. After some thought, Martin confirmed this. At that moment, there was a noise in the hall. Parker, shocked, asked again if he understood correctly. The demonic disaster would be the prize at the Heavenly Demon Festival. At that moment, he received a blow to the head and dropped the phone. Daniel said it was simply impossible. He couldn't believe that he had actually just heard about a demonic disaster. He remembered a moment from his past life when people at a festival were rejoicing over the winner. The host announced that the winner of the heavenly battle was the Dragon Sword. It was Parker of the Iron Sword Clan. As a prize, he receives a black gate card called the Blood God's Coffin. Somewhere among the spectators stood the main character. He came to support his friend. Daniel clearly remembered that the prize in the heavenly battle was supposed to be a treasure map, and that was one of the reasons he came to the academy. So he didn't understand why the prize suddenly changed to a demonic disaster. No one could enter the Blood God's tomb without the treasure map, and everyone was trying to get it. Daniel suddenly remembered that he also wanted to obtain the demonic disaster, despite the fact that this weapon was not related to the Blood God. Then Parker crept up on Daniel and called him by name in a creepy voice. He then suddenly grabbed the phone and said that if he missed him, he could have just said so instead of hitting him in the face. Daniel returned to the tree and wondered if this was a good or bad sign, considering that the prize had changed. Then he asked the master what he thought about it, but the master did not give an answer. Daniel admitted that he was not yet sure about the prize change, so he decided to ask the master. The old man wondered why Daniel was so worried, since he would still get what he wanted. In any case, he will only be able to find out the truth in person. After some time, Daniel returned to the Blue Fox's lair and began looking for Blue Fox. Having never found Sinyavka, Daniel sighed and wondered where Sinyavka could have disappeared to. He had no idea that a powerful monster was hiding in the bushes nearby. As soon as Daniel was distracted, the monster suddenly jumped out of the bushes. The next second, Sinyavka jumped straight into his owner's arms, happily wagging his tail. Blue Kid stood up on all fours, his eyes shining. But Daniel suggested they play hide-and-seek next time. He asked Sinyavka not to be so upset, because they could do something more interesting. Then Daniel pulled out a bottle of glacial water and said he had something for him. He opened the bottle and poured it out in front of Sinyavka. Immediately after this, the glacial water began to turn into blue ice. Daniel informed Sinyavka that he could now drink. Sinyavka came closer, sniffed, and dared to lick the ice. The system notified the hero that he had begun to absorb yin energy. Sinyavka began to absorb the extreme yin energy. His fur stood on end and all 8 tails began to glow brightly. Suddenly a whirlwind began to swirl around the animal. Daniel noted that the energy was much more powerful than he expected. The master explained that this was natural, as the elixir was found in the golden's habitat, because the extreme yin energy was as strong as the golden turtle energy crystal. Sinyavka was in great pain. Sinyavka was really suffering, but he tried not to show the pain, and it was hard for Daniel to watch. He remembered how he couldn't help Parker when he lost his arm. The hero just stood there in horror and watched what was happening. Meanwhile, Sinyavka finished absorbing the energy and roared loudly. Snow was crumbling around him. Daniel caught one piece of snow. He squeezed it and praised Sinyavka for the work he had done. After absorbing the extreme energy, Sinyavka leveled up and fell asleep. The system notified Daniel that the gate level had increased from blue to red, and Daniel had received new equipment. After stroking Sinyavka's fur, Daniel praised him again and suggested playing hide-and-seek when he had rested. Suddenly, Daniel heard a new system notification that surprised him. The owner of the Forbidden Area's level rose. The system asked if he wanted to merge the Blue Fox's Den and the Sky Lake. Not expecting this, Daniel reread the text and exclaimed loudly. Instead of increasing the number of gates he could own, he could now only combine them with others. He thought about whether to do it now or not, and then decided to agree. The system asked in which direction he wanted to expand the dungeon. Daniel pointed north without thinking, and suddenly the entire Blue Fox's lair began to shake due to the merging of the 2 dungeons. The fox immediately jumped into the master's arms, and together they looked around in amazement. The merger of the dungeons has completely changed the surrounding landscape. The spectacle was mesmerizing, and the hero could not take his eyes off it. Suddenly, a familiar cry rang out and they saw the god of martial arts again. Goldeni asked the master what had happened, and he explained that the dungeons had been united. The turtle was stunned, and the master assumed that this was also Golden's first experience. Meanwhile, Daniel and Sinyavka were dealing with the system notifications. The owner of the restricted area decided to change the name of the lair. Daniel was surprised, but agreed, because this place could no longer be called the Blue Fox's Lair. He was thinking about what to replace the name with, and while he was thinking, he rubbed Sinyavka's cheek. All the previous gates he had passed through had a bad reputation, so he wanted to choose a more appropriate name. When Daniel introduced the new name, Blueberry suddenly became scared. The fox began to bark and growl, as if trying to influence the master's choice. Daniel didn't understand exactly what Sinyavka was trying to say, and decided that he just liked the name she chose, so he left it as is. Under the frightened gaze of the fox, Daniel slowly pressed the confirm button. The new name, Forbidden Zone of the 4 Sanctuaries, reflected the master's strength. Sinyavka sighed, realizing that this did not bode well. Suddenly the sky turned red and danger warnings started appearing everywhere. Daniel was surprised and immediately received a notification from the system. The owners of the 4 sanctuaries were unhappy with him. If hostility reaches an extreme level, they will be able to attack the forbidden area of the 4 sanctuaries. At that moment, Goldeni ran up to him with the disgruntled master on her back. Daniel asked him what was the matter and asked who the other 4 shrine masters were. The old man noticed that his student always managed to create unnecessary problems for himself when he was not paying attention. The master explained that these sanctuaries were the abodes of divine animals, which greatly surprised Daniel. Realizing how much he had confused everything, Daniel asked the master to repeat what he had said. The master reported that he had angered the 4 guardians, the heavenly dragon, the white tiger, the red bird, and the black tortoise. Daniel exclaimed that all this happened simply because he changed the name of the gate. Suddenly, Daniel received a message that the hostility of the 4 shrine guardians had increased by 1 level. Meanwhile, back at the residence, Martin was surprised that Sawyer no longer wanted to be part of Liam's security detail. Sawyer confirmed that he was sure of this. Martin asked if Daniel had any influence on the decision, and Daniel admitted that it was one of the reasons. The master tried to mentor Liam by putting Daniel with him and gain his trust, but instead, the trust was lost. Gritting his teeth in anger, he called Liam a scoundrel, but then he gave Sawyer permission. Sawyer admitted that he hadn't expected the master to let him stop guarding Liam so easily. Martin explained that he had no choice but to cover up the mistake of his foolish heir. He emphasized that Sawyer is a valuable talent, a substitute. He was the leader of the Divine Fist Alliance, and a future leader that could not be lost. He then asked him what he had learned about Daniel. However, Sawyer apologized to the leader and admitted that he had not yet learned anything significant. He reported that all that was known was that Daniel had used the Heavenly King's divine arts and unidentified spear techniques. The only thing that could be said with certainty was that he must have had a mentor. However, the identity of the mentor remained unknown. After listening to Sawyer, the master declared that everything was now clear, and that he had indeed understood everything correctly. Martin pointed to the moon and said that if Daniel learned the Heavenly King's divine arts, he would be able to surpass his father. After that, he squeezed the moon in the sky. He ordered Sawyer to give orders to everyone to bring the hero home, obeying unconditionally. Meanwhile, Daniel was surprised by the changes in Sinyavka. His growth reached 70%, a rarity of red level. Sinyavka's abilities have increased from D to A level. and her speed has reached an unprecedented SSS level. In addition, he received a new skill, which was a nice bonus. Then the hero asked the guys nearby if they agreed with his opinion. Sharkman and his fellow sharks lined up in a line, trying not to make any unnecessary movements. Hearing the master's question, Sharkman ordered everyone to bow, and they all knelt down. Daniel explained that they did not have to bow to him, and asked the sharks to befriend the creatures that had lived here before them. As for the turtle, the master demanded that Daniel show respect to Goldeny. The master stressed that Daniel should not forget that Goldeny is his elder, but the hero did not understand how a monster could be older than a person. Daniel couldn't help but object that she didn't even know martial arts. Then Goldeny laughed and asked the master to stop, noticing that he had said the same thing to other masters. After this, Golden asked the hero to calm down. She expressed hope that they would become good friends, and Daniel agreed. The sharks had already decided to serve the new master, but now they were wondering whether it would have been better to serve the old one. The story moves forward sometime later, to one of the city's clubs. There, an employee escorted a suspicious guest in a hood, who was the main character. He knocked on the door and announced that he had brought a guest. After this, Daniel was allowed to enter. As soon as he entered, an attack flashed before his eyes. He dodged, tilting his head to the side, but at that very moment he was attacked with a knife. However, Daniel suddenly kicked the attacker's hand, causing him to drop his weapon. He then used the knife in the door and kneed the villain, knocking him back. The blow was so unexpected that the attacker was thrown far back. Then the hero snuck up from behind to neutralize the enemy. He had already pulled out a knife, preparing to deliver the final blow, but at the last moment he received an order to stop. The owner of the establishment apologized to Daniel for the inspection. He explained that the man was acting on his orders. The old man said that he was the ruler of the dark world in this region, the keeper of gold. Daniel expressed his joy at the meeting and explained that he came with a proposal and would get straight to the point, not wanting to waste time. He asked the old man if it made sense to continue to take revenge. The old man thought about it and admitted that this was indeed the case. Meanwhile, the news was saying that the man had once again put the artifact up for auction, rumored to be the Hurricane Crown. It could only be obtained by defeating bosses in Twin Swamps, meaning he only sells artifacts from impassable gates. One of the participants noted that this artifact sold for 1.5 million units, which surprised everyone. The seller is rumored to be named Defector. Daniel admitted that he was glad to hear this, after which he removed his hood. Seeing his face, the keeper of the gold was amazed. He never expected that the one standing in front of him was the ghost spear himself. Daniel. The old man could hardly believe that he was the very same Defector. He even laughed in surprise, noting that this was truly unexpected, since he had previously thought that at his age, nothing could surprise him. Daniel asked if he was too young to earn the old man's trust, to which he replied that it did not bother him at all. Daniel said he was sure the old man understood why he had suggested revenge after the events at Sky Lake. The old man admitted that this was not enough, since Daniel was a child of the Divine Fist clan. He also heard that Daniel had cut all ties with his family, but that didn't guarantee that Daniel wasn't a spy. If Daniel leaks information about the murder to the Imperial Spear clan, they could use it as an excuse to take over the black market. Then the hero told the old man about the upcoming heavenly competition before the school holidays, to which the old man replied that he already knew about it. The heavenly competition is officially a competition judged solely by strength. Daniel said that he would participate on behalf of the Divine Arts clan, and that he was fully trusted and supported. He then smiled and noted that he also intended to maintain good relations with the black market. Meanwhile, the story moves to the city streets at night. Walking through the deserted streets of the city, Carter, choking with nervous tension, tried to get away before trouble caught up with him. He wanted to escape while he could, and he believed that the best solution would be to move to a remote village. He decided to live far from the civilized world. Unfortunately, he suddenly heard a voice asking where he was going. Marcus asked how he dared to run away without fulfilling his duty after receiving so much money from their Divine Fist clan. Carter's heart began to pound as the True Fist himself appeared before him. Carter fell to his knees and admitted that he had done everything within his power, begging for at least one chance. However, Marcus suddenly stepped on his head and asked if he had really done everything he could. After all, if he had taken better care of that scoundrel Daniel, his son would not have had to endure all this humiliation. He didn't understand how he dared ask for forgiveness after that. Marcus then immediately turned to the killer, and the subordinate set to work without further questions. Carter, screaming in fear, prayed that Master Marcus would not kill him, swearing that he would fulfill any demand so long as his life was spared. But the killer dragged him into an alley, and soon his cries for help turned into cries of pain. The next morning at the Combat Academy, the hero's classmates discussed the news. Meanwhile, he himself read the message. The Keeper of the Gold wrote that as payment, he would prepare the gate of the Garden of Dreams near Mount Namsan. The teacher asked what exactly made Daniel choose this gate. Daniel explained that this was a great idea, as he would be able to study Sinyavka better with the help of the Fairy King. Daniel also wanted to understand why all the other black gates were so hostile towards him. Leaning back in his chair, he wondered why the four guardians were so hostile to his fox. Suddenly, Belle, noticing Daniel lying on the desk, asked Holly to look at him. Belle adjusted her glasses and noted that she thought Daniel was thinking about Holly. However, Holly turned away and said that she didn't even know who was interested in her thoughts. Belle and Heiji quietly laughed behind their friend's back and called her shy. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open and Jenny entered, ordering everyone to shut up and sit down. Then Belle raised her hand and asked what brought her to the class and where their teacher was. Then Jenny broke the bad news, that their homeroom teacher Carter had died in an accident. Yesterday, while returning home after drinking, he was attacked by a monster that came out of the gate. The students began to whisper. Their teacher had died so suddenly, and there was also the risk of another monster invasion. As Daniel expected, Carter was killed. Unlike the mass invasions from the portal, the monster's manifestation occurred due to vibrations when part of its body passed through the gate. No matter how strong the awakened person was, the suddenly appearing body part of the monster could grab him and drag him into the gate. The appearance of the monster would not have coincided so perfectly by chance. Most likely it happened during the cleaning of the garbage after the purification of the heavenly lake. Apparently, it was his uncle who was most angry with Carter for failing to complete the task. Suddenly, Daniel heard his classmates start to sob. She felt very sorry for their class teacher. Daniel wondered if they were sentimental just because they were young. It is amazing that even when such a rotten soul dies, there will be those who will mourn. Meanwhile, someone was leafing through the suddenly expanded black market catalog. It turns out that some really worthy products have recently appeared on the market. Glancing out the window, the man ordered the servant to prepare for departure. They were about to go on a night of shopping. Not believing his ears, the old man asked the hero to repeat what he had said. Daniel again stated that he wanted to buy rice seedlings and seeds in bulk, and asked if he could find products of decent quality. The old man asked why he wanted all this, to which Daniel replied that he had simply suddenly thought of farming. Earlier, in the forbidden area of the 4 shrines, to the hero's surprise, plants began to grow too quickly. The blue fox's nest was originally a place where it was extremely difficult to grow any plants. The fairy laughed and explained that after their slaves planted the plants, the fairies used their powers to speed up the growth. This way the plants grow very quickly and the harvest is collected in just a week. Having personally witnessed the progress on the farm, Daniel couldn't help but agree with the fairy. The keeper of the gold promised to prepare everything Daniel needed, but asked him to wait a little. The gold keeper then asked where Daniel would like to pick up his goods, to which Daniel replied that he would prefer to receive them in Busan. The old man was surprised by the choice of location and asked if he was sure about it. Suddenly, the keeper of the gold remembered something and ordered the servant to bring the thing with which he had so surprised Daniel. A few seconds later, the old man showed a box, which he immediately opened in front of Daniel. The protagonist was amazed by the contents. The keeper of the gold explained that he had prepared it to make it easier for Daniel to move around. After matters were settled, Daniel followed the servant out. There he noticed that an auction was being held today. The servant reminded that the lots were put up for sale in advance and would be sold exclusively to VIPs. Daniel thought for a moment, looking at the things below, and his gaze caught on the demon's sword. This surprised him greatly, because he did not expect to see such an artifact on the black market. This sword was created to destroy demons and could serve either good or evil, depending on the owner. Thanks to the memories from his past life, Daniel knew that the sword would become very famous in the future due to the sword spirit. So now the hero began to think about what to do. Meanwhile, the auction was about to begin. In one of the chairs, the man was told that they had about 2 billion, which was more than enough. This man was Howard, the son of Evil Sword, one of the 8 villains of the Demon Death Cult and the future Phantom Sword. As soon as Howard saw the demon sword, a smirk appeared on his face. He really liked the name of the artifact. Howard learned that this was one of the Lord of Spear's swords, designed exclusively to fight the demonic cult. Howard asked his assistant if it was worth purchasing such a weapon, and received his agreement that his choice was indeed wise. Meanwhile, a man was watching them from another place. The auctioneer announced that bidding was open for VIPs and presented the first lot. It was a demon's sword, the starting price of which was 100 million. The price skyrocketed to 200, 250, 300 and 400 million, 4 times the initial price. Howard placed a bet of 700 million, which surprised even the host. The presenter asked if there were stakes higher than 700 million. Howard grinned, knowing that no one would dare interrupt him. But just as the host was about to sell the sword for 700 million, someone in the back row raised a number and said 2 billion. The whole room froze. Howard, realizing that the sword was slipping out of his hands, jumped up from his seat. No one in the room was able to beat the bet of 2 billion. The servant approached the master and informed him that their money was gone, asking what to do next. Since no one could beat the 2 billion bid, the demon sword was sold to the man in the back row. Howard then ordered his assistant to immediately collect all the information about that scoundrel. That evening, after the auction, the sage frowned as he watched the hero's behavior. The protagonist asked if the teacher was angry with him and asked him to calm down. He recalled that times have changed, and that it is now known that the weapon was used by demonic cults in the distant past. However, the old man explained that the essence had not changed. This sword, a product of a demonic cult, was created using human flesh. With tears in his eyes, the master admitted that it deeply saddened him to see his student using such a despicable weapon. But Daniel asked the teacher to be lenient with his actions this time and drew his sword. The old man, looking at the demon sword, couldn't help but admit that the sword was truly outstanding. The sword may look like an A-rank weapon on the outside, but when power is applied, it awakens, increasing its stats. In addition, the sword has a hidden effect. The more attacks are dealt to the cultists, the stronger the sword itself and the strength of its owner becomes. It was this very feature that once made the Phantom Sword so powerful in its past life. Since many in the cult used demonic energy, the Phantom Sword killed its subordinates, increasing its stats. Daniel was extremely pleased with himself, because he managed to get hold of the sword before it fell into the hands of the demonic cult. Moreover, he believed that this sword would be ideal for Jose, who could not stand injustice. Realizing he was being followed, Daniel wondered why the enemy was not showing itself. The man admitted that he did not expect the defector to be able to sense their presence. Howard then came out with a squad of assassins, and noted that the rumors about the defector passing through the hidden portal were true. Daniel explained that anyone would have felt such a strong desire to kill coming from Howard. Howard admitted that he didn't seem like a stupid person to him, so he decided to get down to business. Pointing a knife at the hero, he declared that the demon slayer should belong to him, and politely asked to hand over the sword. Howard noted that his opponent possessed artifacts from the Great Plains of Entertainment and the Fairy Flower Field. Recently, everyone was discussing that any dog can become famous. The previous guy was even younger than the defector. To Howard, all these famous kids were just ordinary nobodies. However, a man like him could be very useful. His father would be glad if he returned to the cult, bringing the defector with him. Looking at Howard, Daniel wondered what this idiot was saying. After all, he doesn't even know how to correctly express the intent to kill. Immediately, Daniel released his killer aura, demonstrating to Howard how to do it properly. Howard and his allies were instantly panicked. Howard could hardly believe that he was afraid of someone's murderous intent. He shouted and asked his subordinates why they were just standing there instead of attacking and taking all of his artifacts. Succumbing to greed, the subordinates dared to attack the man. However, these bandits were no match for Daniel, and he dealt with them all in a matter of moments. Howard was horrified to see the defector take out so many people with just one effort. He fell to the ground, saying that such a thing was simply impossible. Then Daniel went to Howard. On the way, he clarified whether Howard really was the ghost sword. Howard screamed at the defector to stay away from him, waving his sword with shaking hands, ordering him to stop. Daniel complied for a moment, but soon his silhouette suddenly blurred into thin air. Howard screamed in astonishment, not believing his eyes, realizing that Daniel had disappeared. But suddenly he realized that he had simply used teleportation. Howard tried to stop him, saying that his father Toke would take revenge on him for this. However, the hero simply grabbed him by the face, forcing him to shut up. Finding himself next to Howard, the hero quietly asked him not to worry, explaining that he did not like killing people. He ran his fingers under the man's shirt and pulled out a talisman, a protective talisman used by cult members. Daniel asked Howard if he was ashamed to ask for mercy while hiding such a thing. Laughing, he explained that the talisman was too valuable for someone like him, so he was using it for a more benevolent purpose. Then he suddenly cooled down and asked Howard what he should do with them now. The next day, it was reported that Howard and his subordinates had been found tied up in front of the Alliance building the previous night. The identity of the person who delivered them remained unknown. The only thing he left was a note on Howard's back. It said that he had caught people robbing innocents, and that they better not try to deal with Howard or his father. The Alliance planned to investigate the defector who left the note with the captives. A black car was parked near the scene. Observing the situation, Toke asked what the Alliance leader answered. The subordinate explained that it would take some time to conclude the deal, since too many eyes were watching what was happening. Toke asked if it was known who had handed his son over to the Alliance, but the subordinate admitted that no one knew. He added that the search was continuing, but before he could finish, with one movement he cut off the assistant's head. Toke stated that they had better find the man before his patience ran out. Soon, in the Forbidden Zone, noticing the hero, Jose ran up to him, noting that he had arrived too early today. Daniel greeted Jose, who bowed again and asked how he could help. The protagonist was a little puzzled by this behavior, but soon realized that he simply wanted to show respect. Daniel said he had a gift for Jose and threw him a box. Jose initially refused to accept it, citing the fact that the master had already given him many gifts. But Daniel explained that this would be the last gift. When Jose opened the box, he was surprised by the contents. It was the same sword. He asked why Daniel was always so kind to him. He never did anything for him? He didn't have a privileged background like the others? Daniel was kind to Jose because he admired his abilities, but was embarrassed to admit it. So he gave Jose a little nudge with his fist, then smiled and told him that he should train even harder. Daniel turned and walked away, noting that that was the end of it. Jose grabbed the shoulder where Daniel had lightly hit him and thought that he just wanted to encourage him. He bowed to Daniel at last, believing that his heart was as wide as the Pacific Ocean. Jose was deeply flattered and full of respect, vowing to serve him for the rest of his life. That evening, Daniel was playing with Sinyavka when he suddenly received a call. He greeted the caller, who introduced himself as a black market worker, and informed him that the goods had arrived at the designated location. Daniel thanked him, to which the worker replied that he was always happy to help, and asked him not to hesitate to contact him if necessary. The hero smiled, looking out the window, and noted that it was time to get ready. Meanwhile, the story moves to the pavilion. There, the subordinate informed his mistress, Florence, that Daniel was finally taking action. She asked where Daniel was going, to which he replied that he was going to Busan. Florence wondered why the student was heading to Busan, but noted that it was the perfect place to handle the matter with him. She smirked and ordered the servants to prepare everything, as the route lay to Busan. Soon there was a knock at the door, and Chelsea allowed Florence to enter. Florence said Daniel left the area under the protection of the school. Chelsea was surprised and asked if this was really true. The nanny confirmed and added that while she was away, Vincent would look after the lady and her son. Then she introduced the young man to her mistress. Chelsea agreed, and wished the nanny a safe return after eliminating the little rascal. Once the nanny left, Liam asked his mother if she was capable of fighting, as he had previously thought she was just a regular servant. Chelsea explained that the nanny was no ordinary person, as she had been hired by his grandfather when he cleared the Red Gate. Liam was shocked and exclaimed that this meant they were monsters, but the woman clarified that these were ordinary people. They are just slightly different in essence. Busan, a city known as the second capital of Korea, has now been abandoned due to underground breakthroughs. Hordes of monsters burst out of crude portals and took over the entire city. The alliance of 15 houses, martial arts, and even the demonic death cult tried to retake the city, but all attempts were in vain. In the end, Korea completely refused to save Busan, limiting itself to only preventing the monsters from escaping beyond the city. To this day, Busan remains a city whose portals have not been cleansed. Daniel had not seen this place for a long time, and even remembered a moment from his past life. The disciples were outraged that the representatives of the Divine Power clan could unite with the demons and betray humanity. One of them noted that there was only one person left from the Divine Power clan on their side, and it was someone of D rank. It hurt Daniel to hear these words about himself. Suddenly, a wounded Parker returned to him. He asked how Daniel was feeling and reminded him that the battle with the demons would soon begin. He then smiled and said that he always appreciated Daniel. Although he could have joined forces with the demons, he made the decision to turn his back on home. Daniel smiled and noted that he did what he had to, but he was sure that others did not think the same way. Now Daniel sighed heavily, looked at the sky, and admitted that he had been completely useless back then. But now, thanks to his powers, he will be able to become stronger and hold back the monsters. This time everything will be completely different. Suddenly, something moved under Daniel's shirt and began to rise up. Then Sinyavka peeked out from under his shirt and howled, addressing her master. Daniel hugged the fox, petted him, and expressed his gratitude for his help in making all of this possible. The old man looked at his student sideways and noted that Daniel had actually become stronger because he was able to recognize his potential. Both Daniel and Sinyavka were amazed. They had known him for a long time, but it seemed that he did not know how to behave appropriately to his age. The old man, noticing this, became angry and asked if they really considered him pathetic. Daniel reluctantly reassured him several times, then reminded him that it was time to move. The awakened ones, who were supposed to monitor the activity of local portals, passed by the fence. In the blink of an eye, Daniel darted after them and burst into the guarded area. Because of its speed, a strong wind arose, which those who woke up nearby did not even notice. A second later, the wind died down and they began to wonder why it was so strong today. Flying past all the guards with the fox, Daniel rushed to the designated place. The protagonist was amazed by what he saw. There was a huge number of boxes on the spot. All the orders from the black market had arrived. The old man asked why Daniel wanted the goods to be delivered to Busan. He replied that it was an ideal place to work away from prying eyes, since there were almost no people or monsters nearby. Then Daniel clapped his hands and ordered everyone to gather. At that moment, a gang of monsters, consisting of mice, fairies, and weresharks, crawled out of hiding. Daniel announced that it was time to work, and then the mice, fairies, and weresharks began loading all the materials into the portal. Daniel asked the master if he had ever seen such coordinated work. The master laughed and noted that their ability to cope with various tasks had reached the highest level. Suddenly, Tega ran up to Daniel and reported to the master that all the things had been moved. Daniel praised him for his excellent work and informed him that everyone who was free could leave. Soon, he thought that he had better leave too. But turning towards the gate, he felt a foreign presence. He turned around slowly, sensing a familiar but repulsive energy. Daniel turned to the stranger and noted that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. As it turned out, Florence was standing in front of him, and behind her was a squad of fighters. Florence bowed and confirmed that it had indeed been a long time since she had seen him. She immediately took out 2 swords and crossed them on her chest. With a wild expression on her face, she expressed her intention to offer her condolences. Daniel noticed the confidence in her gaze. Her people were also quite strong both in their past life and now. He noted with a grin that they had chosen an excellent time to meet. After all, it gave him the opportunity to test something interesting. Florence noticed this, and admitted that Daniel was indeed unusual. One of her servants offered to carry out the order and cut off the scoundrel's head. Florence, however, ordered silence. She was thinking about Daniel, No matter how much power he gained, he still wouldn't be able to deal with the entire demon hunter team, including her. She wondered if he had come to Busan specifically to lure them. Having weighed everything, Florence ordered to act with the utmost caution. Although she was the nanny of Chelsea, the wife of the head of the Divine Power clan, she actually led the demon hunter squad. This woman was considered one of the strongest personalities in the clan. Daniel expected her to attack immediately, but she decided to act more cautiously. Then the hero smiled, noting that all this really irritated him. He noted that if they did not approach first, he himself would make the first move. Hearing this, the members of the demon hunter squad became wary, awaiting the hero's further actions. Suddenly, Daniel rushed straight towards Florence and her people. He had already caught up with the team of hunters when he suddenly disappeared from sight, only to immediately appear behind their backs and continue moving. Florence and her men were confused, as they did not expect such a way to escape from the battlefield. As he ran, Daniel turned around for a moment and stuck out his tongue. At that moment, something clicked in the heads of his opponents. Florence ordered the fleeing Daniel to be captured, and a team of awakened rushed after him. When the protagonist was about to be caught by one of the demon hunters, he turned the corner of the building. Then the guy shouted that he had already caught him, but suddenly a clawed paw appeared in front of his face. She grabbed the awakened one and quickly pulled him into the portal. The hero was pleased that there was one less enemy. A few seconds later, the hero was discovered by several more awakened ones, who immediately shouted that he was here. Daniel rushed forward again. He jumped over the fence and continued moving, annoying his pursuers. As he ran, monster hands emerged from the ports, grabbed the awakened ones, and dragged them into the portal. After some time, the squad of demon hunters finally drove the hero into a dead end. The hunters exhaled, after which their leader informed Daniel that he no longer had any options for escape. Then Daniel sighed and admitted that he had made a mistake in turning in that direction. He then added that he did not want to be caught, after which he said goodbye to the awakened ones and entered the gate. The demon hunters who witnessed this were simply speechless. One of the awakened ones returned to the lady and reported that Daniel had disappeared, entering the gate. Moreover, many of their agents had disappeared without a trace during the chase, and the awakened one asked what they should do now. Florence, frowning with anger, thought about the actions of the protagonist, but still decided to act. She replied that they could not return until they killed this bastard. She ordered the servant to inform everyone that they were ready to enter the gates upon her arrival. Meanwhile, Daniel returned to the forbidden area of the 4 sanctuaries and had already begun to prepare. Seeing the master, Sharkman greeted him. Daniel asked if he had taken care of those he had sent. He also noticed a red mark under his feet, and Sharkman explained that they were using the bodies as fertilizer for the plants. But the hero forbade it. At that moment, a system window opened in front of Daniel, informing him that an unauthorized group had invaded the gate. The system asked if the owner wanted to kick out the uninvited guests. Daniel grinned evilly, then turned to Sharkman and ordered him to summon Scheman and the fairies. However, he refused the system's offer, explaining that a new batch of fertilizers had arrived for them. Since Daniel had not blocked the entrance for outsiders, they were able to get inside without any problems. But as soon as they got inside, all the guests received notifications. The entrance to the gate was closed, and the owner of the zone began to show hostility. The awakened were shocked by the second news, and could not understand who was the master of this forbidden zone. One of them, looking up, was horrified by what he saw. They had just entered the gate, and there were already monsters crowding around. The situation seemed to be complete chaos. Florence began to lose her patience and shouted, wondering what kind of illusion skill Daniel was using to trick them. Daniel asked in surprise what illusions he was talking about, after which he explained that all of this was within the boundaries of his domain. He then turned to Sharkman and informed him that he was going to test his fighting abilities today. Sharkman, already impatient, confirmed that everyone was ready for battle. Convinced of this, Daniel ordered his monsters to attack, and hordes of creatures rushed into battle. Florence ordered her men to clear the way, and then counterattacked. Daniel watched the fight from below and was amazed. He assumed that the monsters were strong, but their strength exceeded all expectations. Looking around, Daniel noted out loud that the situation for the Demon Hunter Corps looked quite risky. He turned to Florence, asking if she should check out what was going on. Florence replied that she had come here to cut off his head. For this, she would gladly sacrifice other lives. In comparison, the lives of her squad members are just a trifle. But Daniel apologized to her and clarified that she would not fight him. Florence was surprised to hear this. However, soon a terrifying figure appeared before her. A huge blue nine-tailed fox suddenly appeared behind the hero. Daniel noted that the younger generation should respect their elders. However, since Florence was a demon from another world, one of the monsters that could destroy worlds, the fox approached her. So Daniel wished her luck, hoping that this Blood Witch would be able to survive the battle. The Blood Witch killed countless awakened and brutally destroyed people, enjoying the blood of their hearts. Florence suddenly dropped to her knees, her hair scattering across the ground. The old woman, who had recently been young, could not understand how this was possible, how someone could suddenly control the monsters. The Demon Hunter Corps was made up of A-rank fighters who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts in their previous world. With a trembling voice, she asked the hero what he had done and how he had found out about it. Then Daniel grabbed her by the chin, explaining that he knew who killed his mother. He was sure that this order came from his stepmother. He remembered everything clearly until now. The hero's mother once sat on her knees, took him by the shoulders and suggested playing hide and seek. But the condition was that he would not leave the shelter under any circumstances. Soon Daniel's expression turned to horror. Even after the death of her mother, unable to resist the witch, she continued to destroy her body, laughing in ecstasy. Daniel hit the witch on the head and confessed that no method of killing would bring her satisfaction. Killing Chelsea, to whom she was so devoted, would hurt her more than death itself. Suddenly Florence screamed and then began to growl. At the same time, the monsters successfully dealt with the Demon Hunter Corps and returned to their master. Daniel left them to finish the job themselves, then turned and walked away, listening to Florence's screams. After finishing all his business in Busan, Daniel finally returned to his room. Immediately after that, he plopped down on the bed and exhaled deeply. The master, who suddenly appeared nearby, admitted that he had no idea how Daniel's mother died. After his mother's death, his stepmother allowed him to remain in the clan, fearing condemnation from the others. But instead of treating him like her child, she abused him every day. The master asked if the dragon's sword knew about this, but Daniel replied that he knew nothing about it. It was far from a happy story, and if he found out, he might try to kill everyone. Suddenly the old man exclaimed, calling Daniel a fool, which almost stunned the hero. Daniel asked why he suddenly started screaming, and the enraged old man replied that that was not the issue right now. He then walked up to Daniel and said he couldn't even imagine how he had endured all this pain for all this time. Although the master was now the spirit of an old man, he was once the greatest martial artist. Previously, Daniel thought that the master was just mocking him, but now he realized that the teacher had another side. Then Daniel realized that he appreciated the care of his mentor. He agreed that it was useful to have someone to whom he could trust all his secrets. Suddenly the master changed his attitude and said that he would like to ask Daniel a question. However, Daniel did not hear anything, because at that moment the phone rang. He asked the master to wait a little, which irritated him. But the master accepted the challenge. Holly called to say that Daniel needed to come over immediately to help with the training, as everyone was already waiting for him. But Daniel was surprised and asked why now. Then Holly reminded him that Daniel knew where her gym was and asked him to hurry, after which she hung up. A little later in the training room, the team waited for Daniel to arrive. Sam laughed nervously, noting that Daniel was a little late and that Holly was getting impatient with the wait. He turned to the others and noticed that Holly was very upset about Daniel's lateness. Then he asked what would happen if Daniel didn't make it in time. But Belle told Sam not to worry, explaining that Daniel would be here soon. After a few seconds, the door finally opened, and Daniel entered the hall. Sam jumped up and loudly thanked his lucky stars that he had arrived in time, asking them to take care of Holly while they were still alive. Daniel was surprised by Sam's behavior and asked what happened here. At this point, losing her patience, Holly drew her sword and protested, asking if he had heard her call to hurry. Daniel awkwardly admitted that he was late, explaining that he had been preparing everything he needed for training. Angered, Holly suddenly stopped. A second later, the flame went out, and then she asked what he had prepared for them. Taking off his briefcase, Daniel asked the team if they were sure they wanted to become stronger. He then threw the briefcase on the floor, where it hit the surface with a loud thud. Standing over the briefcase, Daniel asked if they were willing to give everything they had to grow. Belle, Helen, and Sam were already starting to dread what was to come, and Holly was glowing at the thought of how the training would help them. However, the guys admitted that they shouldn't have invited the hero here. Meanwhile, Chelsea paced the ruined space, biting her nails in nervousness. At some point, she accidentally bit off her nail. Suddenly, Vincent approached her, bringing news. Chelsea ran up to him and asked if there was any news from the nanny. However, Vincent admitted that he didn't know how to break it to her. But unfortunately, the news was bad. Vincent explained that Miss Florence of the Demon Hunter Corps was currently in danger. She went to Busan with the ghost killers. She was looking for something. But in the end, she disappeared along with the entire corps. Soon, Chelsea's patience snapped and she screamed, ordering the guy to shut up. Then she slapped Vincent in anger. She ordered a search of all of Busan to find traces of Florence and bring her to her. Vincent wiped the blood from his face and obeyed his mistress's order. Soon he came out of the room where a clan member was already waiting. Vincent gave him the results of the investigation. From them, it was possible to find out that the Demon Hunter Corps had successfully set up an ambush, but all their traces in a certain area had disappeared. From this, Vincent concluded that Florence, along with the Demon Hunter Corps, had disappeared in this very place. However, what happened next remained a mystery. Suddenly, Vincent remembered a recent incident and asked if there could have been an outbreak of monster activity at that moment. He wondered if it was possible that someone had forced the gate open, or if it was just an accident. However, in order to kill Florence, at the very least, there had to be a gate leading to the Black Zone. Vincent could find no other explanation. The man was not capable of opening the gate by force. He burned the materials and burned them, realizing that only his master could do such a thing. The events take place a short time later. Not far from the combat school was Daniel's former training place. Daniel rested peacefully on the rock, while heavy breathing could be heard nearby. Sam asked Daniel if he was serious about making them carry boulders. Then he tried to breathe under the weight of the stone, and the hero, Sam, through tears, complained that this method of training was too primitive. After some time, after working with huge boulders, the girls decided to take a little rest. Holly admitted that she had no idea how spacious the area behind their campus was. Daniel noted that many people don't realize this. The hero, dragging the exhausted Sam along the ground with a boulder on his shoulder, explained that he often came here to train, since the place was secluded. He asked if he should take a break and then run 4 or more laps around campus. Suddenly, Daniel received a notification from the system. He received the skill of a novice instructor, as well as a reward of 500,000 tree points. He exclaimed in surprise, getting Holly's attention, but then said it was nothing serious. Daniel never thought that he could get a reward and a new skill by helping his friends train. He wondered if this was the awakening that the master had spoken of earlier. Suddenly angry, the master asked why the system kept throwing all this at Daniel. He then continued to train his friends, chaining them to the bottom of the lake and throwing sticks at them to practice dodging. He made them climb mountains, subjecting the disciples to various tests day after day. After another day of training, the group was exhausted again, except for Holly. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Belle, and holding back a scream, she asked if it seemed like an illusion to her. It turned out that Belle had obtained a B-rank vision skill. Through great effort, she developed exceptional dynamic visual acuity. The guys began to congratulate Belle on gaining the skill, happy for their friend. A little later, Helen received a B-rank faith skill that allowed even an injured person to walk. Holly also gained a skill. Sam has acquired the B-rank dual sword skill. Daniel noted that Helen had the perfect skill for herself since she was a healer. Daniel then walked up to Holly and asked what skill she had gained, then looked closely at her system window. It turned out that this was the qualification of the S-rank sword queen, the skill of a cold swordsman. Holly was especially good at following the training, but even so, Daniel didn't expect her to be able to obtain an S-rank skill. Belle then grabbed the hero's hand and thanked him, noting that without his training, they would never have been able to reveal their abilities. Then Helen and Sam joined in the gratitude. Holly also turned to Daniel and awkwardly thanked him for his help. Daniel was surprised to see Holly's behavior, but after a few seconds he pulled himself together. After gaining new skills, the boys were ready to continue training even more intensively until the heavenly battle came. After some time, the hero returned to the territory of the combat school. Just as Daniel was about to go to his room, he was stopped and asked to help with something. Teacher Jenny said she had just one request. She wanted to join the hero's training. Daniel first answered in the negative, and then asked again what she had just said. A week ago, the students of the combat school were running laps around the sports ground, all of them wearing heavy shackles. Jenny was strict about them focusing on their breathing while running. She then turned to the 3 students who were lagging behind the others and ordered them to speed up. Belle tried, but she, along with Helen and Sam, were almost out of breath from fatigue. Soon the students paused to catch their breath. Jenny noted that they had done well and explained that it was just a warm-up. Jenny added that enough time has passed since they started training, and she believes that they have developed strength. The teacher smiled and suggested starting today to start free training based on personal abilities. After Jenny's instructions, the students began to learn the 10-step punch. Jenny believed that the main thing now was to truly understand her power in order to be able to use it effectively. This required constant analysis of one's actions, but at the moment she had not seen anyone who did this. The exception was 3 students from the hero's team. In a matter of seconds, they completely destroyed the training dummies, which was extremely surprising. These dummies were very strong. They were made from the bodies of monsters. Jenny was surprised, wondering if these 3 weren't E-rank awakened. She didn't understand why she hadn't noticed their talent before. Suddenly, the trio, who had just destroyed the strong dummies, fell to the ground. They were completely exhausted and could barely move, and Jenny wondered if she had made a mistake. Sometime later, in the teacher's room, one of the teachers asked with surprise what the name of the 5th grade president was. Jenny asked if he meant Belle, and the teacher confirmed this and added that she had managed to break through to success. Another teacher noted that the same was true for Helen, who was previously thought to only be talented in healing. Suddenly, one of the teachers remarked that he had heard that all the talents had manifested during Daniel's classes. This meant that there were now 3 more gifted students in the 5th grade. After this, Jenny headed towards the exit. The teachers were surprised by her behavior and asked if something happened. The teacher smiled and said that there was one matter that she needed to settle, after which she wished her colleagues a pleasant conversation. Having figured out the situation, Jenny began to observe the students that Daniel was training. She realized that the method was crude, but at the same time simple. It was very effective in quickly increasing students' stats, so she told Daniel that, as a teacher, she would like to be personally involved in the training. Daniel had not touched Jenny during training before, as he did not consider her a threat. He understood that someone was watching him all this time. In response, he agreed to allow the teacher to participate in the training, but he added that he would not do it for free. Daniel explained that he had several conditions. Firstly, other people could not join the training. Secondly, she must not disclose this training to others, and the place for training will be chosen by him. Pleased that she was allowed to participate, Jenny agreed. After some time, the students arrived at a new training location. After getting out of the car, they began to admire the estates of the Divine Mastery clan, where Holly lived. Daniel thanked Holly for allowing them to use the training room in her house. The girl replied sheepishly that there was nothing wrong with that, and asked her friends to follow her. Before they had even taken a few steps, suddenly the family members ran out of the house and bowed in greeting to their hostess. Holly handed the jacket to the servant and asked where her father was. He replied that he had gone to the training room. Holly and the others then headed to the training room where her father was already waiting for them. Holly's father smiled and greeted his beloved daughter. The guests were surprised, because the chairman himself was standing in front of them, but Holly said that it was only her father. Holly's father chuckled, and admitted that he did indeed look like Hank. He added that he was glad to meet everyone, and that although it was not easy to become friends with his daughter, they succeeded. Holly looked at her friends, and the atmosphere in the room instantly changed. Holly's father greeted Jenny's teacher and bowed, adding that he had not expected to see her here. After that, he remembered that he had forgotten someone. She put her arm around the hero, taking him for her son-in-law. Daniel was shocked by Holly's father's sudden words, but he already knew how it would all end. After a while, Mr. Hugo, although beaten, laughed and decided to leave them alone so as not to interfere with the training. As Hugo passed Holly, he said he wanted to talk to him after class was over. Immediately after this, Holly ordered her father to leave and threw him out of the training room herself. After that, she shyly asked the hero not to take her father seriously, since he loved to tease her too much. But Daniel assured Holly not to worry because he already knew what her father was really like. Despite all the accusations of malice, in fact, Mr. Hugo was kinder and fairer than many. He was not cunning, but straightforward. If he decided to take action, the traitors in the Divine Mastery clan would disappear instantly. However, he was too busy hunting demons, leaving Hank and Holly to deal with the problems themselves. Then Daniel clapped his hands and said that since Mr. Hank wasn't here, they could finally start training. The hero added that today they were expecting something different, not a regular training session, and Holly clarified what he meant. Suddenly, enormous pressure fell on everyone. The boys could barely stand on their feet. Holly realized it was a killer aura, but she didn't understand why it was necessary. The hero's murderous aura extended far beyond the training hall and affected all members of the clan. Then Hugo realized that their training had begun. At the same time, in the hall, Helen, Belle, and Sam had already collapsed on the floor. The guys could hardly stand the pressure. Holly tried her best to stand her ground, but even she and teacher Jenny were struggling under the pressure. Looking at the hero, Jenny couldn't understand how such energy could come from an ordinary 18-year-old high school student. Holly noted that he had become much stronger. His murderous intent was much deeper than before. She didn't remember it ever being so perfect when she first felt it. Now it seemed that Daniel was in complete control of his predatory rage. Previously, Holly believed that she could catch up with the hero. She thought that there was little time left, and if she made an effort, she would be able to get closer to him. But now she realized that these thoughts were wrong. No matter how much she trained, Daniel was too far ahead. All she could do was follow in his footsteps. Thinking about it, Holly gritted her teeth and told herself no. She began to overcome herself in order to climb the stairs, not wanting to move away from the hero any longer. She wanted to get closer to him. Without noticing this, Holly overcame the hero's killing intent and was already attacking him. However, Daniel tilted his head to the side to dodge her blow. Soon a small scratch appeared on his cheek. Holly lost her balance, but Daniel caught her. Using her last strength, Holly declared that she was still capable of more. But Daniel refused her with a smile. He said that's where it ends. Afterwards, Helen admitted that she had never felt such a strong murderous aura before. On his knees, Sam begged the hero not to train them like that. But Daniel just smiled carelessly. The students realized that things were bad. Soon new requests for help were heard from behind the door. Daniel noted that he didn't expect Holly to leave a scar on his face. However, he was impressed by the students' progress. After some time, one of the students approached Jenny's teacher, which brought her out of her stupor. Remembering that she was with her students, Jenny apologized and asked where they were. She herself couldn't concentrate on the lecture, as she kept thinking about yesterday's training with Daniel. One wrong move during training can cost you your life. The students will eventually enter the gate where they will engage in real combat, and in order to survive, they will need to become stronger. Jenny admitted that her training methods were a mere speck of dust compared to Daniel's, and she regretted it as a teacher. So Jenny decided to continue studying with him. After some time, a black car drove up to the school. Elder Philip got out of it, and when he saw the school, he noted that it had not changed. Chairman Hank and the teachers greeted Mr. Philip. It was an honor to meet the swordmaster in person. Mr. Philip was surprised and asked Hank if he thought he was being too formal after such a long separation. Hank said he would accompany him, but the old man declined and offered to greet the rest of the family. Immediately after this, Mr. Philip headed towards the school building with his grandchildren. Many were surprised that they did not feel anything unusual. Only Hank realized that this was precisely why the old man inspired even more fear. Students who awaken to A rank cannot hide their aura, but those who awaken to S rank look like normal people. Hank soon clapped his hands several times and ordered the teachers to prepare for more guests. Walking through the school grounds, Parker asked his grandfather if he was tired, since the school was quite large. Hearing this, the grandfather raised his sword and asked his grandson how he dared to treat him like an old man. The old man ordered Parker to shut his mouth and was about to give him a lesson when he suddenly stopped. Surprised by his grandfather's sudden change of mood, Parker asked what had happened. Then the old man pointed to the side and asked what it was. Parker replied that it was the main school building. Philip was amazed by the energy he felt. He realized that they were the energy of beings from another dimension. He thought he had seen enough and suggested heading towards the main building, and Charlotte asked why they should go there. Then the old man took a deep breath and explained that he needed to check something. Meanwhile, Jenny announced to the students that the final exams, the heavenly battle, would begin today. She explained that the fights would be held by lottery. All classes would participate, and the winner would receive a demonic sword. The students began to speculate. Many believed that the reward would go to Daniel and envied him. However, Jenny advised the students to try their best and not be limited by envy of those who are able to take first place. She also said that, according to the chairperson, students who have significantly improved their positions will also receive awards. Jenny added that those who do not improve their positions will undergo more intensive training with her. But after the mention of more intense training, the students' enthusiasm noticeably died down. Suddenly after class, Daniel heard a loud noise. Then he ducked just in time to avoid Parker. Parker, who fell to the floor, admitted he couldn't believe his friend had decided to dodge him. Seeing this, Charlotte laughed and said that even though Parker was her brother, he was a real fool. Then Daniel asked who was standing behind her. Then Charlotte stepped aside and asked the hero to say hello to her grandfather. Philip smiled, and assuming that Daniel was standing in front of him, said that he was glad to meet him. Daniel was shocked, because in front of him stood the strongest awakened Iron Blood clan and the only awakened S-Rank in Korea. Daniel shook the old man's hand and said that he was also glad to meet him, after which he introduced himself. Even in his past life, Daniel had only seen this old man from afar, but now he was meeting an awakened S-Rank for the first time. When he met Daniel, the old man felt very uneasy and could not understand who this young man was. This is the same young man that everyone was talking about. He is the friend of his grandchildren, and the schoolboy who destroyed the awakened AA rank apostle. He is an illegitimate child who could not even inherit the blood of the Sacred Power clan. The old man could not understand the youth's energy, and could not even determine what kind of inner strength he had developed. It was an energy that could not be identified even by the Heavenly Thunder Divine Art. As he thought, the old man involuntarily clenched his hand. He refused to believe that such a thing was possible. Such a thing simply should not exist. He asked himself, could it be that the Heavenly King's divine art was more advanced than the Heavenly Thunder Art? Thinking about this, the old man abruptly removed his hand. Surprised, Daniel asked if he had done something wrong, since the old man was looking at him so intently. However, Philip laughed and explained that he had probably stared at him involuntarily after learning about his ill-mannered grandchildren's friends. Upon hearing this, Charlotte admitted that she was very gentle and kind, while Parker told her grandfather that his words hurt him. The old man explained to Daniel that just recently, Philip had been trying his best to determine his energy. Hearing this, Daniel sighed and admitted that he was very afraid that he might have said something wrong. At that moment, Daniel felt relieved that the old man had not noticed his inner energy. After all, the divine art of origin was like paint, a technique that naturally blended with any environment. Now the basis of his primordial arts was mana, and one could suspect that Daniel belonged to a demonic cult. But possessing the Heavenly King's divine art could serve as a cover, and then there was no need to worry anymore. Then Philip gently pushed his granddaughter aside and, placing his cane on his grandson's face, asked Daniel if he was going to fight today. Daniel confidently replied that he would fight. Then the old man wished Daniel good luck and promised to watch his fight. After a while, the students gathered around the big screen to see who would fight whom. Daniel's first opponent was a 10th grader named Joseph, a B-rank awakening from the Million Poison clan. This 10th grader was quite talented for the son of the Iron King, but even he was no match for Daniel. After looking at the screen, Daniel realized that there was no point in looking for rivals here anymore. Suddenly, Jose noticed him and loudly greeted the hero. Daniel realized that this was a lucky coincidence, since he was just looking for it. Jose revealed that his opponent would be an awakened D-rank from the Imperial Blade clan. Then Daniel asked why, out of all the clans, Jose had chosen the Imperial Blade clan in the first battle. The hero asked if Jose needed to participate in the heavenly battle, but he did not understand the question and clarified what he meant. Daniel then asked if Jose had thought about giving up the fight. He realized that by this time, Jose had mastered the divine art of spatial void and the art of the spear. Both techniques had reached 3 stars, allowing him to easily defeat anyone he encountered here. However, the modern era of awakening is lineage-oriented. The best outcome for protecting Jose is to abandon the heavenly battle. Then Jose suddenly refused to participate, and Daniel was surprised, asking him to explain the reason. The guy replied that since Daniel noticed him, it meant there was no longer any need to show his abilities to others. Jose grinned, confirming that he was confident that Daniel was doing the right thing. He put his hand on his chest, saying that he trusted him. Daniel took Jose by the shoulder and thanked him for his trust. But suddenly he felt the movement of danger. He looked around, but saw students around him. Noticing the sudden change in Daniel's behavior, Jose asked what had happened. Daniel suddenly told him to be quiet and follow him. He grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Finding a place away from prying eyes, Daniel opened a portal and tried to push Jose inside, but he began to resist. Daniel demanded to enter the portal, but before leaving he wanted to know the reason. Almost pushing Jose into the portal, Daniel reminded him that he promised to trust him unconditionally. Before Jose could respond, Daniel pushed him into the portal. A few seconds later, the man Daniel had sensed earlier ran to that place, but to his surprise, there were no traces left here. Leonard was sure that just recently energy had emanated from here, very similar to the energy of the Imperial Blade, but the trail ended here. Then Leonard wondered if he had made a mistake. After a little while, the hero's friends found him. Sam asked where he had been, and Daniel replied that he had something to do, then asked why everyone was so worried. Sam cried out that this was absolutely incredible, and asked the hero to look at the screen, because the fight of the century was finally beginning. This round will feature Holly and Charlotte. Daniel wasn't too surprised, and Sam asked why he was staying calm, and if he already knew about the duel. Daniel winced to himself and admitted that this really surprised him, because in this life, everything was repeated exactly the same. In his past life, Daniel was rooting for Charlotte, but he wasn't close to Holly at the time, and Charlotte threatened him to support her. If he started rooting for Charlotte, Holly would be disappointed, and he was afraid of the consequences. At that moment, Daniel noticed that Holly was standing next to Belle and Helen. He saw the way Holly looked at him. With that in mind, Daniel made a decision. He decided that of course he would root for Holly during the fight. Suddenly, Charlotte, who had crept up behind him, grabbed him by the head and asked who he was going to root for. Daniel greeted her sheepishly, at which point Charlotte reciprocated and reminded him that he needed to finish his thought. With an awkward glance towards Holly, Daniel replied that of course he would be rooting for Charlotte. At that moment, Daniel felt a chill because of the way Holly had just looked at him. Meanwhile, the heavenly battle had already begun. The host thanked the audience for their wait and announced the beginning of the greatest round of this competition. On this day, the Ice Flower of the Divine Skill clan, Holly, fought in the arena. Her opponent was the Sword Flower of the Iron-Blooded clan, Charlotte. Sam quietly asked Daniel who he thought was the winner, to which Daniel replied that the result would only be known after the fight. Many people thought that Charlotte had just awakened to S-Rank, but in reality, she is closer to an experienced S-Rank. This made her a difficult opponent for Holly, who had just reached A-Rank. Holly had previously won her matches, but in reality, Charlotte won because she refused to participate. In fact, she simply believed that it was not worth wasting time on weak opponents. This behavior was only possible because she trusted that her brother would take first place. Daniel smiled to himself, thinking that this time things would be different. He said that he had prepared a stronger opponent for her, and now wanted to see the maximum of her capabilities. The signal to begin the fight sounded, and the spectators immediately began to scream with delight, because an epic duel was ahead. Holly immediately pulled out her sword whip, which curved at an intricate angle. Charlotte was surprised and asked Holly how she learned to use it, and she replied that Daniel taught her. Charlotte then asked if there was any conflict between them, since Holly had become more straightforward, which was not the case with Parker. Despite this, Charlotte was glad that Holly was her opponent and wanted to tell her something. Unexpectedly, Charlotte warned her not to go near Daniel. The blonde smiled and explained that the reason was simple. The thing is, she loves Daniel and wants to be there for him, to take care of him. However, Charlotte noticed that Holly looked extremely unhappy at that moment. The girl pointed the sword at her opponent and offered to start the fight, deciding the fate based on the outcome of the match. She stated that the winner would get Daniel. Charlotte asked if that sounded tempting. Suddenly, Holly jumped up and found herself behind Charlotte, preparing to strike. But at the last moment, Charlotte managed to block the first blow. An embarrassed Holly asked if Charlotte would change her mind after the fight. The blonde confirmed that it works the same way for her. Immediately after, they swung their swords, closing the distance, and the collision created a shockwave. The audience was amazed by the enormous energy from the battle. It seemed that both girls decided to show everything they were capable of from the very beginning. Without a break, Holly and Charlotte clashed again and again, but each time the fight ended in a draw. Brandishing her sword, Charlotte shouted that she could give up everything except Daniel. Putting all her strength into the blow, Charlotte attacked. Holly barely managed to hold back her attack. It seemed like Charlotte had the upper hand, but suddenly Charlotte struck the ground. Using her agility and the flexibility of her sword, Holly slipped out of the way of Charlotte's attack. Immediately after that, she closed the distance and began to spin the whip, creating a tornado of blows that were almost impossible to dodge. However, Charlotte easily parried all the blows and noticed how focused Holly was on the nature of the sword. It becomes hard when filled with internal energy, but is also capable of releasing energy to repel blows. The whip returned again and again, and once it slid past Charlotte's face, wounding her. Charlotte wondered what Daniel was teaching her. She licked the blood from her face. Then the girl suddenly became serious, attacking her opponent with a sword. She soon took advantage of the moment to stand on the blade of the sword, preventing Holly from continuing her swings. Holly pulled the sword with all her might, but it was no use. Taking advantage of the moment, Charlotte lunged at Holly. The girls put all their strength into this blow. It eventually resulted in a huge lightning explosion in the center of the arena, forcing the spectators to cover themselves. Even Daniel was amazed by this fight, as he had never imagined that the 10-step punch could be used in such a way. The old man noted that he believed Holly had calculated the range of the strike and used a 10-step strike to avoid increasing the distance. The master admitted that she had a very deep understanding of martial arts, and Daniel admitted that this was why he was afraid of her. Since Holly's mentor was his student, she shouldn't give up easily. However, he couldn't tell who would win. After a few swings, the referee suddenly ordered a stop. The host announced that the fight was over due to time running out. The audience waited with bated breath to find out who would be the winner. They were amazed by the incredible battle. Moreover, these girls seemed stronger than many of the active warriors. The old man frowned slightly, watching those around him, because they were only stating the obvious. After the round ended, Holly and Charlotte separated. Belle praised Holly for doing a great job, and Helen admitted it was impressive. Sam handed Holly a bottle of water and asked her not to be upset about the result. Previously, no one would have thought that their fight would end in a draw. However, the girls said that if the fight had lasted at least a little longer, Holly would have definitely been able to win. Taking a sip of water, Holly looked around. Belle noticed this and wondered if she was looking for someone. Suddenly, Holly heard a scream. Charlotte was outraged that Daniel had allegedly run away. She ordered the clan people to find him and bring him straight to her. She wanted him to tell her straight out who he was rooting for. Sam noted that Daniel had been here just a moment ago and wondered where he could have disappeared to. Then Holly grabbed the bottle and said that Daniel had just run away like a rat, and immediately shouted that she would catch him. That evening, during a festival near the martial arts school, Daniel enjoyed some sweets. Daniel explained to his master that children eat it because it contains too much sugar. He added with a laugh that these treats really help to enjoy the festival better. Not noticing the man behind him, Daniel accidentally collided with him. As he was about to apologize, he realized that he knew this man. Sawyer was also surprised by the sudden meeting with Mr. Daniel. Sawyer explained that he had not come with Liam, but had taken a short leave, which greatly surprised Daniel. The hero admitted that he would never have thought about it. He knew that the leader of the Heavenly Kings group existed solely to protect Liam. Sawyer had never taken a break before becoming the leader of the Divine Fist Alliance, so this change was unusual. At the same time, Daniel noticed a girl behind Sawyer who looked quite familiar. It turned out to be Jenny's teacher. Jenny smiled shyly and greeted Daniel. Sawyer explained that they met by chance while walking. Daniel looked at the couple with a sly smile, thinking that even the leader of the Heavenly Kings group had to date someone. Then the hero decided to leave them, and wished them a pleasant time. Meanwhile, the festival continued. Daniel climbed onto the roof and thought about how the leader of the Sky King group, who was only with Liam, suddenly took a vacation. This meant that Sawyer was no longer guarding him, and since he's dating Jenny, Daniel could now use that to help her overcome her obstacles. She is currently training with her students. Daniel realized that by training his students, he was getting 100% of the experience. After Holly demonstrated her prowess as an S-rank swordsman, the hero's skills improved to the level of a devil instructor. Once he unlocks the teacher's skills, the game will be over. Daniel admitted that he is already looking forward to tomorrow. Meanwhile, in one temple, newcomers bowed before a monk and an inverted cross. Then one woman asked him if he had left the heavenly temple and changed gods, implying that he was a crazy monk. The monk asked the woman to be silent so that her evil tongue would not interfere with the sacred rite. The woman exclaimed that although he said such things, he was not even a real monk, since he only shouted at her. The monk ordered her to be quiet and get to the point, and the woman explained that it was about the Blood Witch, who had suddenly disappeared. She was a member of the Divine Fist clan and disappeared along with the Demon Slayer Corps in Busan. The woman explained that, according to the investigator, the witch died due to the manifestation of the gate. Then the monk asked if she had come simply to report the witch. The woman chuckled and said that of course she had more news, then added that the demon sword had finally appeared. Hearing this, the monk instantly became serious and turned his head 180 degrees. The woman explained that the Imperial Sword Clan had offered the sword as a reward for the heavenly battle. The monk suggested that they were simply mad, adding that they had no idea what the thing was capable of. The woman reminded him that without their vassals' information, they would not have known the sword's true value, but ultimately it must end up in their hands. The monk then ordered the woman to prepare for the arrival of the leaders into this world, explaining that this time they must all appear at once. The monk promised that he would achieve a demonic catastrophe, and asked her not to forget that the main goal was to bring their lord into this world. After this, the monk and the woman went out onto the balcony, in front of which the cult armies were already waiting. The story moves to the next day, to the arena of the heavenly battle. As soon as Daniel stepped onto the field, the spectators were already chanting his name, Ghost Spear. Despite Joseph's presence in the arena, the crowd continued to chant Ghost Spear's name. Then Joseph stood up and announced that he would go first. After that, he released many needles by waving his hand. Daniel easily knocked the needles away, noticing that Joseph couldn't hide his irritation at the lack of attention from the audience. Joseph is the son of the Iron King of the Million Venom clan, and at the age of 17, he had already reached rank B and was considered a genius. Joseph was always spoiled, even though he had an older sister. Poison flower, he was chosen as the heir. To curb the boy's arrogance, Daniel decided to show him his place. As Daniel approached, Joseph tried to stab him with needles. But Daniel blocked the blow with his bloody spear, ducked to avoid the next attack, and deflected the needles again. Having missed Daniel, Joseph began to suspect that something was wrong. He tried to figure out why Daniel had so many open spots, whether he was really bad at them or just misleading them. Then Joseph broke his distance with Daniel and mentally asked himself if he thought he would let him do whatever he wanted. Daniel smirked and mentally noted that Joseph had actually expected Daniel to attack. He tried to win a draw, which was boring. Joseph then asked if Daniel's special talent was the ability to wage war with words. Daniel explained that a martial artist must be skilled not only in body but also in words. The hero froze out of boredom, which Joseph took advantage of to prepare the next attack. Then Joseph threw 3 metal spheres. They soon exploded, creating a cloud of smoke. The audience recognized the object. It was a needle bomb, and they were unhappy that the Million Poison clan was using a secret weapon. But one man asked them not to worry, explaining that only the direct heirs of their house could have used the bombs. This version is much weaker than the original, so the students were not in danger. The man added with a grin that this would only work for the talented. A multitude of needles were pointed directly at the hero. But what happened next stunned all the spectators, including the elders. His opponent froze in horror at what he saw. Not a single needle touched the hero. They simply hung in the air, unable to overcome his mana. Daniel admitted he was prepared to be hit, but he had encountered needle bombs before. The hero declared that he was ready to return the needles to the master and asked him to catch them. Then he raised his hand and pointed his finger at Joseph. Before Joseph realized what was happening, the needles were already next to him. The boy wondered in amazement if these were really the same needles he had thrown and asked himself why they were here. He suddenly realized that he could die right now. Out of fear, he tried to protect himself from the needles. Daniel then asked if Joseph thought he could just throw all those needles at him. After that, Daniel snapped his fingers and needles rained down around Joseph. Seeing this, the guy fell to the ground, unable to withstand the tension. The host announced that the fight was over and Daniel was the winner. The audience began chanting Ghost Spear's name again with even greater force. As Daniel was about to leave the arena, Joseph called out to him. He asked in surprise how this happened, but instead of answering, Daniel gestured for him to be silent. A man in the stands noted that what he had just seen was telekinesis. A surprised Martin admitted that he had seen the same thing, and found it hard to believe that an 18-year-old schoolboy could control his power like that. Hank explained that he simply couldn't be considered an ordinary schoolboy. After all, he is an awakened one from the Imperial Sword Clan, and also a loyal disciple of his Divine Mastery Clan. Hearing this, Martin asked Chairman Hank not to talk nonsense. After all, this child belongs to their clan, and Hank should not encroach on him. Then Hank remembered with a smile that this was the same child who had once been thrown by the Emperor's fist. The hero's past was truly shocking. There was not a single peaceful day in his family. He wondered if he should focus on strengthening his own home first, before trying to win Daniel over. When Hank heard this, the veins on his face bulged with rage. He asked if the man had finished speaking. Martin just smiled and replied that it was possible. Just as Hank was about to pounce on Martin, his colleague remembered that it was Daniel's own opinion that ultimately mattered. With a smirk, Hank asked the man if he agreed with that. Martin only glanced at the man and then turned away. Meanwhile, a portrait of Daniel was shown on the screen. The woman with the tablet looked at the screen and whispered that Daniel was the one she needed. When Daniel returned from the arena, he was met by Holly and Charlotte. Holly handed Daniel a towel and praised him, while Charlotte brought water and noted that he did a great job. However, suddenly the girls changed their mood. Although they met Daniel together, there was still some hostility in their relationship. Suddenly, the hero heard Parker calling him. Parker jumped down from the stands and patted Daniel on the cheek, congratulating him on finally showing his full potential. Parker then pulled out his phone and explained that people were finally starting to notice his true talent, as the competition was being broadcast nationwide. He said that no one would call him a loser or a mistake anymore, and that thought made him very happy. Parker admitted that he was glad that Daniel had become stronger. Suddenly, a voice came from the speakers, announcing that Parker from Class 1 was to enter the arena. Hearing this, Parker remembered that he needed to prepare for the fight. The old man noted that the hero really does have a great friend. Daniel said that Parker is a really amazing guy, and he doesn't understand why he is friends with him. Suddenly, Belle called Daniel and invited him to go cheer for Parker, to which he, of course, agreed. Meanwhile, the blonde had already gone to the arena. Daniel wished Parker good luck in the fight. That same evening, a celebration was taking place at the martial arts school. After the day of the sky battle, the boys clinked glasses in honor of their first victory in the sky battle. Helen admitted that she never expected them all to win today, and Belle admitted that she thought she would lose. Daniel asked if she really thought she would lose after training, since that would mean her preparation was insufficient. Frightened by the intense training, Belle cried out that that was not what was being discussed, and explained that Daniel, Holly, and Parker were strong enough. But she, Helen, and Sam were only at E rank, meaning the probability of them winning against D and C rank was 0. However, Daniel reminded them that they had missed the most important thing. They're not just E-ranked, they were trained by him, and so it's obvious they'll win. He noted that they will face many obstacles ahead, which they will easily overcome. Suddenly, Holly heard a notification on her phone. Daniel, noticing that she was taking out her phone, asked if anything important had arrived. Suddenly, Holly squeezed her hand, damaging the phone screen. Furious, she turned to Daniel. Belle and Sam stepped aside, just in case. Daniel, looking back at them, asked them to wait. The awakened ones are now the real stars. Idols and actors who do not have awakening have long since faded into the background, but some celebrities have managed to stay afloat to this day. There is a group of awakened people who have created a women's group, and it is now popular. It is the Scarlet Girls. They gained fame in places reduced to ruins by the gates. During one of the concerts, they were able to fight off a wave of monsters. This incident brought them fame. One of the participants, known as Uni, became popular thanks to YouTube. Her channel has gained 4 million subscribers. Noticing Uni's smile, her friend asked what she was watching, to which she happily replied that it was YouTube. A friend suddenly told her that it was wrong to use a doctored photo as clickbait, so as not to cause complaints. But Uni responded that there was no other way to get a reaction in this era, since everyone loves clickbait. She asked her friend to just take a look. The video was uploaded only a few hours ago, but has already gained more than 1 million views. Uni guessed that Daniel had probably already seen the video. She looked at Daniel's photo. He was so handsome that she wanted to meet him in person someday. The next day, in the Heavenly Battle Arena, many people were discussing the participant bracket with each other. The audience was very excited about the participants and already wanted to know who would win. Looking at the screen, Parker was amazed. He admitted that he would never have believed that it would be Daniel who would have to fight him. Moreover, it was even possible that Daniel's opponent was doomed to complete defeat in this fight. However, Parker still decided to ask Daniel one question. What happened to his face? Daniel himself couldn't understand why Holly suddenly hit him. Parker then offered Daniel to apply something cold to the bruise, but he refused. At this time, someone familiar approached them. He called out to Daniel as a loser, and Daniel and Parker turned around. Liam noted with a sneer that he would have run away as soon as he saw this picture. But since he was here, it meant he kept his pride. He also told Daniel that he was definitely an idiot. However, Daniel and Parker decided to ignore Liam's taunts. Daniel advised his friend to just ignore Liam since it looked like he was bored. Liam couldn't believe his eyes. Daniel had just recently defeated an awakened AA class and was already so proud. Aside from the divine art that his father admired, he also couldn't accept the fact that Daniel might have a valuable technique. So Liam told him to smile while he could, because this was the fight where he would finally destroy Daniel. After a while, the host announced that the fight between Daniel and Liam would begin and asked the fighters to get ready. Looking at Martin's face, the man assumed that he was unhappy that his children would be fighting one-on-one. The man noted that he was also a father, and it was unpleasant for him to see his children fighting among themselves. However, Martin explained that he was actually happy with the match, as in their clan, based on divine power, the strongest survive. If the succession structure is determined by the results of today's heavenly battle, that only makes things easier. Leonard admitted that Martin was the perfect clan leader, but was absolutely incapable of being a father. In response, the man said that he would take these words as a compliment. At this time, Daniel and Liam entered the arena. The host announced that from the moment the fight started, the fighters could use any martial arts and weapons, including surprise techniques. The fight will only end when one of the participants surrenders, and they can do whatever they want with their opponent as long as he is alive. The host asked if they both agreed to these conditions, and Daniel, without hesitation, immediately agreed. The presenter then turned to Liam. Gritting his teeth in anger, Liam also agreed. When both agreed to the terms, the host announced the start of the fight. Daniel took his time, stretched his neck, and lowered the spear. Liam demanded an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth fight, and asked why Daniel did not attack first. Suddenly, the hero let go of the spear and assumed a fighting stance, preparing to use the Heavenly King's divine art. Liam took the same stance and called Daniel impudent for daring to use this art, promising to make him regret his decision. Immediately after, Liam released a powerful aura, causing dust to rise into the air. Closing one eye to keep the sand out, Daniel understood why his opponent was so confident. Liam's burgundy energy showed that something was wrong with her. The foul smell was getting stronger, as if she was soaked in blood. Then Liam shouted to Daniel that it was too late to understand anything, and rushed to attack. He punched the hero, but he quickly blocked the blow with his hand. Daniel then kicked Liam, but he dodged it by leaning back. Taking advantage of the moment, Daniel struck Liam in the stomach. However, he managed to block it with his palm. Then Liam asked his brother if that was all he could do. He then laughed loudly and began to unleash a series of punches on Daniel, but he blocked all of the attacks. Liam asked him where his fighting spirit had gone and offered to at least counter the attack a little, forcing Daniel to block. Liam was confident that he could win. Even without divine art, he was able to defeat someone who had previously defeated an awakened AA class. Increasing the force of his blow, Liam shouted that he was the strongest, but the blow was blocked by Daniel as if it were his own blow. Liam shouted at Daniel to die. The audience gasped in shock. They realized that his rank was already high for his age. They said Martin should be proud because both his sons had reached the top. The awakened ones have a certain power, and even the government cannot easily interfere in the affairs of houses with such awakened ones. Martin noted that if Daniel, who was an AA rank student, continued to progress, he would reach S rank within 5 years. There have been no S rank awakened in Korea since the time of Blade Maker. Martin thought Daniel should be happy with his situation. However, the strange energy surrounding Liam caught his attention. Leonard, meanwhile, stood in the stands. He also noted that this power was extremely unusual. As the fight continued, Daniel received several wounds. Meanwhile, Liam laughed at his opponent's efforts, asking if he saw his strength. Receiving no answer, Liam was surprised and asked why Daniel was still silent. "However," Daniel hissed, noting that Liam was talking too much. He explained that he wanted to see the limits of his opponent's capabilities, but he could no longer stand his chatter. Stepping back with his left hand, Daniel blocked Liam's punch with his right. Before Liam could even notice, Jin's fist was already very close to his face. The next second, Liam was struck by the hero's blow. With blood in his mouth, he flew into the air. However, he quickly recovered his composure and landed on his feet. Daniel asked Liam to finally stop shouting because his ears were starting to hurt from the noise. Suddenly, the hero heard a question from the master. Daniel turned to the master and asked what happened. The master's heartbeat quickened. He explained that what Daniel was watching was part of his martial art, but he didn't understand why Liam had a piece of heavenly destruction in him. Daniel asked the master what the heavenly destruction particle was, and what was meant by it being part of a martial art. The master explained that heaven's destruction is a technique. However, Daniel will only be able to master it after he has fully mastered the Infinity Spear technique. This technique was a martial art that the master had used since his rise to fame, and he passed it on to his first student. Daniel couldn't believe what he heard and asked how a martial art that existed 1,000 years ago could appear here. The master admitted that he himself does not fully understand this, but sometimes miracles happen. Daniel wondered if it had something to do with the portal. Portals are essentially passages between worlds. The high-level portals resembled time fields, the interiors of which resembled the Middle Ages or the martial arts world of Murim. If these worlds existed thousands of years ago, even a spirit could have met the greatest martial artists of the past. After thinking about this, a picture began to form in the hero's mind. But the question remained as to how Liam was able to obtain a part of the Heaven's Destruction technique. The master admitted that he had no idea how this could have happened. Daniel said they would figure it out later. He noted with a grin that the one who had taken possession of the fragment was right in front of them. At the same moment, the system added a new task to Daniel: to return a fragment of the Heaven's Destruction technique of difficulty level C. For a C-level quest, the reward was extremely high, so Daniel wondered if the master had gone crazy. Either way, Daniel now has another reason to beat Liam. Daniel asked him what he thought about the start of the second round. Suddenly he lunged at Liam and many Daniel doppelgangers appeared around him. Liam asked in amazement what was going on. At first he thought it was some kind of hidden technique, but then he realized it was Daniel's incredible speed. Daniel suddenly approached Liam and tried to hit him, but he was able to block the blow with his hands. The next second he felt danger from above. Despite this, Liam managed to jump back, and Daniel hit the ground instead of his target. He noticed something, but only now did he notice it. The protagonist's attacks were weak and avoided vital points. At this moment, the hero again prepared to attack from above. Gritting his teeth in anger, Liam asked how dare this guy treat him like that. Immediately after this, Liam attacked the hero, but it was only one of the doubles. He attacked one doppelganger after another, and Liam began to ask if Daniel was laughing at him. As long as he had this power, defeat was impossible. Suddenly Liam noticed Daniel's real cloak, not the illusionary one. After that, he struck with a scream. But Daniel took a step to the side and found himself a few meters away from Liam. Suddenly Liam got punched in the face. He instinctively touched the place where he had been hit, not realizing what had happened. At that very moment, another invisible blow swept across his face. Then the blows began to follow one another with great speed. The spectators, watching the fight, shouted and encouraged the hero. But Liam was exhausted and injured. His legs were shaking and his body was shaking. He felt something he had not felt for a long time, fear of the most powerful opponent. When Daniel lifted his leg to take a step, Liam involuntarily stepped back. Looking at the more powerful enemy, he begged him not to come closer. Liam tried to hit Daniel, but it was all in vain. The blow missed. Daniel exploited his opponent's weak point. He then kicked Liam hard in the back, sending him into the ground. After this, the stands suddenly fell silent, and the hero continued to stand over his opponent. The commentator announced the end of the fight, but Daniel countered that it was not over yet. He reminded that the match ends only after the opponent surrenders. Then Daniel picked Liam up by the hair and asked if he was finally awake. Liam swallowed involuntarily and turned to Daniel, but he didn't let him finish. The hero asked if Liam had heard what happened to Chris and how he deals with those who interfere with him. Extending his palm, Daniel asked Liam to answer correctly, or he would destroy his Dantian. Daniel then asked Liam where he got this power from. Liam's eyes filled with tears of fear. He admitted that he got his power from a stranger. Suddenly a man with a sword appeared on the field. Suddenly Daniel sensed danger, and at the same moment there was a cracking sound. The next moment, the stands behind Daniel and Liam were damaged. Suddenly, Liam broke free from the hero's grip, grabbed his mouth and screamed, blood gushing from his mouth. Then the hero turned towards the newcomer and asked what had happened here. As it turned out, Leonard was walking towards him. There was a moment when Daniel confronted Liam, and the latter bragged about his strength. It was then that Leonard felt a familiar power. He immediately realized that Liam had received the power of destruction. It was a power that could only be obtained from those who passed from Murim to other worlds. At first, he took these people for monsters disguised as humans. Judging by the energy emanating from them, he expected a tough fight. However, the result was a complete failure. They couldn't beat them because they were on a completely different level. It was not clear how such a force could exist. Then the man explained that there is no limit to perfection. There is only the sky above the sky. Among the strong, there will always be someone even stronger. Therefore, the one who agreed to receive power was faced with one important dilemma. Was he ready to give something of equal value in exchange for it? Leonard decided that he would do whatever the strongest wanted, because power is absolute. However, its bearers preferred to hide their identity, so this power became very confidential. A user of the power of destruction could also hide their energy even without having a large reserve of internal power. And Liam was just like that. The man informed Leonard that it looked like he would have to intervene, because if he doesn't, Liam might say something stupid. Leonard noted that the man was capable of stopping him and had a convenient excuse. After all, he was Liam's bodyguard. The man admitted that he was not sure if he could keep his head in place, to which Leonard suggested that he take the opportunity to reveal himself. The bodyguard reminded him that his superiors did not want such a disclosure, in which case Leonard agreed to intervene. However, Leonard remained dissatisfied with the man. He assumed that they were hiding due to a demonic disaster. The man wondered why they were so desperate to get to her. If he could solve this mystery, he might be able to make them his subordinates. Leonard exclaimed that this was too cruel. How could one be violent towards someone who had already lost the will to fight? So he demanded that Daniel stop. But Daniel reminded Leonard that he himself had suddenly burst into the arena and cut Liam's mouth. However, Leonard stated that his actions were aimed at Daniel, and if he had not dodged, the consequences would have been different. The hero realized that although the King of Blades was Liam's uncle, Liam was also the future rival of the Imperial Blade clan. And if he wanted his son to win, he couldn't interfere. So Leonard cut his mouth open so he couldn't speak. Then Daniel realized that Liam must have known something. The Imperial Blade clan had probably already allied with the demons, and the heavenly destruction piece was connected to the demons. Leonard then told Daniel that he had overdone it by trying to destroy his opponent's Dantian in a fair fight. Daniel reminded Leonard that in that case, even the King of Blades had no right to interfere in his match. He wondered why the old fool didn't just watch the outcome or decide to fight himself. Hearing the hero's insults, Leonard rushed at Daniel, shouting that he was nothing but an arrogant bastard. Leonard attacked him, but he stopped the sword with his bare hands. Immediately after this, the energy they released caused an explosion on the battlefield. The spectators were amazed by what they saw, because they were witnessing the power of one of the 5 kings. Barely holding the sword, Daniel admitted that it had been extremely difficult, and he wondered if he was ready to fight the 5 kings yet. Holding the blade to his neck, he called up the status window command. At this moment, he was at level AA. At this moment, he could not demonstrate the martial art of divine origin to the public. There was only one option left, to get 1 skill point. 1 million points were required. Suddenly, a system click was heard, and 1 point was added to the hero's health. Suddenly, all of his attributes began to rapidly increase, allowing him to push away Leonard's sword. He added 77 points to health, constitution, and strength, and spent only 6 on dexterity. This caused Leonard's sword to crack, causing him to exclaim in surprise. Daniel stood up, pushed the sword away, and asked rhetorically if he was surprised that the one he considered weak prey suddenly began to resist. Daniel pointed out that this was to be expected, since his martial arts were much higher than the divine lightning technique. Then Leonard exclaimed that the inferior did not dare to be on the same level with him. He swung his sword, but Daniel simply jumped back, returning to Liam. Daniel informed Liam that since he was not answering questions, the promise could not be kept. Liam became scared and tried to run away, but Daniel grabbed him by the cloak and Liam screamed that he would reveal everything. Suddenly, another outside observer appeared on the field and declared that enough was enough. Hearing this, Daniel stopped and turned around. Martin grabbed his hand and repeated again that that was enough. Afterwards, Daniel reminded Leonard that it looked bad for an adult to interfere in a kid's match. Daniel then turned to his father, screaming for help, but he closed his mouth and said that he did not want to stop. Martin was dissatisfied with his answer and asked loudly if he refused to listen to his father. Suddenly, Daniel asked at what point Martin had started treating him like his own son. Then Daniel pulled his hand back and asked if he could finally take off that damn mask. According to him, she looked so disgusting that even just looking at her made him feel sick. Meanwhile, Uni from Scarlet Girls started broadcasting and greeted her subscribers. Uni admitted that she was now a fan of Daniel, and from her point of view, the 5 kings suddenly turned into 6. Suddenly, one of the subscribers wrote that this was an outright lie, and Uni, seeing this, screamed that she was serious. She gritted her teeth and declared that now everyone would know who was right in the end. Martin and even Leonard were struck by how haggard Daniel's face looked. Daniel asked again at what point Martin became his father. After all, if he was going to act as a father, he should at least have fulfilled his duties. Daniel stood up and looked Martin in the eye, admitting that he never expected much from him. He remembered the day his mother was killed. After her death, Chris began to bully him. At that time, he was just trying to get his father's attention. However, Martin didn't care about him at all and simply left him. He didn't pay attention to the boy, even when he begged for life. Martin tried to object, but Daniel refused to listen. He didn't want to hear anything else. Daniel then prepared to advance on Liam. He said that since he decided to be an outsider, he would have to pay for it. Immediately there was a loud bang, and the system notified the hero that he had fulfilled all the conditions of the quest. Suddenly, Leonard pulled out his sword and struck at Daniel. However, he dodged it, and the stands were damaged again. The fight between Daniel and Leonard went too far, and the crowd started running for the exits until the stadium started collapsing. Holly and Hank tried to calm the audience and help them evacuate so that no one would get hurt. But the frightened spectators barely heard him and ran towards the exit, colliding with each other. Suddenly the man nudged the woman with his elbow, pushing her back. But Charlotte caught her. Charlotte asked if she was okay, and if she was hurt, to which the woman sheepishly replied yes. Charlotte herself thought about Daniel and prayed that he would not be harmed. Leonard yelled at the hero that he was just an ill-mannered freak who acted out of evil motives. He said that he would teach him a lesson today. Leonard rushed at the hero, but he only moved slightly to the side, dodging the blow. Daniel smiled at this, and a new crack appeared in the arena. The hero then asked the mentor if he had seen it, and the master confirmed that he had seen it very clearly. Leonard was emitting the same purple energy, which meant that he also possessed a fragment of the sky destruction art. The old man noted that he still went forward, although he was asked not to do so. Then Daniel asked who the master was talking about. At that moment, Leonard struck again with his sword, and Daniel looked away. Seeing this, the man became indignant, asking how he dared to look away. The hero noted with a grin that Leonard was very capricious. Daniel wanted to joke a little, but he couldn't, especially after he confirmed that Leonard had a fragment of the sky destruction art. There was no point in continuing the battle, but he felt sorry to end it like this. He pointed his hand to the side where the bloody spear he had left behind at the beginning of the duel was. The next moment it was back in his hand. Daniel asked permission to use it as a gift to end the fight. Raising the spear above his head, he began the third formation of the infinite spear art. The hero then thrust his weapon into the ground. 2 dragons soared into the air. It was an upgraded version of the Heavenly King's divine art, Black Dragon Wall. The summoned dragons rushed towards Leonard. He tried to block the attack. However, he still felt danger and understood that he would not be able to defend himself. He tried to ward off the dragons, and one of them flew right over the stands. Then the Blade Maker headed towards the edge of the stands. He immediately used the divine art of Heavenly Lightning. The wall of blades instantly destroyed the dragons. Then the man said that was enough. He demanded that everyone leave the arena. In his opinion, it is no longer possible to continue the fight today. Later, a real war of users began on the internet. The forums were literally seething with discussions about what had happened. Many users began to fear the Ghost Spear, believing it to be as cruel as a demon cult. But others began to praise him, and it seemed that he could do whatever he wanted. One of Uni's followers admitted that she was right, as if her visit to the fortune teller was accidental. He added that with such success, she might leave her idol career and start working as a psychic. After finishing her message, Secretary Naomi leaned back in her chair and took a deep breath. Even though the chairman had given her the order, she could not believe that she would have to manipulate the press with articles and comments. She decided that if after all this she was not paid a bonus, she would resign. The next morning, Daniel suddenly received a message from a reporter asking Daniel to call him. After another message, the hero sighed heavily. The world was becoming too perfect. Since the signal was still working, the annoying messages continued to arrive one after another. Daniel then opened the system window with the latest task and spent 10 million points to learn the art of destroying the sky. He was pleased with such a generous reward just for destroying Liam's Dantian. He eliminated the garbage and got a reward, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now all he had to do was win the heavenly battle. Victory provided access to the demonic punishment that the demons from the other worlds sought. While thinking about this, Daniel suddenly remembered something and asked the master a question. Daniel wondered if Liam and the King of Blades had the fragment, meaning that these demons were once human. But the old man admitted that he didn't yet know the exact answer. Daniel remembered that according to the master, the art of destroying the sky was the creation of his first disciple. But the old man could only give the correct answer after the demonic catastrophe had occurred. The hero then asked what would happen if demons from another world connected with the first disciple. The master was silent for a while. Then he quietly replied that in that case he would have to kill him with his own hands. Daniel clarified why this should be done. Despite the fact that he was a student, such a solution is possible. The old man realized that since the situation had reached this level, he had to tell Daniel everything. He stated that the fragments of the sky destruction art were not supposed to exist. But since they did, this world would be destroyed. The art of sky destruction, also known as the art of bloodshed, was the art he mastered while spilling blood across the world. Those who use this art inevitably become thirsty, and the more it is used, the more intense the tormenting thirst becomes. Only human blood could quench her thirst, but the next day her heart began to beat mercilessly, driven by the desire to kill. Despite the remnants of his conscience, he eventually killed all martial artists, regardless of their affiliation. The hype he created back then became his shame. If it were possible to turn back time, he would never have created this art. It was only after he personally took tens of thousands of lives that he realized that the sky destruction art was incomplete. Although it was flawless, the problem was the meditation technique, which left the blood instinct as a side effect. The master fortunately passed it on only to the first disciple. Realizing the lack of inner strength that nourished him, he went into solitude. He then created a new martial art to atone for his irreversible sins and prevent his first student from following his path. This art was created by combining the heavenly demonic art and the Dharma energy based on the art of destruction. It became the divine art that Daniel studied. Suddenly, the description of the divine art was updated. It was an Sss-Rank divine art, like a 5-star growth. Daniel laughed awkwardly as it all seemed too unbelievable. The mere existence of the Sss rank and growth type was surprising. He wondered at what height this art could reach. Then Daniel remembered where they left off and asked what happened after the master created the divine art. The master said that after this he went to the first student to pass on the art to him. But the situation was irreversible. The master admitted that he himself was not innocent, and that it was partly his fault. He tried to take responsibility and bring peace, but not everything went according to plan. The old man explained to the disciple that it could happen that demons from another world would connect with the first disciple. Then the master asked if Daniel could fix everything in this case. He added that it was not an order, and Daniel could refuse if he did not want to. But it should be considered as the old man's wish. Daniel knelt before the master and then bowed, acknowledging that this was what he wanted to ask. Daniel admitted that his greatest desire in life is to destroy the demons that killed his mother. Moreover, he proudly noted that, first and foremost, he remains a student of the master. The master thanked the hero for these words. Daniel asked if the master was going to give him a valuable artifact as a token of satisfaction, but the master advised him to forget about it. After this, the hero went to the place where his friend was meditating. Seeing Jose's efforts, Daniel praised him for his diligence. Jose was surprised that the gentleman suddenly appeared. He wiped his sweat and said that he was glad to see him. Jose congratulated the hero on the successful completion of the fight and added that now it seems that everyone is talking about him. Daniel admitted that he doesn't care. In this regard, he promised that he would not stop improving and would strive to be at least a little like Daniel. Daniel then informed Jose that he needed to unlock some features, which surprised him. Daniel asked if Jose trusted him, and he, realizing that he had said something wrong, immediately corrected himself, loudly declaring that he trusted the master. Then Daniel came closer and reminded him that Jose didn't even participate in the heavenly battle, and now he wants to help him become better. To do this, Jose needed to trust and give his best today, and Daniel laughed, knowing that he would turn Jose into a new person. Meanwhile, a sudden cry came from the Imperial Blade clan. Leonard threw his blades at the targets, trying to release some of his anger. He wanted to understand at what point everything went wrong. Leonard noted that the Imperial clan's reputation had already suffered. Now they have only one option left: to win the heavenly battle to get the demon's sword. To do this, he intended to deal with Daniel, and then asked his son if he understood everything. Unable to refuse, his son agreed to the plan. Soon, Daniel received a notification that his student had unlocked the AA rank trait, for which he received 1,700,000 points. The main character was pleased with this result, because the discovery of the feature took only one day. Daniel then asked Jose how he felt after receiving the trait. Hearing about such incredible power, Jose laughed and admitted that he had never experienced such a surge of energy. Jose is a descendant of a Taoist sect, the descendants of which once possessed unusual martial arts. Daniel guessed that Jose's trait would be outstanding, and he was not wrong. He also guessed that the master would certainly praise Jose. Indeed, the master was surprised, not knowing that the descendants of the Taoist sect still existed. The master explained that there are houses practicing Taoism not only in Murim. Daniel compared it to the Habukpenga clan in China, noting that the Taoist sect has roots in Korea. Daniel noted with a smile that he found it funny that a great descendant of the Taoist sect was studying the martial arts of Habukpenga. The master laughed and admitted that Daniel always saw the truth, so he asked whose student he was. However, he said that for the sake of his disciple, he would gladly search for traces of the martial arts of the Taoist sect. Daniel stated that his master was the best, after which he said goodbye to Jose, offering to take part in a fight with the werewolf sharks. At the last moment, the were-sharks asked the master to wait, but a moment later, Daniel disappeared. Overjoyed by his new power, Jose asked the werewolves if they had heard the master's words. A short time later, at the Heavenly Battle Stadium, the reporters were shocked at how badly the stadium was damaged. One of them wondered if they would be able to hold matches in such a place. A reporter nearby asked a colleague if he thought the celestial battle was a joke, and his colleague assured him that everything would be restored. The awakened ones in white robes entered the arena and began to use magic. The first reporter was delighted and asked what kind of magic it was. His colleague explained that it was restorative magic. Although such ability does not exist in the Asian region, various types of magic, including restorative magic, exist in the West. The first reporter suddenly remembered the main thing and asked if Daniel had been found, to which he was told that there were too many people here. Daniel himself was near them, and it soon became clear to him that there were many more people looking for him than he expected. Today at the Sky Battle, there was supposed to be a fight between Charlotte and Chandler, and all eyes would be on them. The old man laughed and asked if he should have been less outrageous then, to which Daniel replied that he couldn't ignore something like that. In any case, he came today to watch the Charlotte match, and until then, he will have to quietly hide. Reporters around asked each other if anyone had seen the hero, but it turned out that no one had noticed his arrival at the stadium. Passing the reporters, Daniel headed to the participants' room and knocked on the door several times. Afterwards, he came in and greeted Parker. Parker asked where Daniel had been for so long, since his sister had been looking for him everywhere, and Daniel explained that he had things to do. He then asked where Charlotte was, to which Parker replied that she had gone to the bathroom. Suddenly, Daniel felt someone quietly approaching him. The next moment, he was on the floor, pinned down by Charlotte, and she greeted him and reminded him that she had asked him to come. Daniel cried out in pain and asked Parker to let go of his hand. The hero explained that he was late because he was looking for a gift for her. Hearing about the gift, Charlotte obediently sat on his lap, and Daniel tried to rise slightly. He handed her a handkerchief and said that this was what he wanted to give her. Charlotte, seeing this, at first did not believe that the gift was really for her. A little later, she began to fight with Daniel. She noticed that he looked tired, so the girl asked him if he was thinking about giving up right now. At that moment, Charlotte stepped up her attack, breaking through her opponent's block and depriving him of his defense. She then enveloped her fist in fire and prepared to deliver an uppercut. She instantly lifted him into the air with one powerful punch. Chandler landed and immediately tried to stop the momentum. But at that moment, Charlotte ran up to him and swung her sword, causing Chandler to jump onto his back. The audience laughed as they watched him roll around the arena. Many in the audience didn't even want to call him a dragon slayer. Confronting Charlotte, Chandler dodged every attack, screaming in anger inside. He realized that he had no right to lose, and had to win at any cost to get the demon sword. Too preoccupied with his thoughts, he missed a blow from Charlotte's hilt. Charlotte was unhappy that Chandler was losing ground so quickly. She said that it wouldn't end like this. They still had a long way to go. She chuckled and promised to defeat him for the sake of the poison flower. Chandler laughed and said that they had been holding grudges for too long. Then, taking advantage of Charlotte's confusion, he threw sand into her eyes. She covered her face with her hands and screamed in pain while Chandler tried to run away. The audience was unhappy with his trickery, so Charlotte's support became even more vocal. Now the girl was furious. Even though her eyes were watering from the sand, she had no intention of giving up. Catching up with Chandler, she asked him if he really thought she would be allowed to escape. Almost instantly catching up with him, Charlotte pierced him with her sword. The girl was pleased that victory was practically within her grasp. Chandler fell to the ground, admitting that he really had no chance of beating Charlotte. She noted that even though she wanted to win, it was too easy. Charlotte was so outraged by this loser that she turned away to finish the fight. However, Chandler smirked and warned her not to think that it was all that easy. At that moment, he touched the hilt of the sword, which suddenly opened. Then Charlotte asked what it meant. But suddenly she noticed a needle flying towards her face, fired from the sword mechanism. Reacting at the last moment, she tried to block the needle and her defenses activated. Charlotte was surprised to see the talisman in front of her. Then the girl noticed a system notification about the creation of energy protection. It was the same talisman that Daniel gave her before the match. After blocking the threat, the talisman's energy was exhausted and it collapsed. The girl looked at the stands where her brother and Daniel were. An enraged Parker yelled at Chandler, while the protagonist watched Charlotte with satisfaction. Seeing this, she smiled, finding it cute. Looking at Chandler, she noticed that he was shaking. He didn't expect to see energy protection here. When she approached, he asked how she got energy armor, since she was only A rank. Without answering the question, Charlotte simply hit him on the head with the handle. As a result, the guy lost consciousness, sprawling on the ground. The girl said discontentedly that it was a pity to waste the sword on him. She then raised her hand in victory, and the host announced the end of the game and the victory of Charlotte of the Swordmasters. Parker noted that it all ended too easily, because he was going to destroy Chandler. Daniel reminded him that he could lose in the next round, and then they would have a loser's fight. Parker suddenly remembered he had forgotten something, and asked what the standings would look like after Charlotte advanced. Daniel explained that the only people left on the table were himself, Parker, Holly, a few other contestants, and Charlotte. He also noted that if they have to fight each other. Then Parker jumped up and exclaimed that they had no time to idle. Only now did he understand why Holly refused to watch the match with them. Holly had already foreseen this situation. Parker then quickly left, shouting to Daniel that he would train tomorrow. Daniel could only wish Parker luck as he disappeared from sight. The situation looked quite funny, because both Holly and Parker were striving to take first place, so their behavior was understandable. But that didn't mean he was going to give up. He remembered that Parker had already won once, and he hoped that he would understand if he lost. After some time, the story moves to the medical block of the martial arts school. There, Leonard sat in front of his wounded son. Chandler apologized to his father and admitted that he could hardly believe that he had lost to someone like Charlotte. Moreover, he never expected Charlotte to have energy protection. He couldn't even imagine that she had already reached rank AA. Leonard explained that it wasn't actually an energy shield. It was just a one-time use artifact. Chandler frowned, not believing what he heard. He spent a fortune preparing the secret eagle prick technique, but Charlotte outdid him not only in combat, but also in preparation. The guy shuddered, realizing that it was a complete defeat. He admitted that he was very upset and simply could not believe it. Suddenly, the door to the room opened sharply. Leonard was surprised, because earlier he claimed that no one had the right to enter inside. To his amazement, a stranger entered the room and introduced himself as a monk. Realizing his mistake, Leonard apologized to the monk for his rudeness, mistaking him for his subordinate. He then greeted Monk Hyunbul. Leonard explained that Chandler's position might be difficult, but he had to stand up and greet the guest, since he was his mentor. Standing up, Chandler apologized and introduced himself to the monk. The monk said he was glad to see him, and explained that he had come to say hello to the King of Swords. He then asked the young lord why he looked so worried. Chandler explained that he tried to win the sky battle, but all his efforts were in vain. He needed to get the sword as ordered by his father. Hyunbul noted that this was exactly what they were looking for, and that it was an amazing coincidence. He admitted that he had not expected the King of Swords to be so perceptive, and Leonard could barely move in the monk's presence. He panicked, knowing that if he was discovered to be hiding the demonic sword, the Imperial Sword Clan would be destroyed. He explained that he had planned to give the artifact to the monk as a sign of his devotion, but his son needed additional preparation. As a sign of approval of devotion, the monk was ready to give the young master a gift. The monk said that he was probably already familiar with this unusual artifact, and then reached behind him for it. Having found the box, the monk handed it to them. He advised them to always be grateful to the Lord who gave it to them. The next morning, before the quarterfinals, Daniel woke up at his home. He stretched and said he had slept well. He then poured himself a drink and looked out the window. It was the perfect day to get the demon sword. Just as he was thinking this, Holly suddenly burst into the room. Hearing a knock on the door, Daniel turned around in surprise and saw a girl there. She looked at him emotionlessly. The next moment, Daniel dropped the cup, jumped into bed, covered himself with the blanket, and asked Holly what was going on and how she got there. Holly replied that she had broken down the door, but she came closer and said that it was not important now. She grabbed the hero by the hand and shyly asked him to help her. The fact is that the prize for winning the heavenly battle, the demonic sword, was stolen. Daniel concluded that the sword had been stolen last night. This was only discovered now, but we were unable to find the culprit. Daniel agreed that the situation was bad and wondered who could have committed such a daring act. The old man suggested that those who are called demons from another world are behind this. He explained that they were willing to do anything to receive the demonic punishment associated with the hero's first disciple. Daniel became angry and called them treacherous, because instead of a fair fight they dared to steal an item that belonged to him. Daniel asked if this meant that the artifact would have to be returned, at which time Holly called Naomi and said that she had passed the information on to Daniel. Daniel asked Holly if she knew what would happen to the sky battle now. She replied that it was currently being discussed. The hero thought about the situation and said that measures must be taken to avoid stopping the heavenly battle. He then approached Holly with a request to ask Chairman Hank to change the grand prize to an item of his own choosing. Meanwhile, in the boardroom, Hank assumed that they already knew about the incident last night. Hank announced that he planned to suspend the sky battle and asked for the opinions of those present. Without further ado, some of the House representatives almost immediately agreed to suspend the tournament. Peterson noted that even if the heavenly battle is stopped, an award will still need to be given to the best student. Hank agreed that it was a good way to avoid press criticism, after which one of the participants asked what kind of award should be given. Suddenly, Secretary Naomi ran into the office and handed the phone to Chairman Hank. The man asked Holly what she wanted and was surprised by her answer, noting that they were just holding a meeting. While some of the House representatives loudly discussed the reward, Hank listened carefully to Holly's proposal. When he finished, he clapped his hands and asked everyone present to pay attention. He then suggested discussing the possibility of giving the Blood God card as a reward. Harrison agreed that it sounded like a great idea, but reminded everyone else that they were just there to give their opinion. The question of the new reward, the Blood God card, remained open. With no one voting against, Hank unanimously approved the Blood God card as the new reward. Meanwhile, the story is transferred to the vault. There, employees checked artifacts for signs of tampering. Suddenly, one of the employees felt that someone touched him. He asked his colleague if he had noticed the jolt, but he asked again in surprise what he was talking about. The employee assumed that he had simply imagined it. Meanwhile, behind him, someone was trying to solve a small problem. Daniel reminded Sinyavka that he asked her to stay put so that they wouldn't get caught. But Sinyavka tried with all her might to escape from his hands. Daniel complained that he had to put in a lot of effort to get the invisibility artifact from the Golden Guardian. The old man suggested that for Sinyavka, this place was like paradise because of the large supply of magic stones. This continued until Daniel finally pulled Sinyavka out of the building, but she was still trying to get back in. After passing through the building, they found themselves at the back exit, where the demonic punishment was probably kept. Daniel asked Sinyavka to stop being distracted and get down to business. He made her focus and find energy similar to his inner strength. If she succeeded, she would receive a stone as a reward. Having heard about the magic stone, Sinyavka still continued to follow the trail. They walked until Daniel got bored and asked her how far she intended to go. Suddenly, Sinyavka screamed excitedly, looking forward. Looking up, Daniel noticed a staircase leading to the temple. After checking the map, he realized that they were near Inwangsan in Cheongno. But it was unclear how the temple could be there since it was not on the map. Daniel asked Sinyavka if she was sure this was the place, and Sinyavka, pleased with herself, nodded. Daniel then apologized and asked if anyone was there, but there was no answer. He assumed that there was no one there, which angered Sinyavka. The fox walked up to the door and started knocking so Daniel could check the building. When he opened the door, he laughed, not expecting to see something like this in the temple. Upon seeing the gate, Daniel realized the true reason for its construction in secret. He tried to go through the gate, but the system reported that it was closed and asked if he wanted to enter by force. Since the trail led to this gate, Daniel decided to invade. He wanted to see the faces of those who stole the demonic sword, so he entered the portal without hesitation. After entering the gate, he found himself in the area of the Red Supreme Heavenly Temple. Daniel admired the grandeur of the temple. He also noted that since the monsters of the four holy places did not react to the invasion, it meant that this temple had nothing to do with them. After examining the temple, the old man admitted that the Supreme Heavenly Temple seemed familiar to him. The master had heard of it, but he didn't remember when exactly. In any case, everything would become clear when they entered inside. The master also advised Daniel to stop talking like that if he wanted to stay alive. As Daniel walked around the inside of the temple, he admired the architecture. He saw many medieval buildings and relics, but he had never encountered the Chinese style of buildings, and even felt like he was traveling through China. The old man explained that this was the place he had in mind, and Daniel asked what this place was. The master replied that it was a den of monks who lived by mass murder. Daniel remembered that even ants were not harmed in Shaolin, and the master explained that this was not a Shaolin temple. These monks were heretics from Shaolin, and the place reflected the era in which the master lived. Daniel was amazed. Then he thought that it was illogical, because the opening of the gates can happen even in fiction. He suggested that if the master lived at that time, then most likely the people who stole the demonic punishment were related to him. The old man confirmed this, and told Daniel that he could not allow them to act this way. When the monks saw the stranger, they pointed their staffs at Daniel. They demanded that he introduce himself. Then Daniel smirked and said that he would now show who he was. He then summoned a bloody spear, and explained that he was the owner of the stolen item. Immediately, reinforcements from among the monks ran up to the temple, quickly surrounding Daniel. One of the monks remarked with disdain that it was simply outrageous that a pitiful awakened one would dare to set foot on the threshold of the temple. Daniel still hadn't taken any action, and the master asked why he was just standing there, to which Daniel replied that he was thinking about the situation. All these people lived thousands of years ago, and he, as a well-mannered Korean, doubted whether he should show respect to his elders. Daniel suggested that he should have a polite word with them first, but thinking about how to do that was beginning to tire him. Hearing this, the master became furious and declared that there could be no respect for barbarians. Suddenly, Daniel was tasked with recovering the second level, A-rank sky destruction art. Blue Yawk suddenly squealed, and Daniel realized that she wanted to fight too. Since she was so excited, Daniel decided to test how strong they had become. One of the monks shouted to his brothers and ordered them to kill him, and then the monks immediately rushed to attack. At that moment, Sinyavka turned into a huge nine-tailed fox and grabbed one of the monks. Seeing this monster, the monks fell into panic. Daniel mentally thanked Sinyavka, because thanks to her, a gap had formed in the formation of 18 Arahat. The monks attacked Daniel, who suddenly disappeared from his previous place. Immediately after that, Daniel used the heavenly demonic dominion steps. He landed hard and kicked the ground. With this skill, he pushed back all the monks at once. However, they quickly recovered and attacked Daniel again. The hero was parrying the blows of one of the monks' staffs when he felt an attack from behind. He blocked the blows of all the monks one after another. However, there were too many of them. At some point, they all jumped on the hero. After several skirmishes, Daniel finally missed a blow and cried out in pain. He admitted that his opponents were on a completely different level. Even though they were all weaker than the King of Swords, acting as a group, they had a huge advantage. Daniel realized that if he started the battle before Sinyavka killed one of the monks, it would be impossible to cope with the formation of 18 Arahats. Gripping the handle of his spear tighter, Daniel decided to act quickly. To do this, he used the art of the infinite spear, the third stage, Black Dragon Wall. He thrust his spear into the ground, releasing 2 dragons. They immediately rushed towards the fleeing monks, destroying them. The monks were astonished at what they saw, not understanding how an awakened being could master the spear technique of the martial god. They shouted that Hengak needed to be notified immediately. But the very next second, one of the monks fell into Sinyavka's mouth. After a short battle, Daniel defeated all the monks. One of the monks was still crawling towards the building to inform Hengak, but Daniel couldn't let anyone get away and finished him off. Having finished with the last one, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked if everything was finished. Blue Yavka squealed happily several times, and Daniel stroked her, praising her for her excellent work. He then reached out his hand towards the bodies of the monks, intending to take what he had come here for. Using his vampire abilities, Daniel absorbed the energy of the monks. In doing so, he increased his internal strength and obtained new fragments of the art of destroying the sky. For each monk, he received a portion of the internal energy. It turned out even better than he expected. Soon a new boss appeared in front of him. As it turned out, it was the monk Hyunbul. He looked at the corpses of his subordinates with displeasure, and then turned his gaze to the hero. Not long before this, he brought the staff to the temple. The monks there bowed and greeted him. They considered it an honor to be in front of the living Buddha and hoped for help. Monk Hyunbul extended his staff in front of him. He reported that they had finally obtained the blade of the apocalypse for their master. Tears of happiness flowed from Hyunbul's eyes. It seemed as if his entire previous life and efforts were for this moment. The blade of apocalypse was the deadly weapon of the master, the bloody god of heavenly destruction. It was also the artifact that his master had been searching for so long. If the blood god had not betrayed his lord, the artifact would have been in his possession. Moreover, they managed to find a country, the Republic of Korea, the successor of the old Goryeo in another world 1,000 years later. But the search was in vain. At that moment, the door suddenly opened and the monk turned to Hyungaku. He asked Hyunmu what had happened, and he reported that a stranger had been discovered in the Holy Dragon Temple. At that moment, silence reigned in the room. Everyone was shocked by what they heard. Hyunbul asked how he could get inside and if he was one of them, but Hyunmu reported that he was an ordinary awakened one. Although Kunlun, where the temple is located, turned into a portal, only the people of Murim knew of its existence. The monk declared that he must see the place for himself, and ordered one of the monks to accompany him. When Hyunbul appeared in front of Sinyavka, she suddenly growled at him. This behavior surprised Daniel very much. Daniel realized that he was facing an old monk. The hero, looking closely, assumed that he was extremely strong. The master recognized Hyungak and wondered what he was doing there. Daniel asked if they knew each other. The master replied that, of course, they knew each other, since Hyungak blindly followed his first disciple. Hyungak is the weakest of the first disciple's subordinates. However, in the eyes of the hero, he was an S-rank awakened being. In terms of strength, Hyungak was on par with the King of Swords. But the current awakened ones are much weaker than the masters of the past. Hyungak asked Hyunmu if the events that were happening were real. Hyunmu confirmed that what they were seeing was correct. Indeed, the blood of the students had been spilled here. Then Hyungak loudly asked Daniel who this madman was who dared to kill his students. His voice was so loud that Daniel was forced to cover his ears and almost went deaf. Hyungak promised to tear the student killer apart and then feed him to wild animals. Immediately after that, Hyungak rushed towards Daniel. He used the bloody palm. Thus, he summoned a giant golden palm, aimed at the hero. However, the hero did not plan to retreat. In response, Daniel used the infinite spear form, Phantom Kill. 2 powerful blows collided in one place. However, the hero's attack pierced the golden palm. This allowed him to push the monk away. But the hero understood that this was not the end of the battle. After this, Hyungak rushed to attack again. However, Daniel parried the blow with his spear. Although he managed to block the attacks, he suffered internal damage despite his body's defense against divine art. The master then advised Daniel to pull himself together, reminding him that this was not the end. The next moment, the monk suddenly shifted to the side. As a result, Daniel received a strong blow to the side. The blow was so strong that blood spurted from his mouth. Daniel then flew back, smashing his body through the walls of the temple. His body disappeared somewhere in the mountains. The monk demanded that Daniel return to him immediately, claiming that he was not dead. Upon landing, Daniel first picked up Sinyavka. He asked if she was okay. He explained to the fox that she should not have tried to fight off the monk's attack. She didn't need to take the damage herself, even if he couldn't handle her himself. Daniel asked what would have happened if Sinyavka had not managed to protect him with herself. The fox, wagging his tail, said that he would simply kill the monk and eat him. But Daniel decided that he could not allow Sinyavka to act like that. He promised to take care of the situation and ordered the fox to wait for him at the gate, which greatly surprised Sinyavka. Daniel then picked up the fox by the scruff of the neck and used the gate summoning to try and hold her. When Sinyavka disappeared, the monk approached Daniel. The hero admitted that he had not experienced such a defeat for a long time. Wiping blood from his face, he said running wasn't his style. The monk noted that he did not understand what he was talking about, and decided to ask a question before he died. He asked how Daniel mastered the martial arts of a martial arts god, or if he was one of them. Daniel clarified what one of them meant. The monk explained that he had just used a phantom strike. The martial arts of the martial god are the same as the blood god's sky destruction arts. Then Daniel asked the master how many names he had, but he turned away, and covering himself with a fan, reminded him that he had already spoken about this. This was the name they called him in Murim when he was infamous, and Daniel thought about the blood god of sky destruction. He then asked the master with a smile if the blood god's map led to a secret hideout. The master chose not to answer, but Daniel could tell from his face that his guess was correct. The hero took a deep breath, admitting that he had no idea that the master had such a close connection with the people of the supreme heaven. Daniel suggested that the ways of the martial god, the ways of the supreme power, and the way of destroying the sky are related to his names. All this time, the monk stood to the side and watched Daniel with incomprehension. The hero then gripped his spear tighter and declared that this man was truly the greatest in history. He is not afraid even if he lacks inner strength or the art of destroying the sky. At this moment, the system suddenly warned Daniel about the enemy's strong demonic energy. After bouncing off a few rocks, Hyunbul almost instantly approached Daniel and attacked him. However, Daniel was able to block the blow with his spear, immediately after which the monk created many bloody palms. Seeing so many golden palms, Daniel realized that the situation had gotten worse. However, he dodged all the blows. Then he took advantage of the moment and rushed towards the distracted monk. He finally pierced it with his spear when it suddenly began to dissipate. Then suddenly the monk appeared, alive and well, right behind Daniel. The master explained to Daniel that he was using the one-finger strike technique. Therefore, he must be very careful. Then the monk extended his finger forward. At that moment, Daniel suddenly received a lot of invisible blows. Blood spurted from the suddenly appearing wounds, and Daniel began to stagger. The master warned that with his current strength, Daniel would not be able to defeat the monk. Therefore, he advised to leave it and come back later. However, Daniel refused to retreat, which displeased the master. He explained that the very fact that the Supreme Heaven Temple was located meant that he would also be able to find the forbidden area of the 4 sanctuaries. Daniel couldn't give up those who called him master for his own survival. Even if his body couldn't withstand it, and the inner strength of his divine art weakened, he would never retreat. So Daniel raised his spear and used the infinite spear form again. The monk noted that this was the spear technique of the martial arts god, a light technique. At that moment I heard Hyunmu's voice. Running past the monk, the boy shouted that he would block the attack. Meanwhile, the hero continued to accumulate strength. Then Hyunmu walked up to Daniel and pierced his chest with his hand. Daniel looked with disbelief at the hand that had penetrated his body, unable to believe what was happening. The master ordered Daniel to rise immediately and gather his strength. However, Daniel no longer heard his words. He did not understand whether he was alive, and everything that was happening was very reminiscent of the moment of his first death. At that moment, he was very scared. Suddenly, scenes from his entire life flashed before his eyes. He agreed that it was impressive. At every moment, there was always a martial master present next to him. Daniel realized that he had to be useful to the master, so the hero thanked him for everything he did for him. Then the master jokingly said that there was nothing to thank him for. The time had not yet come, but there was no other choice. Then the master extended his hand to his foolish disciple. Meanwhile, Daniel lay in a pool of his own blood. Looking at him, Hyunmu wondered if he was alive. He said that because of him, the blood of the disciples was shed in vain. Hyunmu was about to leave when the hero's body suddenly rose up. The stunned master immediately shouted at Hyunmu, ordering him to leave immediately. Suddenly, the hero's body began to glow, illuminating everything around. His eyes also took on an unnatural hue and glowed brightly. Daniel's aura flashed towards the temple where the demonic artifact had recently been stolen. Reacting to the aura, the artifact exploded with energy. After this, a deafening explosion thundered in the temple. Soon, in the place where the young monk had just stood, there was only a pool of blood. Hyunbul was amazed that this was all that was left of Hyunmu. The monk then realized that this man possessed the heaven-destroying art, and it was stable. This was the energy that his master possessed, but he did not understand how an ordinary awakened one could possess it. Suddenly, the monk felt movement in the temple and saw a whirlwind above him. His heart began to pound, because the unthinkable had happened. The demonic disaster responded to Daniel's sky destruction art, and flew out of the temple and headed towards them. The monk realized that the situation was extremely dangerous, and did everything to ensure that the artifact did not fall into the hands of an outsider. He rushed towards Daniel, trying to get ahead of the spear. Jumping forward, the monk shouted to the hero that he was about to die. He then swung back, creating a giant golden palm. She immediately pounced on the hero. The energy of the impact caused an explosion that engulfed almost the entire area. But what was happening amazed the monk. He couldn't believe his eyes. It all seemed impossible to him. Daniel reached out his hand towards the demonic artifact. His palm began to emit bright fiery energy. As soon as I squeezed the handle, a new burst of energy followed. Blinded by the flash, Hyunbul instinctively closed his eyes. His confusion allowed Daniel to attack him. He was almost able to punch him right in the face. But the monk managed to dodge, leaning back. He then pushed off with his foot, instantly closing the distance, and kicked the hero in the face. After this, the monk jumped back to a safe distance. Daniel let out a roar and used the Sky King step. The skill activated and evolved into a new technique, the perfect Sss-Rank Heavenly King step. At that moment, Hyunbul froze in horror, losing sight of the hero. However, the hero was already prepared for a new attack. Daniel appeared behind the monk and pierced him with a spear. This blow was critical and brought Hyunbul to his knees. The monk looked at the spear in his chest in disbelief. Then the hero grabbed the handle and declared that he could not leave it like that. However, this was not the end. Smiling, the monk said that for the sake of Hyunmu and his lord, he would take him with him. Immediately after this, the monk blew himself up, taking Daniel with him to another world. The dust from the explosion cleared, but Daniel was left standing with the demonic artifact that had pierced the monk. The monk, coughing up blood, called Daniel a real monster. However, the hero only thrust the spear deeper into his chest, forcing him to suffer even more. Daniel then raised his hand and pointed at the monk, intending to repeat what he had done to the disciples. Realizing what was happening, the monk began to beg Daniel not to use force. When he saw the hero's terrifying face, tears came to his eyes. However, Daniel did not listen to him and began to absorb. Soon, the system notified Daniel that he had absorbed a portion of the sky destruction art, and his internal strength had increased by 15. In addition, he completed the second subtask and received 35 million points. After this, the hero released the demonic spear from his hands. When it was all over, Daniel fell to the ground unconscious. The old man reported that Daniel had managed to survive the trial of destruction. Since he had done it, it was time to rest. After a short time, Jose continued training at the gate. At that moment, the leader of the mice noticed him. Tagore approached him and asked how the training was going. Jose walked towards him, but reminded him again not to call him Mister. He asked why he was there, and Tagore replied that it was time for Jose to leave. After Jose looked at his watch, he realized how quickly time had flown by during training. Tagore explained to Jose that his problem was overworking, just like his own, and so he advised Jose to take breaks. Then the boy smiled and agreed with Tagore. After he collected his things, Jose said that he was going to leave, but suddenly Tagore asked him to wait. He explained that since the master was not at home now, he would kindly agree to accompany Jose. Jose initially refused, but Tagore explained that the master's subordinates were like his own family, so he wanted to show kindness. The mouse asked why he refused because he just wanted to take him home. Jose realized that the mice were monsters, and if Tagore went outside the gate, it could be considered trespassing. He asked if Tagore was sure of his desire, because he was afraid that the master might get angry. After some thought, Jose agreed, but on the condition that Tagore would be careful and no one would see them. While they were talking, a fairy appeared nearby and asked Tagore what they were doing there. Tagore greeted Rotatil and then hugged Jose, noting that he was too lonely, so he was going to take him home. Rotatil asked if they would go alone. Tagore answered. Then Rotatil thought and noticed that it was dangerous to go alone, so she agreed to accompany Jose. Tagore said he was glad she was going with them, and only now did Jose realize where this was all heading and asked them not to rush. But Tagore and Rotatil were already in anticipation of their upcoming visit to the human world. Meanwhile, the story moves to a Korean town. The lights were still on in the house at the dump, despite it being late in the evening. The child asked his older brother when they could eat instant noodles, and he replied that they only had to wait a little while longer. The sister asked if they had prepared bowls and cutlery. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice. They realized that this was their beloved older brother. The happy children jumped out of the house and ran to their brother. The younger brother hugged Jose and asked why he had been gone for so long, since they had been waiting for him so much. The children suddenly noticed something strange about their brother and looked up. Instead of their brother, they saw terrible werewolf sharks surrounded by fairies. At the same time, an alarm sounded. Monster energy was detected in Tabong. Their level corresponded to the red level. Experts tried to understand what was going on here, because Tobongu is a clean zone where the gates had never been opened before. One of the employees noted that he was not sure, but at the moment there were no gates through which the monsters could break through. The workers did not understand why everything was happening now, when the case of the demonic disaster was being investigated. However, the elder ordered to contact Muram High School and ask for help from high-ranking students. Meanwhile, Tagore began to throw the girl up, and she asked him to throw her up again and again. The little mouse agreed to throw it higher, after which the younger one ran up and asked to be thrown higher too. Meanwhile, the fairies took the sponge from the older sister and began to wash the dishes. While Jose was looking after the younger one, the wereshark thanked him for taking them along as well. But Jose replied that it was not a problem, and he was glad that the children were not afraid of them. The wereshark wondered if this was really their home. Sharkman admitted that he was puzzled when he saw that their house was in a dump, since Jose had received high-quality mana stones from the master. Jose explained that he wanted to buy the big house he got from the master, but the cost of living in Seoul was higher than he expected. In addition, the cost of living on the outskirts of Seoul starts at 1 billion. The safer the area from monsters, the more expensive. But if he moves outside of Seoul, he won't be able to study at Muram School. And since there are fewer awakened ones outside of Seoul, his brothers and sisters could be in danger if the gates open there. He tried many times to find a house that was as safe as possible and big enough for the whole family. And that's how they ended up here. Suddenly, the fairy flew past, not letting Sharkman finish his thought, and exclaimed that Jose had really been through a lot. She advised Sharkman to keep quiet so that Jose would not be upset. But the shark frowned and explained that he had not said anything bad. He then asked them if they felt any regret when they looked at the house. Thanks to the blessing of their master, they were able to have a good home and food. But it cannot be said that everything was the same for Jose. This meant that the master had put aside his concern for Jose, being preoccupied with caring for everyone else. Rotatil and Tagore were amazed by what they heard, and only now understood what was being discussed. Understanding this, they all agreed to help Jose, who had been temporarily left unattended by the master. A little later, a huge dome suddenly appeared around Jose's house. Seeing what was happening, Jose and his family were shocked by what they saw. They watched the fairies and mice as they built, and wondered how all this was possible. The foreman shouted at the workers to move faster, because the master would hardly praise them if they started to put things off. They had to give it their all to show the foreman what they were capable of. While examining the blueprints, Sharkman informed Taguru that he had noticed something strange. Sharkman noted that the house only listed 3 rooms, and wondered if everyone should have their own separate room. After some thought, Tegur agreed. He reminded that some children were still too young and did not like to sleep alone. Tagore then asked if Sharkman could take a closer look at the markings on the blueprints marked with crosses. He explained that these were the so-called magic keys. Modern technologies allow us to create buttons in specified locations using objects of divine craftsmanship. Just press this button and the walls will rise, turning 3 rooms into 5 or even 8. Just in case, they will provide the possibility of expanding the house to 10 rooms. This was a joint work of science and monsters. After the explanation, Sharkman admitted that he now understood why the master took him under his wing. Tagore explained that he had diligently studied the knowledge of human construction, in case it would be useful for the craft. Watching them, Jose awkwardly said that it didn't take that much effort for him. Until that moment, neither Jose nor the monsters building the house suspected that later this house would become more expensive than any other house in Korea. Meanwhile, the story moves to the school football field. Parker took a deep breath and admitted that he was very tired, and Charlotte wondered why they had gathered in the middle of the night. Sam was shocked to see the school's headmistress there. She explained that Jenny had called her. The teacher clapped her hands to get attention and asked to listen to her. She thanked the students for coming promptly despite the late hour, and then told them about the mission. Jenny explained that according to the Divine Mastery Clan's data, a cluster of monster energy had been detected in Tobongu. Moreover, the level of these monsters is rated as red, but their mission was not to destroy red monsters. Charlotte was surprised by what she heard and asked what they should do. Jenny explained that their job was to keep the monsters from leaving the zone, and that the rest of the tasks were left to the awakened ones. Parker then asked if these awakened ones couldn't handle it themselves. But Charlotte slapped her brother on the side to stop him from saying too much. Angered by her brother's behavior, she demanded that he grow up instead of saying such things. She then explained that it was natural for them to take on the task, since most of the awakened were busy searching for the sword. A little later, Jenny arrived at the dump with her students. Charlotte was surprised to see the ice wall. She assumed that an ice monster might be waiting for them there, but judging by the data, there were too many monsters there. Parker estimated that there were a little over 100 monsters under the dome. Charlotte asked why he was so nervous, but Parker explained that he was just nervous. She wondered why he wasn't worried at Sky Lake, to which Parker replied that Holly was with them then. Jenny then explained that although they didn't have enough strength to fight the red monsters, their mission was to observe. Noticing a hole in the dome, Jenny assumed it was an entrance, and their task then became limited to observation. Belle asked what they should do in that case, to which Jenny replied that they needed to buy time until the group of awakened arrived. They were probably tired after arriving here at night, so to save energy, I suggested organizing shifts and taking turns resting. The next morning, Jenny and her students continued to watch the entrance to the dome. Suddenly, Parker noticed movement at the entrance and shouted to the others that something was moving. The teacher hurried to Parker and asked if it was a monster and what type it was. Then the guy asked to wait a little, as they would soon be able to see it again. Parker tried to get a better look at the monster, but soon realized that it was their friend, Jose. Jenny was surprised to hear about Jose, and Charlotte asked who he was. Parker explained that he was a high school student that Daniel often spent time with. However, he had no idea why he was in this place. After Charlotte observed Jose's actions, she asked the boys to stop for a moment. The teacher agreed with this version and reminded that some people immediately jump into the gate as soon as it appears. Holly asked if she meant the garbage men, to which Jenny's teacher confirmed that they were indeed the ones she was talking about. Instead of going inside the dangerous gates, scavengers collect minerals that fall outside. Parker suddenly remembered what he had heard from Daniel about how after the death of his parents, Jose became the head of the family. Musa High School is one of 3 prestigious schools in Korea that only accepts elite awakened ones. Even without the cost of uniforms, event fees, and tuition, students receive significant funds. Parker reminded that this applies to those who live alone, while Jose has many younger brothers and sisters. Charlotte was surprised at how many there were, since by going to school he could cover the expenses of 3 or 4. Parker clarified that there were 7 of them, which shocked everyone. Helen wondered if he really worked as a garbage man to help his younger brothers and sisters. Afterwards, Jenny was asked what she thought about it. She suggested that Jose didn't even realize that monsters were hunting him. Realizing the situation, the teacher noted that they could be reprimanded later, but now the priority was to save Jose. It is necessary to get him out of the dangerous place without coming into conflict with the monsters, and the students prepared for a rescue operation. Meanwhile, Jose wandered around the dump. Suddenly he stopped and began to think. He grabbed his head and wondered what he was doing, and besides, he couldn't find the people watching them. A little earlier, Jose told his younger brothers that he was going to training, asking them to behave calmly and not to disturb the monsters. However, as soon as he left, Sharkman asked him to wait. He explained that there were people nearby who were watching the place. Sharkman said that people were already moving here, so he advised Jose to act as if nothing had happened. Jose then asked what Sharkman and the others would do in that case, and the monster replied that they would take care of everything themselves. Now Jose needs to go outside and distract the awakened as much as possible. Sharkman emphasized that he is counting on Jose. So the guy found himself in his current situation. He tried to gather his strength, realizing that he had to behave as naturally as possible. Suddenly, Jose noticed a group of people running towards him. The group leader, Belle, asked if he was okay. Jose was surprised to see them and asked how they got there. But when he didn't answer, Helen asked if he was okay. However, Holly suggested leaving the place first. She explained that there was a pack of monsters nearby, and if he continued working as a scavenger, he would need to be more careful. Jose was surprised by the mention of garbage collectors, although he did not fully understand what was being discussed. Meanwhile, the monsters watched what was happening from cover. Raudatil didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, while Tager was unhappy that the house was still not built. Sharkman noted that the situation was complicated by the fact that they had to return to school to get to the gate again. Tagore said that as soon as he told them about the construction of the house, he made a passage in the basement so that they could come here more often. Raudatil was amazed by what she heard and praised him for his thoughtfulness. Even Sharkman couldn't help but praise him. Tagore admitted that he was pleased to hear this, but since they had to leave, it was time to act. But as soon as Tager entered the gate, something suddenly burst out of it. Sharkman stood up to protect the others and asked what it was while Raudatil brought Tager back to his senses. At that moment, the smoke in front of them began to slowly dissipate. When the dust settled, everyone saw Sinyavka in front of them. Sharkman was very surprised that the owner of the Forbidden Zone had arrived and asked why he was so angry. However, Sinyavka was clearly in a bad mood and began to growl. He released his powerful energy, causing even the ice wall built by Sharkman to begin to tremble. Meanwhile, Jose tried to explain that he was not guilty of anything, and that everything happened by accident. But suddenly the ice wall behind him exploded. Smoke began to rise from the rift, which attracted the attention of the boys. Quite quickly they realized that something was flying towards them from the smoke. Realizing what was happening, Holly prepared to catch someone. At that very moment, Sinyavka landed right on top of her. Meanwhile, Jose begged Master Daniel for forgiveness, knowing he had done all he could. Charlotte was amazed to see such a cute creature, and Parker wondered why he was outside. Then Holly asked why the fox was alone and where Daniel was now. Suddenly the joy disappeared from Sinyavka's face. Immediately after that, the fox cub tried to somehow show the events that were happening. Observing this, Parker even suggested that the fox had rabies. Since no one understood him, Sinyavka ran forward, calling on the others to follow her. Seeing this reaction, Holly realized that Daniel was in danger and ordered everyone to go after Sinyavka. Everyone was shocked that Daniel was in danger and realized that they needed to act as quickly as possible. When the students suddenly started running, Jenny demanded that they stop and explain where they were running to during the mission. But Jose advised teacher Jenny to follow the students, reminding them that they should not just let them run away. After some time, following Sinyavka, the students finally reached the Supreme Temple of Heaven. When they walked inside, Holly was shocked by what she saw. Seeing the huge palm-shaped dent, Holly wondered what had happened there. Suddenly, Parker noticed something in the hole created by his palm. Immediately after this, Holly and Charlotte jumped into the hole that had formed. At the very bottom, they found the wounded Daniel and hurried to him. After checking his condition, Holly reported that he was still breathing. Then Charlotte took out a healing potion and gave it to Daniel. Suddenly, he started coughing up blood. Charlotte noted that the B-rank medicine was powerless here, which meant that it needed to be delivered to the hospital as soon as possible. Jenny then warned the students that the monster that injured Daniel might still be around, so they needed to act with extreme caution. Jenny said that Parker, Holly, and Charlotte would take Daniel to the hospital first, and the rest would go with her to explore the area. Parker agreed and said that they would meet later, after which he picked up Daniel and ran towards the exit, asking the others to be careful. After Daniel was taken away, Jenny admitted that she had never seen a gate like this. Helen was surprised that the gates had never had a medieval feel, and Belle admitted that she had never heard of such a place. Suddenly, Sam noticed something nearby. He realized pretty quickly that it was a demonic artifact. He wondered what he was doing there and called teacher Jenny. But suddenly his mind became clouded. Reaching for the staff, Sam tried to understand why he wanted to grab it so abruptly. As soon as he touched the staff, teacher Jenny called him. She asked why he was calling and what he found here. Returning to himself, Sam remembered what he saw and reported that he had discovered a demonic artifact. However, looking at the ground, he suddenly realized that he was no longer there. The guy did not understand how this was possible, because he had just seen him. Jenny said that if they didn't find anything, they should leave because it wasn't safe to stay where they were. As Sam left the place, he still felt a strange sensation, as if his mind had suddenly been taken over by something foreign. Seeing the mountains of corpses around him, Daniel wondered where he was. He wondered who the man was on top of that mountain. Suddenly, the white-haired man turned to face the hero. He then extended his hand and ordered Daniel to leave, reminding him that his time had not yet come. Suddenly, Daniel woke up and took a deep breath. At that moment, he felt pain spread throughout his body, causing him to bend over. The pain was so intense that Daniel wondered how seriously he was injured. As soon as Daniel unbuttoned his shirt, the door suddenly opened and Holly walked into the room. Daniel was surprised to see her and wondered to himself if she knew to knock on the door. But Holly, oblivious to this, dropped the basket of fruit. The girl rushed to Daniel, glad that he had finally woken up. She asked Daniel how he was feeling, asking how his body felt. Then she asked Daniel to stay there and ran for the doctor. After examining the doctor, Holly inquired about his condition and asked if everything was okay. The doctor said that Daniel was fine, which surprised the girl. She asked how this was possible, because 3 days had passed since the hospitalization. But the doctor explained that the deep wound on the right breast had completely healed, and the disrupted energy flow had been restored. He guessed that this was due to the Heavenly King's divine art. However, Daniel realized that the energy was actually the original energy of the flow, which was restoring the body on its own. Thanks to this, the energies circulated and healed him, and the recovery occurred very quickly. The doctor told Holly that with further rest, Daniel would fully recover within a week, and then decided to leave the room. As soon as the doctor left, the hero complained of a feeling of numbness in his body and got out of bed, which frightened Holly. But Daniel reminded that according to the doctor he was completely healthy, and asked what happened and why he was in the hospital. Holly pointed to something under the blanket and explained that Bluey had brought it there after they found him lying on the ground. Sinyavka crawled out from under the blanket and squealed sadly. At that moment, he threw himself into the arms of his master and began to sob. Daniel praised the fox for a job well done. A little embarrassed, Holly reminded them that Sinyavka was a member of their clan, and that Charlotte, Parker, and Jenny's teacher were helping them. Then Daniel asked if this meant that now everyone knew that Sinyavka was a monster too. Holly apologized. There was nothing she could do, but Daniel assured her that it was okay, because now he wouldn't have to hide Sinyavka. The hero then asked if anything had happened while he was unconscious. Holly replied that a lot had happened. The first thing he heard was that red-level monsters had suddenly appeared in Dobangu. Because of everyone, they sent me there on a mission. Daniel was clearly furious when he heard this. He was furious. They had caused so much trouble while he was away, and risked his life saving them. Suddenly Daniel felt pain. It turned out that the anesthesia was not enough, but he soon felt that something was wrong. He checked his numbers and found that things were really bad. His stats dropped by 100 points, his internal energy dropped by 300, and his rank was lowered. Daniel speculated that it was due to the murder of Monk Hyunbul, one of the Elders of Heaven. Then he collapsed on the bed, but decided it didn't matter. At least he was alive. Suddenly someone coughed to attract the student's attention. Hearing a familiar voice, Daniel immediately turned to the window where his master was hovering. The protagonist was startled by the sudden appearance of the teacher, who, sobbing, asked if Daniel had called him. Through tears, the master explained that he was feeling emotions because his student almost died. Daniel admitted that he understood that the master was crying because he cared about him, but now he had more important things to do. The master was amazed at how easily Daniel left the room. He followed him and asked where he was going in such a state. The old man ordered him to return to the room and go to bed, but the hero did not listen to him, because new adventures awaited him.